Hello, happy day. My mouth is. I went to the dentist this morning, and this side of my face is numb. I haven't really tried to talk yet, um, so we'll see how I do. I can't talk. Um, I have a few tweets that I wanted to go over. Oh, look at you! You're out in public like that.
Yeah, this is
I like
actually
the
a good
jacket. What's up?
waiting on medication here. But
You at the Walmart?
yeah,
The Walmart store.
yeah, I'm at the Walmart up by my house.
Person of
There's
Walmart.
some issue. Yeah, well, it's where like Lindsay's doctors like it's what they have like the deal with or whatever for prescriptions. So it's where we're gonna go. So there's always some sort of issue with the insurance or something like that. So.
Okay. Well,
Anyway.
welcome.
Yeah, what's going on?
Nothing. I'm about to go over some tweets.
Cool.
That's about it. That's all I have today. Let's see what it is.
Well, I mean, even on my channel yesterday, I managed to have plenty of people pop on, so I'm sure people will show up. So.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. This is a tweet about men, like the current state of men in society. Ask men what has driven them to depression, and you'll eventually find someone articulate and honest enough to tell you. They'll say it hurts to be seen as a potential threat just for being male. No one cares about men or how they are feeling as human beings, and never will. Women have no conception of what it means to be regarded as innately dangerous, threatening, or suspicious simply for being born a certain way. I bet maybe there's some black people that do, some black women. They can't conceive of it. Even though the thought that this is something even the thought that this is something that they should contemplate is completely alien to them. They don't even know to consider it. It sort of just sits there like an unexamined piece of junk mail you'll never open. That's why profound and complex psychology is reduced to claiming that men become a danger to themselves and others after seeing too many pixelated boobies. This isn't a serious analysis. It's a mind that doesn't even know what to consider. What is the impact of treating men as innately dangerous? From the time they grow facial hair onwards, no one will ask. What emotional state does it generate in men? No one will ask. Is profound isolation and self-loathing possible? No one will ask. By the way, this is the highest demographic of suicide by far of any other group. So I want to share that because okay. You think we want to? Okay, I can tell you right now, I get this. I haven't really experienced this until I moved up to the Pacific Northwest, and they have a lot of offals up here that were very sheltered from men. And I even get this up here, and it works against me. I hate the feeling of being seen as this big scary male. Like if you're scared of me, that's your problem. Like handle your fear. I'm not responsible for what you fear and don't fear. So don't make me the target for your like lack of emotional and psychological development. I don't know, and I've talked about this before. I don't know how we have an egalitarian society where half of the population lives in deathly terror of the other half. Like you're never going to have egalitarianism with that state of things. But I'm not. Yeah. You mean? I don't know. I don't worry about criminals. I don't live in a world where there's like criminals hiding behind every tree waiting to pop out and crime me. No, they do, Jack. The ones up here absolutely do, and they will tell you.
Well, I mean, I think what he means is that I don't think it's actually fear. I think it's kind of like this kind of it's that victim.
That's because he's a conspiracy theorist.
Victimhood
Everything
thing.
is
They're
a
choosing
manipulation.
victimhood.
But I can tell you that it is the ones I've experienced. They don't have experience. They don't have enough experience being around men. It's It's definitely fear. It's fear of like what you don't have experience with.
Oh, okay. I don't think it's like it's not like mortal
So
danger.
women are not really scared of men. They're just acting like they're scared of men to what? Manipulate them into doing what? Because they don't manipulate me into do anything. They really are scared of me. They go
Okay.
get a supervisor. They go complain to the supervisor. The coworkers I work with go complain to the what are they trying to manipulate me to do? It seems like they're scared and they're taking actions in response based on that fear.
No, I
don't see the
just think it's
manipulation.
part of the
They're not getting anything out of me. They want me out of their space. So why would someone pretend to be scared to manipulate you out of their space? Like I don't understand the logic in
to
that
feel
being
control, to get points in the
Isn't it
victimhood
easier
hierarchy.
to believe that somebody's scared of you and doesn't want you around than that it's this elaborate ruse to use me to feel a sense of control?
I
Like they
mean,
can get that anywhere.
that's the way it is with a lot of other minority groups that have that claim that they're that think everyone's out to get them, like trans people or things like that.
Yeah, but they're usually trying to get something as a result of that.
All the
Kind of
time.
like the woke activists.
Sometimes they just want to control the situation. They just want to make people do what they want them to do, and it has nothing to do with if they didn't really want that. They just want people to do something that they tell them to do. They want to be the boss. They want to be in control. So they use that victimhood mentality to get what they want. It's just like a chance to use your card and
So
get
why
it.
is it directed at men then? Like if you're a woman and there's you're interacting with all these people and suddenly there's a man in front of you, why is it only directed at the male? Oh, this is an opportunity for me to feel control all of a sudden. I'm not scared of this person. They don't have a size differential or anything like that would activate any kind of evolutionary fear in me. I'm completely comfortable with this man in front of me. I just want to use this as an opportunity to feel control that I didn't take over any of these other people before him that were not men. That makes no sense to me. Just Occam's razor, it makes sense that women are nervous around men.
You're welcome.
Okay, I mean that's the way it seems to me. But I don't think that your view is wrong per se. I just I've seen it before where I just think that
Or I'm delusional. I don't know fear when I see it. And all these women that are pretending to be
you
scared
do.
of me,
It might
they're all faking it. Every one of these women, since I've been in Seattle, like all hundreds of them, are faking it and they just want this sense of control. So they're putting on this act of not knowing what to do around me, being uncomfortable around me, being scared around me, because not only am I male, I'm a Southern male. Because the males up here are soy boys and they're used to picking up on the signals from women and adjusting to them. I don't do that shit. I'm very direct with them. I don't treat them any differently than anybody else, and it absolutely freaks them the fuck out. I don't think that's an act. I've even seen it happen in the anti-woke circles that I've been in.
Oh, then that probably is something that's more up there. Then I am in the South, so you know.
Here, Jeffrey.
Oh, when I've seen like like videos on YouTube and TikTok and stuff like where women are like talking about like this guy's being a creep or something like that. I don't really get the impression they're scared, but they could be a different.
Oh, well, I
a different
guess I guess that might be the disconnect because I'm not going off of TikTok videos. I'm going off of my actual experiences with women in person here in the Pacific Northwest. Grocery clerks, Starbucks baristas, co-workers, people at doctors' offices, like people on the street, people at coffee shops, just women in general around me, friends of friends that are female that have we go over to somebody's house and this woman starts freaking out about me. I'm not talking about TikTok videos. I'm talking about instances I've witnessed of women having this bizarre reaction around me or other men that seems like fear or discomfort or distress. And I can't believe all of those women are just in this big conspiracy to manipulate, to fake this reaction to manipulate men. That's just bizarre to me.
I didn't think it was like a conspiracy. I think it'd be narcissism if it was anything. It wouldn't be or a social contagion type thing maybe. Like the
There's
same
that
way
many women walking around with this bizarre need for control that they put on this act every time there's a man. That is so incredible to me that a
it's not a
logical,
conscious
rational
act.
person would
I
come
don't
to
know.
that
I don't know about it there.
conclusion over that it's fear.
I don't know about up there, so I mean, I guess again, I'm just talking about what I've seen around me anyway.
No,
But I
I'm
mean,
not scared of them, Jack. They're scared of me. I'm not scared. What is a woman going to do to me? They have much scarier women back home in Louisiana than anybody up here. I promise.
yeah, I would say Southern women can be quite tough. So.
Well, anyway, I'm going to get onto this one last little tweet, and then we have our special, in many ways, guest. This is I just want to show this little graph. It kind of goes along with what we're talking about. And y'all might have seen it before, but it's the like the power and oppression. The people in the center supposedly have all the power: male, straight, middle-aged, Western. I thought this was interesting: urban, rural, and like we can see where we fall on the oppressed side, and like I definitely fall on rural, urban, and this really does feel like a real. It's not oppression, but if you're rural in an urban setting or urban in a rural setting, you are going to experience some kind of cultural differential there. That's very hard to overcome, or at least I haven't figured out how to overcome it. Linguistic differences. I don't know why they put French. Maybe is that for Canada?
I don't know. That's weird.
So yeah, if you're in another country and they don't speak your language, you're going to experience some kind of differential, but that's not oppression. Single people around married people, that one's weird to me. Anyway, it's just that
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Like the woke mentality. If you're on this side of the graph, like out the outer circle, and you encounter these groups in the inner circle, that supposedly there's this experience of oppression or power differential between the two, and some of them just I thought were interesting, like older adults and youth around middle-aged people, etc. It just like this is what they're doing in college now. This just seems.
What's it based on? Is it based on studies or like what is this graph based on? It's just something somebody just made up.
Well, intersectionality claims to be nuanced. It often just I don't think it's made up. It's from the Jewish Institute for Liberal Values, but I don't know where they got it from.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a model. It's a diagram to supposedly describe experiences that people.
I just didn't know if it was based on data or if it was
anybody
just like
could probably
someone just
put
like
this
kind of
together.
created
Huh?
it. I don't know. I just couldn't.
I don't think
it's
it's science. Like it's not science based.
Okay.
While intersectionality claims to be nuanced, it often just reinforces a simplistic oppressed-oppressor binary. While it claims to know precisely what identities are oppressed or privileged, intersectionality reduces rather than expands the scope of human empathy and shuts down other compelling explanations for social disparity. That is one of my big criticisms of intersectionality and identity politics in general, is the reductionism of it. It reduces everybody. Oh, wait, hang on. That was a mistake. Simon, you're not coming up here. Hang on.
Get out of here, Simon. Nice try.
Why? I'm just curious.
Why? Hi, welcome, both of you.
Chris, if I had to guess, it comes from like whenever you're at a college and you hear about people that are majoring in like gender studies and stuff like that. That's probably where that graph came from.
Probably.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. It's like something kids do in college now. Instead
They gotta turn in something to the teacher because they gotta act like they're learning something or whatever.
You guys are like the ultimate conspiracy people. Hold on one second. Or coincidence theorists. Do you think so you think that is a misrepresentation of reality, correct, Jeff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now why would you build and construct an ideology that is not comporting with reality? Why would someone do such a thing?
People do it all the time.
What could you infer the motive might be?
Power.
Exactly right. So you understand now you understand the ideas of the conspirators, because you have to infer there must be a reason why someone would do something that makes no sense and get people to believe in it. See what I'm saying?
Still asking again what's going on.
Does that make sense to you or not?
It makes sense when you're talking about social justice ideology. Yeah,
Okay.
but it doesn't make sense when you're talking about
Okay.
lizard people
Okay.
manipulating
Perfect.
politicians.
Finally, we have one example of where you can kind of see the point.
I've said that before over and over, that systemic racism is a conspiracy theory, and patriarchy and toxic masculinity. All of those are conspiracies.
Right. And so
But Jeff, what if the lizard people are controlling the woke crowds?
I
Why
don't
can't
think
they be
it takes
connected?
lizard people to explain wokeness. I think exactly what Jack just said. They're at the bottom of what they perceive as a dominance hierarchy, so they're motivated to
come on, man. Like,
to reverse that and gain power.
lizard people is like a 2005 conspiracy. We've moved on. We're on to bat people now.
Hang on. No, we did not move on, because it was on
My
the
wife
Machine
believes
Lies
in
channel last
lizard
night.
people,
There was
so.
a person on there that was actually talking about lizard people, and he believed it. And Jack comes on and says, "Yeah, I pretty much agree with everything you just said." Like,
no, what I'm saying
I knew
is
you were a conspiracy theorist, but my God, I didn't know you were
look,
that level of.
What I'm saying is, his inferences, I'm not going to try to argue with his inferences, because I look at the same evidence and I understand how someone can infer.
He was talking about like Babylonian demon magic and lizard
Right.
people, all kind of stuff. And Jack's like, "Yeah, I pretty much agree with all that."
Sure. Okay, Jeff, let me ask you a question. Do you think you have a good grasp of Descartes?
Who?
Rene Descartes. Do you think you have a good grasp?
Oh, do I have a good grasp of? We studied him in philosophy. We read part of the discourse of method.
Do you understand the difference between a synthetic and an analytic claim?
I think I do.
Can we look that up just to make sure? Let's make sure we're on the same page. Okay.
Okay.
Because I think that this is kind of like the underlying.
And before we do this, unless it's related, I liked where you were going with the wokeness and power, and that being.
Do you think the buck stops there,
some of the
Jeff?
conspiracy theories? Like, we might have some kind of little way to bridge understanding.
I don't want to lose track of that either. So this should actually inform exactly how we go from here. I would say.
Okay, an analytic.
Do you think they're autonomous and not in collusion with others?
Who?
The woke crowds.
I think it's a mix of both. I mean, you have academics that like peer review each other's work and stuff, and probably politically organized. And then you have some people that I think really buy this bullshit and believe that's an accurate model of social reality.
Do you think we'd be able to like audit their records and find out like who's paying for them and stuff?
Just like way that the pharmacists say.
Probably some. You talking about the studies? Probably some of them.
No, more like the actual organized groups and their actions and stuff.
Like BLM?
Yeah, and Antifa.
Probably.
Okay.
Maybe.
I don't understand why this is still like a conspiracy. I thought it was public knowledge at this point.
What's public knowledge?
Of who's pulling the strings behind the whole.
Well, who's pulling? I haven't looked into it myself, so tell us who's pulling this.
Well, let's
the
get,
DNC.
Don't jump ahead like Bunny, because
okay. Here's what it told me, Jack. Analytic claims are true by definition. Their truth depends solely on the meaning of the words used and the rules of language. They are essentially tautologies, explaining something in terms of itself. Example: all bachelors are unmarried men. This is true because the term bachelor already implies being unmarried. And then synthetic claims are their truth depends on how they relate to the actual world, independent of language rules. They contain new information beyond what's contained in the definition. Example: the dog is barking. The statement's truth depends on the existence of a barking dog in the world, not just the definition of dog and barking. Does that match what you know?
Correct. Yes, exactly. Because there's a difference between knowledge and logic and rhetoric and contextualization, right? And this is what Machine has been talking about the past week. So I'm just trying to make sure everybody's like, we have to start on the same standard of evidence and proof, right? We have to have the same, like, we have to have like,
well, we have to have some standard of evidence proof, and that's what I covered when I did that little thing on episteme the other day versus doxa. And evidence is one of the things that moves it from doxa to episteme. And we have to have like some standard of what constitutes or qualifies as evidence.
Right. And that's why, like with Bunny, like I'm not going to sit there and argue with his inferences, but if he makes a analytic claim, I can attack that. But just
What
saying
was his analytic claim? Because it got lost in all the other.
he
like-
didn't make very many, but he was. I think
What-
what's missing is he was actually pointing out that other people were making analytic claims, but they weren't actually grounding those analytic claims. Right? They were kind of.
I didn't get the impression he was sophisticated enough to do.
Well,
any
he
of
doesn't
what
understand the
just said.
term, but I think that what he was saying is he was saying people were trying to pass off synthetic claims as analytic claims. That's kind of what I saw going on. He was saying like people are making claims of truth, but they're not actually grounding those claims in anything. Like they're using different definitions of terms without actually.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was doing. So he was projecting, if anything.
Do you see that comment by Crystal? I can respond to that. The one you just.
The one about the lizard man.
Yeah, yeah. So insurance is a good example of where you can see the socialism in action. So in theory, most citizens believe that insurance is a private agency, correct? It's like privately owned and it's part of capitalism and stuff. So what happens when the government forces you to obtain insurance? Is that still capitalism?
Like on the Obama exchange or whatever. The
Or just
market.
even like driving a car. Like you can't drive a car without insurance.
What do you mean? What happens?
What happens when the government forces you to buy
What
a
happens
product?
and what? No, I've had car insurance before. Nothing happened.
Well, what happens is what he means is
You're not a capitalist anymore. You're a socialist.
Well, what he means is here's the underlying principle of what
But we
saying.
have a mix. I don't know if you know, we have a mixed market economy. We're not.
Oh
pure
yeah, it's definitely
capitalism.
mixed. But what I'm saying is, if you ask the average Joe, does he believe we are engaging in capitalism? And give that example, like when you buy.
I'd say
car
it's
insurance.
predominantly capitalistic with. I guess
Okay,
if you
so
wanna
which
call
part
them
is
socialistic
voluntary?
elements.
When the government forces you to buy a product, which part of that is voluntary?
I'm not sure what that has to do with the lizard people
Well, let me
and
explain.
the insurance.
Let me contextualize a little bit. I think what
All
he's
right.
get at is there are unintended, supposedly. You don't know the intention, but what you can see is when you subsidize the insurance company, or you subsidize banks, or you subsidize corn, there's unintended, supposedly, consequences to that.
You're
Meaning,
talking about by the government, like when the government.
yeah, if they
subsidizes
force
it?
you to buy something, well, then the people who write the laws to get that passed, basically can write the laws in such a way where they are guaranteed a paycheck, and they are guaranteed that you must comply to interact with their
You
business.
think it's a grift? Like there's not more of a noble purpose for it. Like you don't think? Do you think it's a good thing for people to have car?
Well, here's the point. Here's the point. When you have a mediator of the government and they have a monopoly on force, you lose your negotiation with the private entity. And so therefore, you're not actually negotiating things on any sort of actual measurable level, because you're being mediated by someone who has the
Wait,
monopoly.
you lost me. So you lost me somewhere in there. Start
Look,
over.
okay. If you and I go to an insurance company and they have zero regulation, we are taking a big risk in a way, but we can actually see if they're going to provide the service in which we are going with them for, right? Like it, because if they
I
don't
got
pay,
lost again. I don't know why I keep getting lost on this example.
You have two
Speak up.
companies. Look, you have two companies. You have the mafia. You have mafia insurance company on one end, which is totally unregulated, and then you have the, big giant corporate insurance company, right? So you go to the giant company of the insurance, and they have to follow all the rules and regulations of the government. You go to the unregulated one and you want to buy protection from them and say, hey, I don't want anybody to burn down my store. Well, and they say, well, if your store gets burned down, we'll give you something in return. Now, there's risk involved in both, but the point is, with the unregulated one, you have direct negotiation powers, in theory, at least, right? With the big giant corporate one, you're dealing not only with that big giant corporate one, but you're dealing with the state, which will enforce whatever rules they have a contract together with, because they write those contracts together, and they use that contract against you.
So are you talking about like a mix of state and corporatism that happens with the banks were too
Correct.
big to and the airlines and all
Yes.
that?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I do think we have some of that in the U.S. I think it's probably inevitable.
Some.
I don't think it's the end
Lot.
of the world. I don't think it's a conspiracy. But I
They-
do acknowledge that some of what you described is probably happening.
You don't even have to use the
Military
example Crystal
contractors and-
presented. You don't even have to talk about like government forced products like insurance. You can talk about what NeuroJack just mentioned.
What is the ultimate point of all of this?
That socialism sucks and capitalism is better.
Well, I'm not a social. I am pro-capitalism.
Well, I would
I'm not-
agree, except for one thing: you have to have moral people to make capitalism actually work, and the problem is we don't. That's the only.
Capitalism is morally neutral. That's one thing I do agree with Joshua Jones about.
Is it okay if you have immoral people in a socialist system, Jack?
You can't create a system that depends on any one individual being moral or not.
Here's the difference. I believe in social engineering. Jeff doesn't. That's the difference. I
don't, and not as an anti-authoritarian. That's a form of authoritarianism to me.
I think I just proved you wrong, though, Jeff, because you just accepted that the woke ideology is literally probably constructed for control. So
wait, do you mean you believe in using social engineering yourself, or you believe it exists? I never said it doesn't exist. I don't believe in using it.
Why not? If your enemy, if people are doing,
first of all, I don't have any particular idea of how anybody should or should not behave. I'm just not that invested in other people. They don't. But what my neighbor's doing, does not bother me.
Okay, fine. Do you think
unless it affects me somehow?
Okay. Well, here's the thing. If people are using social engineering to control other or to influence other people, and those people affect you, i.e., the women that you live around, you think that you have any not responsibility, but if you have the desire to stop such things, do you think you ought to exercise that ability?
I've been doing that for the last ever since the George Floyd riot, against the wokeness.
Okay, got it.
Especially here because it's so entrenched here specifically in Washington State.
Does your monthly budget affect you, Jeff?
It could be larger.
No, I mean, like, is your ability to choose your monthly budget, like where you spend your money each month, does that affect you?
I don't understand what you mean, like buying food.
So like most people have bills, right? Like we have to pay bills for things like groceries, utilities, whatever.
Yeah.
So at what point is it okay for the government to decide which bills you're going to pay? Like they're going to decide you're going to pay this bill whether you like it or not.
Well, that's not like they're not the government's. They have to pay my taxes on my business.
Is insurance a tax?
I don't know. I don't have business insurance.
It is now.
No. Like your car insurance. Like do you own a vehicle?
I don't have a car. I don't have a car.
If you did own a car and you are required,
no,
by the
I don't think.
government
It's insurance
to buy
for the
insurance.
car. It protects the car. I don't consider it a tax.
Exactly, but it's still required by the government. You can't opt
Yeah,
out
I don't
of
have
insurance.
a problem with being required to have car insurance.
No, his point is.
I know, Jeff. That's the problem. You're okay with the government taking over your entire monthly budget and telling
No,
you where to buy your
you're going from
groceries.
car insurance to the government taking over my entire monthly government.
Why?
And that's not
Why
a
are you
lead that I
drawing
could. Car insurance does not lead to that. To me,
Why are you drawing the line there,
I don't know
Jeff?
why you're so paranoid that you think having monthly car insurance is the government taking over your whole budget. You're the one with the distorted way of thinking. not me.
Because, Jeff, I draw the line at them telling me to do anything with my monthly budget, even if it's just one part.
Okay, but that's fine. But if I accept the insurance as the one thing that the government said, that does not mean the government's taking over the whole.
Are you going to wait
budget.
until
That's what I'm rejecting. Joe Cool makes a very good point here. The government should model what it's expecting.
Oh, they do pay their bills. They pay it by printing money, which
no, they don't.
The national debt is still like
they print money, which
So
undermines.
he does have a point. There is a contradiction between what the government says and what it actually does itself.
Worse than that. It's worse than that. They print money, which undermines, and it's a hidden tax on
everybody's money.
That's a hidden, and also what iPhi is saying to you is they're, the way they go about making insurance necessary is a hidden tax And what he's saying is, if you don't like being controlled, you can put social.
He's calling it a hidden tax. I don't think it's a hidden tax.
Well,
I never called it a
He's
tax.
trying
I
to get
asked-
me to accept this disingenuous framing of because there's car insurance, the government's taking over
Why-
everybody's budget.
why is it
Okay, Jeff. So when will you draw the line? If next they say, Jeff, now we're going to decide that you're going to pay for this new green energy
Okay,
plan.
but they haven't done that.
And
So
so
I guess I'll
we're-
worry about it when it happens. But so far they
Exactly,
haven't
Jeff.
done
See,
that.
you're just.
I'm not
you're-
paranoid where I worry about all this future stuff. That
They're
hasn't even
already
happened yet.
doing it, and you're not paranoid about it. You're like, it's okay. It's
Well,
just
they're
car
not doing
insurance.
it to me.
Well, do you know why they're doing it? Because they socially engineered women to be against the males, and now you see why it's inevitable what's going to happen. You just say, "Well, I'll worry about it when it happens," rather than be proactive in stopping it. See what I'm saying? There's a big.
I have no idea what you thought. We went car insurance to what? Women taking over the world. I don't.
Whoa! Hold on. You said that half the population is against each other, and you think that has no bearing.
No, I didn't say against. I said you. How do you have an egalitarian society where one half of the population lives in deathly terror of the other? I didn't say the two sides are against each other. I said one side is fearful of the other.
It's pretty much implied
absolutely,
at that point.
the
Jeff.
freak. Absolutely, I think it's the
However you-
worst thing
however
happening in America right now.
Now, so however you want to frame it, it's the same in effect.
No, me saying one side is scared of the other is not the same thing as both sides being against each other.
Okay, but you said you want an egalitarian society. How are you going to?
No, I said I don't know how we're going to achieve an egalitarian if that's the goal. I didn't say it was my goal.
Right.
I said,
like
current society, America is ostensibly egalitarian, or that's at least one of the ideals that many people in America espouse.
You an egalitarian?
I'm not sure it's how realistic egalitarian is.
Okay,
as an aspiration, but I like to be more realistic about my goal.
Okay, here's my question then. Do you think you're gonna get to an egalitarian situation being proactively against social engineering, or just saying, well, I'll deal with it when the consequences of social engineering hit me in the face? Which one do you think?
Jack, you're taking me all over. I don't understand your question. I don't understand how we got from insurance to egalitarianism, and now we're at social engineering.
It's all related.
Well, connect the dots for me, because I'm not seeing them. I'm not even seeing the dots, much less the connection.
If we want a egalitarian society, do you think it's going to be better to wait and see the results of social engineering, or stop social engineering in its tracks? Which one do you think is better?
If we want an egalitarian society, I think it's better. I think you're going to have the best long-term, lasting results if you let it happen organically and don't try to force it.
So if you don't stop social engineering, how are you going to let that happen organically?
What's the social engineering you're talking about?
The woke, for an example.
Oh, stopping wokeness to have an egalitarian society? I would stop it anyway. Egalitarianism is not necessarily my goal, but I'm still motivated to stop wokeness.
Right. Okay. Sure. But you don't see how those things might necessarily be kind of related?
Possibly, but I see them as two. I see egalitarianism as one thing. It's a goal or an ideal.
Well, what's the purpose?
And I see wokeness as a different thing with its own set of goals and ideals. And one might be impacting the other, but I don't necessarily see them as the same thing or intrinsically connected.
Okay, then what
They're
is
not quantumly entangled.
Okay, well then what is your purpose of being anti-woke then?
Because I think it's a form of authoritarianism, and I'm against authoritarianism.
Well, isn't all social engineering necessarily?
Yeah, I said at the beginning of the show that I see social engineering as a form of authoritarianism, and I'm against it.
Okay, great. Okay, well then we're on the same page on that. Okay, cool. All right, let's move forward.
Okay, I don't know where we're going next, but I'm in the back seat at least.
I can cure the homosexuality if you want me to.
Cure of what? What's there to be cured?
Where do you want to begin?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, what's the next step? Where's the next destination?
See, I told you. He says pass. So
I don't. I do. I asked this to whatever Bunny Rabbit last night. Why does it bother you what grown adult men or women or whatever do, how does that affect? Like, why are you even motivated to try to cure something that shouldn't even affect you if you have healthy boundaries and a healthy sense of your own self?
Define healthy.
Secure enough in who you are, where what other people do doesn't impact you or bother you, or throw you off in some kind of way.
Does a healthy society produce offspring?
Probably, but what is homosexuality? Like, you think everybody should be forced to produce
Well,
offspring?
hold on.
Enough people producing offspring? Like, not everybody wants kids, even straight people.
Hello, don't miss this opportunity, iPhi. Hold on one second. Is it healthy to have women who are afraid of men?
I don't think it is.
Okay, all right.
In general, unless they have a reason to. I don't, because where I come from, the women are definitely not scared of men. They will smash a beer bottle and go after any man. They still have no problem standing up to men, yelling at men, fighting with men. They don't have this like timidity around men that I see up here.
Where do you think some animosity comes from certain humans that are, how to phrase this, taught through their upbringing to despise certain genders, for example?
I think that stuff like that's probably taught. I don't know if there's this natural, like,
Where do you
innate.
think they're taught these things?
It probably starts very early in the home.
Do you think it's in heterosexual homes?
Wait, what are you talking about being taught? I thought you were just talking in general. Where does
Where do you think uh, children who were raised to think that all men are scum are taught?
probably we're talking generally because it would vary from individual to individual, but possibly in the home. But and by taught, it may not even be like directly taught. They could see their mom like hating men and just pick it up from
Okay,
there,
so
like
like
model.
maybe single moms, maybe lesbian moms homes.
Whatever parent is hating men. I know
Okay.
that racists, like being from the South, I know that the people who are racist usually pick it up very early as a kid from watching their parents be racist.
Right.
The
There's
parents don't
another good.
actually sit the kid down and say, hey, these are black people, you should hate them. They just watch their parents like use the N-word all the time and talk negatively about black people. And they
There's
just
another good
absorb.
example. Do you think many children who grow up racist come from mixed home families?
Like racially
Back, guys.
mixed?
Yeah.
Hey, back.
Probably not.
Okay, so going back to the health of your society, do you think it's healthy to raise children in an environment that are lacking a gender?
I think ideally, and this is the ideal, children need healthy adult role models of both genders, especially men. Men need healthy male role models, whether it's a father, stepdad, uncle, father substitute, whatever. I think it helps to have models of both genders.
Do you think they get that in homosexual homes?
They can get it supplementary from extended family, whatever. It doesn't have to be from the home. And you notice my requirement was healthy role models. So they may not even be getting healthy role models from a heterosexual. I certainly didn't.
By the way, I don't know how deep you want to go into this. I mean, we can just lightheartedly go through.
Well,
or
it's
we
just
can
me and you right
dive.
now. So I guess we
Okay.
can go as deep as
I've
you
got-
want.
I've
Until
got time
NeuroJack
and-
shows up to hijack it somewhere else.
I've got time and patience. So let's start with this introduction. Do you believe humans? And I'm going to give you a multiple choice here: A, B, C, or D. Do you believe humans are born gay,
Yes.
choose to be gay, both,
Born.
or neither?
Born. Born.
You don't believe any humans ever chose to be gay?
You can engage in homosexual activity, but I define gay as the actual attraction or desire for the same sex. So
Okay.
I don't think you can,
So
if that's not already innate, I don't think you can create it or instill it in someone.
you don't think any human has ever been born heterosexual and later in their life chose to become a homosexual?
Do you mean discover that they were attracted to the same sex at some point?
I mean, I see how you can loop your answer back to A, but what
Yeah,
about
because
humans
that's my
that
answer. I gave you the answer. Like,
I
of course,
understand?
my
That's what
answer is going to loop back to A because that is my answer.
I know.
I'm
No,
not
I'm
trying
just
to
wondering how you
disguise
would
it.
respond to one of your neighbors who said, "Oh, by the way, Jeff, I was born heterosexual. I know for a fact I was born heterosexual, but later in my life, I chose to be homosexual because I just,
I
prefer
have heard.
that."
I've heard that. I've had.
Okay,
Um,
so then it
I
is
have
both.
heard several cases of people saying that. I mean,
So you're open to
I'm
both,
not them. I don't know what their experience was like.
but you're open to both. So you don't feel like it's definitely not choice.
I think the ones that tell me that, like, I didn't know I was gay until I was like 30, and then suddenly I discovered I was gay. I'm skeptical that it wasn't there all along, and they're just now discovering it.
Well, the whole topic of
I think
discovery is a
desire is
whole
innate.
can
I
of
think
worms.
our taste for food or like what colors we like or whatever, that's largely innate. I mean, it can be maybe influenced or conditioned.
Can they change?
I don't think it can. And
So
I'm
you
not
don't think
ruling out edge cases where maybe, I have a friend who claims to have been bisexual and now he's not. But
that's what I
I'm
was saying.
very skeptical of changing our innate like neurophysiology.
Okay, so I think now you already understand the framework of how our discussion will go then, because
I wouldn't
you're
make that assumption just yet, but go ahead.
you're less open to the idea of
I
choice.
had this debate with Andrew Wilson. We spent hours arguing. Like he's convinced that it's not innate and that you can catch it. So you have to control the influences that people are exposed to. And the debate went nowhere. We just looped for hours over
Yeah,
this.
I'm convinced it's at least 3 layers of problems, and I don't know if you've heard my 3 layers of human existence, so that it makes it even more complicated. But
Well, let's hear him.
nature, nurture, and free will.
Yeah, I use the Dabrowskian model of the third factor. Like first factor is biology, second factor is social, environmental, and the third factor emerges from the two, and it's the awareness of both and the ability to kind of choose and guide and direct, which you could call free will.
Okay, well then you can handle which variable is more important, and so I don't deny there may be a genetic variable involved. I think we're still looking for the gay gene, and we haven't found it yet. But who knows?
Our
Maybe,
genes are combination of our epigenetics.
and who knows? Maybe in the future, with Star Trek technology, we might be able to isolate and prove definitively that there was a
But
gay gene all along.
but does it matter? Like, are we looking for the redhead gene or the freckle
It
gene?
definitely matters, Jeff, because that's why I earlier asked you to define healthy. So if we have Star Trek technology, by the way, not only can we isolate the gay gene, we can remove it if it's not a benefit to society. So would you cure homosexuals or would you encourage them or cause them?
Maybe we can remove it unless it's a gene that's necessary to the development of the organism.
I just asked you the theoretical question though, Jeff. If we could
So
remove it, would
if
you?
it's this like independent gene that's not going to affect anything else, and you could just snip it out, and the
Yep.
baby wouldn't grow up gay.
Yes. Would you do that?
No.
Why
But for
not?
myself, no. Like if I could go back in time and have it done to me, no. Especially with all my experiences with women lately, I'm quite happy to be gay.
Would
Especially
you
when I hear all the other, like all my heterosexual friends talk about their experience with women, I just sit there like I'm so glad I'm gay.
would you encourage it to the non-gay subjects?
No.
So it's good for you, but not for them.
I see it like my answer was A to your question. So I see it as determined prenatally. So it's morally neutral. I'm not wishing for any more anybody that wasn't born gay to be gay, and I'm not wishing for anybody that was born gay to not be gay.
So
I just take what is. I take what came out. as a given?
So I'm trying to get just to like the scientific question, but you'll notice I haven't yet invoked religion or morality, but just purely scientific approach. Again, as a scientist, you can't see this as a benefit or a negative to society as a whole. After we
No,
just
I
discussed,
don't like. I can definitely see the benefit of heterosexuality because that's how we reproduce as a
Yep.
species.
No debate there.
So you want a certain amount of heterosexuality for sure, but the amount of homosexuality that shows up in the human population seems to be more or less stable throughout time and history and relatively small enough to not affect.
So would you view homosexuals as crowd control? Is that the angle you're coming
Maybe
at?
that's one theory. I don't know.
Interesting.
Maybe. I don't think nature necessarily has an intelligence to it.
I don't think I've ever gotten a gay person to admit that before. So congratulations, Jeff.
Like
You're the
population
first.
control.
Yeah,
I just think it's a natural variation in desire.
Okay.
And now, like with the trans issues, it clouds it a little bit because how much of what used to be gay is actually trans now? Like,
I told you
totally different phenomenon.
I'm only gonna do one alphabet gang at a time. I'm not gonna do the whole can of worms. So we'll save that for another day. But
Well, sure. I don't really have a lot to say on the trans issue because I don't know much about it. But
I have also very little to say.
I just do know it used to all be classified as one thing, and now it seems like there's at least 2 categories for it.
Or more. It's growing. The alphabet has a plus sign because they don't know how many more letters to include at this point. So, anyways, okay. So, taking a pause from the scientific approach, I know that's pretty dry and boring. What about the psychological approach? Any thoughts on it?
What about it? What approach would that be? There's not just a single psychological approach.
Again, psychologically, do you think it's a benefit to society to encourage or promote homosexuality?
I think it's morally neutral, and I think it's a phenomena like most else that occurs at the individual level. So you lose me when you try to extrapolate it to some larger sociological.
Let me answer Jack real quick. Trans be a good Christian. Just as much as any other sinner can be a good Christian, so long as they repent and obtain forgiveness. Sure. The key word there's repentance, though. So, okay. But we're not going to get into that right now because Jeff doesn't like religion, so we're going to stick to psychology and.
You can get. I mean, I have a religion. Satanism is a religion.
I know, but you're not going to like my religion. We have different sets of rules.
It can't be worse than the atheist Christian nationalist Joshua Jones. Or maybe I speak too soon.
Okay, what's your 2 cents on that question? You try it. Can homosexuals be good Christians?
I think so. Depends on what you mean by Christian.
What
makes a good Christian? I think different Christians would have different ideas of what that is.
What if Jesus said he's not a fan?
I think there are some forms of Christianity that they could be good Christians in.
What if Jesus said he's not a fan? Now how would you judge that evaluation?
I don't know what that means.
Jesus is the leader of the Christian religion, so he gets.
Yeah, but what is I'm not a fan mean? Like, I don't understand your.
He said it's at best vanity, but it's a sin in the act of rejecting God's design for life and stuff.
Asking me who would and would not be a good Christian is kind of I don't know. That's like asking me.
I was just curious if you have
I don't know. I don't know Muslim religion enough to
a vote or a opinion on that take. So like I said, to answer Jack's question, it gets complicated because, and this is why I didn't want to get into it, Jeff, because it takes a long time to properly address the gay question, because it's not just an easy science question. It's a very difficult psychological and ultimately
what help me see the difficulty, because having been gay my whole life, there wasn't much of one. So
the difficulty is there's really no debate.
I want to rule out that it's not just you making problematizing something that's not actually a problem.
Oh, it's definitely a problem.
Well, help me see that.
way back in the day.
That's what I'm curious. Like, why it's such a problem for you? If you're not gay, it shouldn't affect you.
The things it leads to for
like what?
Starters. the alphabet gang that you despise so much.
The alphabet thing is total. We're talking
The
about
origin of that
homosexuality, not
gang,
all of the alphabet thing. So
the
they're like
origin
learn to
of that gang
separate what
is
we're
the
talking about.
homosexuals.
It
That's
doesn't
where
lead to
it started.
anything. My being gay didn't lead to any other people doing something different. That's their own thing. That has nothing to
It
do with
gave
me.
them an anchor to latch on to, and then pretend they have a legitimate cause to fight. And so, once you lump all those together,
I agree with that, and they, in the sense that they repurposed the infrastructure, the advocacy infrastructure that we had created to get
even the
married.
same arguments, they use the same arguments as well.
But that's a totally different group of people from me. It's a totally new generation of people, and so they're two different things. They're just
Maybe they were born trans, Jeff. Who are you to judge?
yeah. I think they were. I think now there's different categories of trans, but I think one of them, which was the original, like the medical trans, does happen at birth, just like homosexuality. That's why I said it's hard to separate now what's homosexuality from what's transsexuality.
Maybe they just want to be left alone. Like, why do you have such a problem with them?
I do leave them alone. Unless they come
So
here, I'm not messing with them.
I think you see the similarities in the discussion. It's like the same.
I'm
old
still
argument
trying to
over
get
again.
to hear what the problem. You said it's complex.
It's already a
and
problem. Like
it's
we don't get
definitely a problem. And then we veered into the alphabet people, which has nothing to do with
I
homosexuality.
kind of gave you a hint a long time ago before we even pondered this discussion. I asked you, do you remember the good old days when gays just want to be left alone and they didn't want the curb stomping
Yeah,
and stuff?
I'm still. Those are still my good old days.
Do you remember when we left them alone and then they said, "No, we want more attention." So we want these.
Wait, hold on. When was that? What?
It was right about the time when they said, all these Christians and their evil oppression don't allow us the same rights and
Are
abilities.
you talking
as them.
about marriage? Because that was a secular.
So then we
not a
gave
religious
them
one.
civil unions, and they said, "Okay, now we've legally
When did you
settled
give
the
us
debate."
civil unions?
Because the debate was about marriage, and so
When did you give us civil unions?
heterosexuals agreed to the homos terms that we will give you civil unions.
Where? Some of the states did.
Because the gays were arguing they want the same civil rights that all their
Yeah.
other citizens enjoy.
Yes.
And so we
With
said,
the
fine,
marriage.
here's all of your civil rights. You have every legal right as a hetero married couple.
Right. And so when
So
that
then they
happened,
said, no, we're not happy with that. Now we want marriage. We want you
well,
to
marriage is the legal right.
we want you to use the religious
You're the one that's
definition.
confused because when you just said we wanted all of the legal rights, marriage is that
You
legal right
had
we're
all the
talking
legal
about.
rights
You're
under
trying to
civil
substitute
unions.
something called civil union and pass it off.
It
as
was
the same
because,
legal right.
Jeff, they exposed themselves
So
for
is
the frauds
that the
they
argument
are.
now? Civil union versus marriage? I haven't had this one in like
They
10 or 20
exposed themselves for the frauds they are and were, Jeff, because if it
No,
was about legal
I don't know
rights,
I don't know who you're talking about, but I didn't. I was very clear
I'm
from the
talking
start
about the
that I was
national
after marriage. That
conversation.
civil union was never a substitute for
I'm
marriage.
talking
So-
about the national conversation between heterosexuals
well,
and
not
homosexuals.
my part of it, because me and my friends were clear from the start. We weren't deceiving anybody. We said very upfront, and I've said this before. At first, we didn't even see marriage as a realistic possibility, but once we did, that was the goal from that point forward. It was never civil union, at least like from my end of the conversation.
So
So
then
if
they
you felt
said,
deceived by other gay people, I'm sorry, but that wasn't me.
I'm not blaming you, Jeff, personally. I'm trying to help you see the big picture of these discussions, politically speaking. So, anyways, then they wanted the religious definition and notoriety
What's the religious definition? Nobody I
of
know.
marriage between two consenting adults to include homosexuals.
The only definition I'm aware of that we wanted expanded was the secular, the legal definition. I don't know what you're talking about the religious definition.
So up until that day, by the way, pretty much all humanity has agreed that the definition of marriage is between a man and a woman. There was some debate with the polygamists, but they at least understood babies require men and women.
Okay, but I don't know what you're talking about, the religious thing. I have no problem with individual religions determining marriage however they want.
I'm talking about.
I'm not trying to get any religion to expand their definition.
Oh, yes, they are.
I am
That's
not.
the debate. That's the
And
debate.
if the gays are currently still doing that after having secular marriage,
We're way past that.
I am not part of that. I don't stand with them.
I agree
Hey,
that
Patty.
you don't like it. I'm saying we're way past that now. Now,
But I don't know where there's like this mass group of gays trying to get religion
it's
to
most
change
of
their
them.
definition.
The noisiest ones, the ones that are
What, you have some examples of that? Because
Uh,
most of the gay people I know are happy with secular
every
marriage
time you
and have
hear
moved
about a
on.
victory won for gays because this state now.
Where I haven't heard of a victory one for gays in like 10
Every time
years.
a state adopts gay marriage, it's another victory.
States
for the
haven't
gays.
adopted. You are living so far in the past. We got gay marriage at the federal level in what, 2015?
Exactly. So then they said,
I don't know what
"Ha,
I'm
we
talking
won."
about. Since that point, where are the push to expand it to religious marriage? I haven't heard of it or seen it.
That was when the battle was ended.
No, it was for secular marriage. It was not for religious marriage.
What is the secular definition of marriage?
Whatever the legal definition of it is.
Where does the United States get their morality from, Jeff?
Probably many different places because we're a very heterogeneous,
Muslim,
diverse
Is
society.
it Jew, Hindu? What do you think?
I'm gonna definition of marriage
Mhm.
in the U.S.
I'll give you a hint. It's the same place they got their, don't kill.
I'm
and steal.
concerned with what's on the books
Yep.
legally, not where it came from.
That's
the federal
what the whole.
definition. It says as of December 2022, the federal definition of marriage is gender neutral. The definition is found in Section 1 of the U.S. Code and applies to any federal law, rule, or regulation where marital status is a factor. So let's see. Oh, Lord, let me just try to Google.
And while you're doing that, I'll spoil the ending. So after the culture war was won, and they got the religion people to bend the knee to the social acceptance of homosexual marriage. It's not just the legal acceptance; it's the social.
Mine stopped at the legal. I don't care if nobody is obligated to socially accept.
I understand.
I don't have a problem with homophobes or people that have a problem with gays.
That's exactly where I was going. So, do you notice the term homophobe started to get tossed around a lot recently? Even though,
I hear transphobia more now than homophobia.
Well, it was homophobia originally, and then the trans stole that one too. So, anyways, so the neat little trick now is even if your freedom to religion allows you to assemble with your own private group and you say that we don't allow gay marriages or whatever, now you're a homophobe and now must be called out by society to be shamed into
who cares
submission.
if somebody thinks you're a homophobe?
So you never heard of like private owners of bakeries and stuff being forced to bake cakes for gay weddings?
Yes, I have, and I'm against that. And I was very happy when the Supreme Court's ruled on that free speech case where the lady refused to bake a cake saying she supported gay marriage or whatever. I think that was absolutely the right ruling.
I'm glad you agree because you're at least understanding the opposing team here, and that's why
it's not the opposing. I'm on that same team when it comes to the principles of compelled speech.
You're on the team just like the moderate Muslims are on the team that against suicide bombers.
Analogy you want to use.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the it's a shame that happens, but thoughts and prayers.
Exactly. I'm fine with. I don't want a cake from a bakery that doesn't want to bake one for me anyway. I'm happy to go to another bakery.
So
I'm against religions being forced to marry whoever they don't think they should marry. I'm against people being forced to bake cakes with messages on it that they don't agree with.
So
And none of that was anything I was fighting for when I was an advocate for gay marriage.
So no matter what angle you want to approach this topic, I'm more than willing to debate the scientific ramifications, the religious ramifications, the
No, I
psychological.
haven't, Jonathan, and I don't ever plan to. They're all yours. Have at it, man. I'm still waiting to hear this big problem that you said, like, oh, it's definitely a problem. I'm
I've
still waiting to
illustrated the
hear it.
problem on every level:
Well,
scientific,
I haven't seen
religious,
it yet.
psychological,
You didn't do a
political.
good job of illustrating it because I still don't see it. Get your highlight marker out and like
Okay,
make it real clear for me.
let's go back to
We
babies.
talked about religious marriage. We talked about baking cakes. We talked
Yep.
about the alphabet people, which is a separate issue. So I'm still not seeing this
We
big
talked
problem.
about whether or not religion's important, or culture's important, or political
Well, yeah, but
authoritarians is important.
we can talk about that, but what does that have to do with homosexuality being a problem?
That's just one tiny, tiny little slice of this giant shit cake we're eating called wokeism.
I agree with you about wokeism, but what does that have to do with homosexuality? Like, I am a gay person, and I
It's just
also disagree
one.
with wokeism, so they can't be the same thing.
It's just one of the things we have to deal with. It's just one of hundreds.
In fact, there's plenty of gay people I know that are against woke. There's an entire organization called the LGBT Alliance that is against wokeness. It's full of gay people against wokeness. So
I'm
they
glad you
can't
agree
woke.
with me that the gays should have stopped at civil unions. That's
We
when they were
did
done.
stop. We did at marriage. We did stop at
No,
marriage.
civil unions.
The people that kept going after marriage were a different group of people.
I
I
understand,
don't know why
Jeff.
that's
I'm
so
saying
it was
you
the
and I
queers,
agree on
which
that.
was a different subset of the moderate, like mainstream gay people, and it was the trans activists.
And now you understand why there is a problem, because there are people that disagree with you, Jeff, that weren't happy with
Well,
us
I
actually
know,
getting
but then
into
go
the
have the
gas.
debate with them. I'm not one of those
I'm not
people.
debating it with you, Jeff. I'm just I said I could
If you're
present
saying the
your.
problem with homosexuality is all this other stuff that's not related to homosexuality, I agree with you. I don't know why you're connected it to homosexuality. That's the only thing I disagree with.
Which part did I present that doesn't connect to homosexuality?
You were talking about wokeness. You were talking about the trans activists.
There's no
you were
there's no
talking about
gay involvement in the woke
queer
movement.
activists. None of that is homosexuality.
There's no gay involvement with the woke movement.
Some there's many gay people that are involved in the woke movement, but that doesn't have anything to do with homosexuality itself.
I would like a Pew survey next time you have a chance. I don't know if they have like gay Pew surveys or whatever about the gay community. How many are for or against the whole?
Probably more than not. It's probably the majority. They're probably involved, but that doesn't have anything to do with homosexuality itself. And the issues that they're advocating for are not homosexual specific. They're advocating for trans rights. They're advocating for queer rights. There's queer theory that's advocating for the sexualization of children and the lowering of age of consent. So they're in those groups advocating for that, but those are not homosexual issues.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to bring up NAMBLA. That's just a low-hanging fruit. So.
In fact, NAMBLA, I was around in the 90s when NAMBLA wanted to march in our parades, and we told them not no, but fuck no, get the hell away from us with that shit. I was part of the group. I remember the debate on it of should we let them in the parades or not.
So you don't see any connection between those groups and the drag queens reading to little kindergartners?
Yes, but that is not my group of gays that were advocating for gay men. Again, different group.
Actually, not even. I don't
So I
even
think
have.
in your mind, they're like all mashed in this one big rainbow.
They're connected.
Soup,
They're
but
connected, Jeff.
it's not that way.
And I'm not so much angry about the book reading, but I'm more angry about the strip club shows that
yeah, me too. Absolutely, me too. That does not belong around kids. And I would have no problem with the book reading if they didn't try to bring in those strip club elements into it. They can't just like dress modestly and read neutral stories to children. They're trying to slip it in, and they call it queering education.
Yep.
To subvert norms, social
Now
norms.
you're starting to see the problem. See, now I
I've been
thought
seeing
you'd
it
come
long
around
before
eventually.
you even showed up to the show. I've done
I
streams
know.
on it.
I'm
I
just
have
trying to get
entire
you to
Twitter threads
agree
on it.
to agree to it. That's all. It's
Yeah,
fine.
NAMBLA is a theme because they found a new way in under the queer umbrella and queer theory, and they're still trying to push for lower age of consent laws and sexualization of children, the queering of childhood innocence, they call it. Yeah, I thought it died off too, but the new wave of wokeness
They evolved.
let them back in because they're oppressed. They're a
Yeah.
marginalized, oppressed minority by heteronormative norms.
They just joined the victim Olympics like everyone else.
Yes,
So why would you
yes,
blame them?
exactly. Yes, they did exactly.
And to answer that person's comment, they evolved. I don't know if you've heard the phrase "age is just a number." Those are the people that you're looking for.
Yeah,
Because
that's the queer theory.
like maybe I identify as a 4-year-old girl, so it's not pedophilia then.
They also have this belief that children are naturally like they're born naturally sexual, and they should be allowed to express that sexuality at whatever age it shows up. And that the idea of childhood innocence is a patriarchal construct that's imposed on children to prevent this natural expression of sexuality. That there's no such thing as childhood innocence, that they're sexualized from the start.
Yeah, are you just an ageist bigot, Jeff? Is that what you're trying to say?
I must be. But
How
I know,
dare
having
you?
been a child and having remembered my childhood, I definitely had childhood innocence. I didn't know what any
Right,
of
but
that
who are
stuff
you
was
to
till
judge other
puberty.
2-year-olds? You don't know their minds. You're just an ageist bigot. That's the problem, Jeff. See,
Well, maybe so. I might be.
you're an ageophobe, and so see now you're starting to understand the picture. It's like, oh, okay, so
I'm also a
there are no
transphobe.
standards.
I'm also and a racist and a misogynist.
Yeah. We'll add ageophobe to that list of things that you're bigoted of.
And Nancy, they may not go under specifically the name NAMBLA again. They might have some new acronym or organization, but they're and it may even be like the next generation of, but they're definitely in with the queer theorists now.
They
Still
probably
trying to
just identify as Democrat now and just quit beating around the bush. They're like, let's quit wasting time, fellas.
So can I trust you to hold down the show for a minute while I go get a refill?
Yeah, sure. I'll talk to myself.
Without sabotaging it too much.
I'll
No, I don't. I'm not very. No, I don't really suffer from anxiety. In
talk
fact,
to Chat.
people that are anxious make me anxious. That's the only time I'm anxious, when I'm around them. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll talk
If
to
anybody
Chat.
wants to come up, just get in the back and I'll let you on.
So, now that iPhi has no interruptions, the final boss answer is conservatarianism. It will solve all these problems. You were targeted by a PDF when you were around 10. I was in his house multiple times. Sorry to hear that, Reddington. So chat can pick a topic or something that they just want to hear about for a couple minutes, I guess. People don't like me because I'm so smart. I'm stupid. That's interesting, Raccoon. Is that magic? How do you do that? Get in the back. Rim shot. He likes those backdoor guests, so I've heard. I think that's a safe assumption, Jonathan. I was actually kind of hoping White Mage was going to make it today, but I think he may have been busy or preoccupied, so we may return for round 2 on this topic. I don't think we're going to get much further with Jeff because, once again, some certain topics he's not very comfortable with, and so he still won't admit to being a racist. And even though he understands where I'm coming from concerning the gays, he doesn't see where the problem is. So I'll have to work harder next time to elaborate better. And he's back.
I don't see it because you didn't demonstrate it. I kept asking you over and over and over. You kept talking about all this other shit.
I demonstrated
problems that we actually agree on, but I don't see where homosexuality itself is the big problem.
I demonstrated it on every level of existence, and you denied all of them.
I think you have delusion right now. You need to go back and watch the stream.
Okay,
see where you demonstrated it because you didn't.
Scientifically speaking, produces no offspring. Psychologically speaking,
so there's plenty of straight people that don't produce offspring.
Psychologically speaking,
Reddington, he's on his way home. He was out running errands.
Yeah, he's
at
Walmart picking up drugs. Psychologically speaking, it stunts human growth that needs all genders present in upbringing.
What? No, you didn't talk about that.
I did too,
but you didn't go anywhere with it.
I don't have to go any. I was done. I made my point.
Okay, so you made a claim that's inaccurate, and I disagree.
Politically speaking,
that's all. That is your big showing that it's a problem. Is just saying
that's just one of the many layers, Jeff. One of the many.
That's
layers.
not even a layer. That's just one statement, and then you're like, okay, that's it. See, I proved it. I showed it.
Politically speaking, it's part of the wokeism victim Olympics that just adds to more bullshit we have to deal with.
Some gay people, but not all. Wokeness
Culturally
is a separate
speaking,
phenomenon. There are black people that are woke. There are black people that are not woke. There are gay people that are woke. There are gay people that are not woke, et cetera, et cetera. Wokeness is not a physical characteristic. It's a political identification.
And then religiously speaking, it's just outright violation of people's religious
Okay, well,
beliefs.
we don't share the same religion, so that argument's not going to go anywhere. But the psychological harm one might, if you ever want to have it.
I just did. We can go back to it.
No, you did. Well, let's go back to it then, because you said there's layers and layers and layers.
Oh, okay.
I heard you say is one sentence.
We were trying to define a healthy society. So a healthy society.
Well, were you talking about psychologically or sociologically?
Yes, either one.
Well, no, they're not the same. Psychological is like on the individual level.
Okay, so on the individual level, humans
tell me how my homosexuality is harmful to me on the individual level, because so far it hasn't been.
Because if you decide to raise children, they won't benefit from the knowledge of what.
Well, then that's not. We've already moved from the individual level to the sociological level, so we might as well take the
you mean you as the parent,
and then moved on to the sociological problem.
Oh, you mean you as the parent? I was talking about the
me as the individual. Me as the individual. Nothing. Okay,
again,
that's what I thought. So let's talk about the children thing and move it to the sociological.
Okay. Level. I was gonna point out that you're just ignoring all the other problems and then comforting yourself and saying,
no, if you had something, you would have spit it out by now. So we can go on to the sociological. Because whatever you do have is not very well defined.
Okay, I'll try better definitions next time. Plus, I didn't want to attack you on your own show the whole time. That was the other thing.
I didn't hurt me.
I didn't want to just.
I've seen what you're firing with. You're not going to hurt me at all.
Okay. Anyways, there is a cure. There is a solution. No one's going to get it right, and so it's. I think you can agree that the other human proposals are definitely huge failures. So I'm sure you heard of the pray the gay away theory.
Parade the gay away.
Pray, P-R-A-Y.
Oh, pray. Yeah, I have.
So you're not convinced that your local Jesus group was unable to cure your homosexuality with thoughts and prayers?
No, they obviously haven't. When I was 19 or 20, my mom took me to one of those mega church pastors, and they wanted to do an exorcism on me. And that's
that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. What about the slightly less retarded ones that said, no, Jeff, it's more about like you becoming a Christian and then praying to God directly to help you overcome your homosexuality?
Yeah, no,
about
that
that
never
answer?
happened. I was a Christian before I started as Christian.
I mean, but do you think that answer is a little bit better or equally useless?
Well, again, I didn't try praying to get away, but it didn't work. Like if God had the ability to do it, he either didn't or he chose not to.
How do you know if you didn't pray?
I don't. I've had friends. I know people who have
You
prayed.
just said I
and
didn't
do anything.
pray, but if God could have done
I
it,
did
he
not.
didn't
I
do
have
it.
never prayed in my life to ask God to cure me of homosexuality.
Then
That's
how do you
not
know
something
he
I've
failed
ever tried. But I
cure
have
you?
friends that have, and it didn't do anything for theirs.
Yeah, I know. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just trying to see what level of convincing you were at.
But I never had an issue with I never like thought it was something to be cured ever. I never had any problem being gay.
Which gets back to the philosophical discussion of whether or not it's a feature or a bug. And so I understand your perspective that it's just a feature because what's wrong with a little bit of loving. But anyways, I understand. And so like I said, I'm not going to be able to convince you internally that psychologically
I didn't
it's
think
a
you were.
better
I never
choice.
thought you were going to be able to convince me. I did ask you why, like how it affects you, and still didn't
Oh,
get a
me
clear answer.
personally?
Other than this abstract stuff about society and
It doesn't
children and
affect
all
me
that.
personally, but again,
Okay.
I'm a member of society, so sometimes I have to
Well, I am too.
address
I'm
societal
happy to
concerns.
hear it doesn't affect you personally. So
Nope.
I guess the debate's over. We can move on. We went through all the layers and layers.
Yay! The gay
And
topic
still
is
no
done.
change.
Okay. Well, anyways, like I said, the discussion can be had. I just I prefer to do it properly instead of the old ways of doing it. So
Well, you had your chat. Like you had all morning to do it or all
okay,
afternoon to do it
I
properly.
agree. Not
If this is your attempt, do it properly, and you're like, oh no, this was just practice. This is not the real debate. That's on you.
I was thinking White Mage may have made this conversation more spicy. That's why I was
We'll get him on
invoking
here
him.
if he's around.
I do have that magic ability, so don't doubt me. You
Yeah,
little
yeah.
bitch.
Well, yeah. I think like yesterday was the first stream he's ever been on in his life.
What did you think of the racism topic? Was it pretty boring?
I watched about half of the stream. Where I don't remember much of it. Where in the stream was it?
It was pretty much the whole thing. It was like most of it.
Oh, well, I guess I'm not gonna say it was boring, but I'm gonna say I don't remember much of it if it happened.
It is a pretty boring topic, which is always my first.
Oh, Hank, is that when y'all were asking Hank for in passes?
No, that's where he was debating Hank whether or not tests are viable or not, or something.
Oh,
Like IQ tests and shit. So
I don't know. I still like you and I have had the everybody's racist debate before too, which
yep.
I disagree with. But
And the sooner
you
we
can
all
believe
admit
it.
it,
I can't control what you believe at all. If you want to walk through life thinking that, but it's not accurate.
the sooner we all admit it and get over it and move on, the better. I think I even convinced Chris that he's racist. So I think we're down to everyone else. There's just one left.
Well, I know that I'm not racist, so that's at least one person that
I'm
falsifies
glad
your claim.
that you are the unicorn, Jeff. You are the one human that.
So at the very
has
least, you need to
overcome
modify
racism.
it. Most people are racist, but
Yeah.
everyone is racist. You can't get by with anymore.
99.99% of humans are
Okay,
racist,
well, that's
except
your
for
opinion. I don't
Jeff.
know how you would know that because you don't know all of those humans. And if you limit it to something like humans are tribal, you'd have no argument.
Why are they tribal? What's one of the characteristics of a tribe?
One of.
Do tribes tend to be homogenous? Is that why they tribe together?
Along some axes, probably. There's something that ties a tribe together, some value or interest or regional, familial.
The
I
only
think
reason
it's
why
going to vary by the tribe, and people can be part of multiple tribes. Like we're not just part of single tribes.
the only reason why I even wanted to bother following up with Emperor Dave was he was under the impression that nations are races, and so I understand where he's coming from, but I was trying to explain to him what reality looks like, and it turns out that even places you think are homogenous are some of the most racist places on Earth. So, for example,
Like where, like Japan,
China is
China.
kind of my go-to. They are so racist. They're racist against their own apparently identical race. You know, like there's fellow Chinese that see each other differently as different races.
What's the racial part? Like what distinguishes? Are there
They have
sub races
they
in
have
China?
they have groups called Han Chinese. They have groups called Cantonese Chinese. They have
Oh,
Mongolian Chinese. They have all kinds of, you know, and of course they have the obvious ones, the Uyghurs and the Tibetans and stuff like that.
mhm.
But that's too obvious. But again, it's obvious to some people, but to people like Emperor Dave, he's unable to see the differences in those
They
people.
have like in the black community. I know there's this thing about light skinned blacks and dark skinned blacks.
And likewise, even in other examples that again you think are so easy, like Mexico, for example. Mexico's not a race. It turns out there's like Aztecs and Spaniards
Mhm.
and Islanders. And
I think of those more as ethnicities, but yeah, you're right.
do you think Spaniards and Aztecs are the same race?
No. Or I don't know. I don't think the races I know, like growing, I think it is the scientific races. You have Mongoloid, Caucasian, and Negroid. So Asian, Black, and like Caucasian, Mediterranean,
Yeah.
European.
Yep. And even those are questionable, but that's always fun
So
to.
race to me is a very broad category that, and usually it's like maybe there's medical reasons to consider it or scientific reasons if you're studying anthropology or something, but it doesn't really have a real world impact on most of it. Most of the racial stuff that shows up in our lives is ethnic more than racial.
And that's where I immediately have a problem with that conflation, because ethnicity combines culture and race together into one word called ethnicity. So you're already conflating terms. So it's better just to go right back and separate the
Yeah,
term
but
race
in
versus
general,
culture.
there's like one grouping, like the Jews have an ethnicity. I'm Cajun. I come from a very specific ethnic culture that's predominantly European, although we are mixed with Native American.
The Jews are the worst example of conflation because they conflate religion with genetics with nationality. And so
Can
you've
get
got so many
confusing, yes.
layers of
And there's
confusing
different
terms.
strains of Jewish identity too.
So that's why I never bring them up, because they're or as an example of why these topics can get retarded really fast, because you're not even talking about the same thing anymore. You're talking about
But
like
in
opposite
general,
things.
people usually know what I mean when I talk about ethnicity.
I know what you're talking about. That's why
And
I
then there's
immediately
also
said
things like subculture, or which is not along any kind of biological lines. It's more interest or values based, and things like religions or political groupings.
I am always amused whenever the giant brains enter the room with their PhDs and they start to proclaim the scientific facts of race. And you watch one side of the giant brains argue that race is equivalent to species as far as
To
taxonomy is
what
concerned.
species? Oh, I don't
Yeah.
know about that.
And so, and they're immediately laughed out of the room because all humans can produce offspring with each
Yeah,
other. So we're all the same
I know
species.
there's like different like pre-human Neanderthals or hominids or whatever, different groupings of pre-humans that they
If you
think we
have any
came
of
from.
them, I'll try and breed them, and I'll answer your question for you. In the meantime, um, so then they say, "Oh, what I meant to say was subspecies." And what serious scientist has ever brought up the topic of subspecies
Yeah, I don't think.
as
Yeah,
far as a
no,
useful
I
comparison?
agree. I'm with you.
Which is why I always hint to the answer of birds flocking together, because some people want to argue that the blue colored sparrows are not quite the same as the yellow colored sparrows, and so we should treat them differently because they're special?
I don't treat sparrows any particular kind of way anyway. So
You should. Are you racist?
I don't treat humans differently based on. I treat them differently based on how they act, like how
You
they
think
treat
blue
me.
sparrows are the same as yellow sparrows? You think they experience the
No,
same?
I'm just saying I don't pay attention to sparrows at all, so I wouldn't know what to do with one sparrow from another.
Right.
It's
So
just
you should recognize their differences, that they are different.
like if I
races.
saw them and one's blue and one's yellow, my eye would certainly pick up on that, but it would carry no meaning for me at all.
By the way, Jeff, you're trying to get on my good side by saying like iPhi
Oh,
claims
please
to,
don't flatter yourself. You're the
Hold
one
on.
that's
Let
like
me-
shows up here every day and hangs out on
let
my
me
show.
say with the sentence before you disagree with it, you autist. Anyways, iPhi claims to be the least racist person on earth. And so you're challenging me by saying you're not racist, therefore even
Like I'm less racist than
less
you are.
racist than me. And so
And I don't know how you measure, quantify level of racism. I just know I don't treat people differently based on how they look.
I don't negate skin color in reality. I understand that humans have different skin tones. I don't care is the problem when you try to appeal to
Yeah,
my
I don't care either.
emotions. Like I won't consider a person based on their skin tone, like whether or not it's a valid discussion.
Patty, by the way, Joshua Jones left the Discord, so you come back. if
Come
you
on
want.
in, Patty. If you hate my guts, let's hear it. I'm not going to read all your text, so you have to come in here and voice at me. Which part of my
Reddington, you were on machine. Reddington, get your ass up here. You were on machines last night.
Yeah, Reddington,
You
you always
come
laugh
on.
at my jokes. Come on in here.
I didn't finish. I didn't get to finish watching it. Did you ever get to talk? Yeah, I don't understand the fixation. Like the fixation of race, where I come from growing up, is more cultural than racial, and it's two groups with very different cultures that live in proximity to each other and share services and public spaces. So
Here's
it's
Chuck.
presented as racism, but it's more like just tribalism.
Are you Chuck from the comments, or do you have a different name?
That's
No,
me.
that's Chuck.
Oh, okay.
There's only one Chuck from Tennessee.
There's
It's
only
Santa
one
Elf.
Chuck.
Elf on the
So
shelf.
Jeff, why was Joshua mad at you? I still ain't figured that
I
out.
have no idea. Y'all can go watch the stream. He's a genocidal tyrant, so I'm not crying about it. It's not that big of a loss. Y'all can go watch the stream. He said something about my line of questioning. Showed him that I don't know what I'm talking about, or so. I have no idea what he's talking about, what he's referring to. He wasn't very clear about it, which makes me think that the reason he left is not the reason he's saying. I think he got butt hurt. I think he got
Kinda
punked
like-
by a faggot, kind
Kind of like what happened between me and Jack, huh?
Oh, what did you and Jack scrap about? I missed that.
I don't know. I don't understand Jack's
I
thing.
was making an observation, and he started attacking me on
Yeah, but-
some other.
Y'all had something going on even before that. Like
Jack's kinda
what did Flo
scatterbrained.
call it? Like incompatible conflict personalities or something.
No,
Jack,
he
you
just
You
gets
and
mad.
Jack just have this natural antipathy.
Well, I just call him when he says one thing and turns around and says another thing. And I call him out on it, and he gets mad because I'm pointing it out.
Well, Jack does not like to be challenged. I notice he doesn't always take it well.
Inconsistency.
He likes to
But,
provoke.
I mean,
though,
that's
so,
any of us are like that. None of us are consistent 100% of the time. But I definitely agree. I definitely have noticed there's some kind of
Love, hate.
agitation or defensive-ness that Jack has toward you. I don't know your history with him.
I guess the only thing I could come up with is because being an alcoholic myself, you know how an alcoholic is, if that makes any sense. You know?
So you like catch him in little stuff that other people might not notice.
Yeah, kind of type thing.
Maybe it's
And
that. Maybe he feels like he's under a higher level of scrutiny around you.
And that's a bad habit I've always had of just calling out BS, even in my normal life.
That's all I
You
do.
know,
That's my whole existence. That's why everyone hates me so much.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
I could point out
I'm
their good parts, but that's boring. So I just
That's what
leave
happened with
that
Joshua
alone.
Jones. Someone said the other day I was a shadow worker, and I put people face to face with the parts of themselves they don't like, and I think that's what happened with Joshua Jones. I brought out some things that about himself that he had trouble facing. That's all I can make of it. But I do that all the
I'm
time. Like,
I'm gonna have to go watch that again because I watched it 2 times already, and I still haven't
because he
decoded
let me figure out which one it was. It was the evening stream we did. We did a spontaneous evening stream.
because you wasn't going to be here the next day.
Yeah. So I think it was this one.
It was a nighttime one, wasn't it?
I'll put the link in the chat. Yeah, and the whole time, I mean, we fought about like 3 or 4 or 5 different things, so it could be any one of those things. But he got knocked off, like something happened with his phone, and we thought he rage quit
He
in the middle of
rage
the
quit,
stream.
yeah.
He came back, and we're like, "Oh, we thought you rage quit." And he's like, "Oh no, man, it was just my phone." And he kept going. And then, like 30 minutes after the stream ended, he posted something in the Discord saying, "I've decided that Jeff doesn't know what he's talking about, or something. I'm unsubscribing and leaving the Discord." So
Wow.
when he said that, no, I didn't rage quit, everything was fine. He was not being completely honest. There was something going on, because 30 minutes later he went and posted in the Discord that he is actually quitting. So who knows? It's not gonna. It doesn't make me any at all. So, like I said, that's one less genocidal tyrant I have to worry about.
Yeah, I haven't. That's some real beta shit too. You know,
It did. It looked child. It looked child. Like if he had a
real-
problem with me, he could have talked to me or whatever. But the way he did it, it was very vague, and it was just to like signal.
Yeah, it
or
was.
like-
It was like doing on the Discord like that, and the way what he said and the way he said it. Honestly, it was it was some real
Very
tough beta shit.
childish.
Take care, Grant. Yeah, it was good to see you. Come on someday. Yeah, I mean, but like all the shit he says, like his volcano fantasy, killing the wife, all that other stuff. Like I'm the least of his issues. Plus the other thing that happened is he had trouble on that stream before that one, that black stream he goes on, and he docks those people, and they all turned against him. So he's going on streams and sabotaging his own self and imploding his own standing with the streams. So I think it was just his way of like making me the scapegoat for something that's going on with him already.
Yeah, when he said it didn't make any sense in ways. He said I've come to realize that Jeff likes to talk about things that he believes he has knowledge of or something like that. I was just like, what?
He said my line of questioning, which my line of questioning was asking him about his own words coming out his mouth. So the reason I ask questions is because I don't know, and I'm asking to get more information. So again, I have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, that was just so weird. I don't know. Like his like, I mean, as like a fuck you sign off, it wasn't a very good one.
and he's welcome to talk to me privately or even come on stream anytime and hash it out.
Yeah.
And like I said, I didn't lose a wink of sleep over it.
Yeah.
Well, how could you when you didn't even know what the issue was?
Yeah, exactly. I don't worry
like,
about. I mean, people
argue with
come
him.
and go. This happens to me all the time. People get butthurt over something about me, and they go. And
we argue with people. We argue with him all the time, though. It's like it's not like he's ever been on the show whenever it was like just all like everybody was like being like super nice to each other and like it's not.
I have never held back once.
Yeah,
from Joshua. I have told him what I thought every single time
exactly.
something came up. I have been nothing but transparent. So
I would have. I guess I would have understood if before that if we didn't know him that well or something and we would all been really friendly and nice and everything. But every time he's ever been on, it's been contentious, and like we've all been friends afterwards. But at the same time, like he's always been he's always been a rather aggressive person. He's always been rather a little bit trollish, a little bit this and that, but at the same time, I always appreciate his perspective because of the fact that he does actually work in the government and stuff like that. And so like it's something, you don't necessarily see from in a lot of these parts of that, So, I mean, I do think that there was value to some of his appearances, but like I do not see how that one was somehow worse or something. That one was that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Or
Who
something
knows?
like,
He's a tactician and he has a master's degree in psychology. So who knows? Like, let him figure it out.
I mean, he's
going through. He has the expertise to cut through the bullshit. And honestly, me and him agree on most, like the philosophical and intellectual stuff. If you take out like the volcano genocide fantasy, we agree on most of the intellectual philosophical stuff. So this is some personal issue of him getting butthurt over something. What's up, Chris? How was your journey?
That's fine.
Did you see any cool people of Walmart?
No, it's this Walmart here is pretty.
Hey, Jeff.
Other Jeff. I've seen like
Walmart.
I've seen the people of Walmart thing, like the meme type thing in much more rural areas. Here in the city, like, it's pretty typically just like, I mean, I live in a largely minority neighborhood. Most people here are Mexican or black. So, I mean, like it's and most of them are still but it's still expensive enough where it's not like really low rent or anything. So, you see mostly like people of various, it's a fairly diverse group of people. And they're usually, everybody's dressed more or less, you might hear some of my pajamas, but for the most part, it's just people. I haven't seen anybody actually like having like a freak out or anything like that. None of that kind of shit. It's I mean, you do see the occasional person getting caught trying to steal and stuff.
Did they check your receipt on the way out?
Yeah, they do only do that if you don't have things in bag. If you have something that's not in a bag. But I did. I had a.
I don't. They. You know what? Like, okay, y'all gonna like this. They have no legal right to check the receipt, and I fight. I don't show it to them, and I fight every time. And sometimes, one time I got in a big old fight, and they chased me out into the parking lot, and I still didn't show them that receipt. So that is my act of defiance against something that's, they have no right to do.
I did that once when I had about $500 worth of stuff in the cart. I made them take it over there and give me all my money back.
I tell them no. They're like, "Can I see your receipt?" I'm like, "No," and I push my shopping cart right on out that door. And sometimes they try to fight with me.
Now, Sam's Club is different because it's built into their little membership agreement.
Yeah, you do agree to that whenever you pay for or sign up for Sam's Club membership.
If they want to charge me with shoplifting, if they suspect us and they want to charge me, then they need to do that. But I am not obligated to show a receipt.
Yeah,
well,
I think I have heard that before. Yeah, I don't know. I guess iPhi didn't.
I don't even go to Walmart. I don't go to any of those stores for that reason. It bothers me so much to be suspected of something just from shopping there. Like it totally turns me off from shopping at their store.
It's pretty bad when you got to put underwear in lockup. They do. They're Walmart's putting their underwear in glass cases. Yep. Because people are stealing drawers.
At the grocery stores here in Seattle, they had to put the ice cream under lockdown.
The ice cream
freezer, it was under lock and key, and you had to go get a person if you wanted ice cream.
Wow.
I have seen some places. It depends on like what's a higher retail theft. I think the one around here, like mostly, it's just like the razors that get locked up, like most places, and anything that's sex related. Yeah. There's just like I got a bunch of but the condoms and the Astroglide are all locked up. But and it's right over there by the pharmacy where it was actually, and I noticed that for the first time I haven't really looked in that section in Walmart in a long time, and I noticed like they have like a lot of sex toys in Walmart now. That was not something that Walmart used to sell.
I'm not surprised because the people at Walmart look like the type that would be buying sex toys.
I don't go looking for I don't go looking
I
for
don't
it,
either.
so I don't
I
know.
don't either. But like, I mean, I've never. I mean, like, it looked like where you can buy the condoms and lube and stuff in that same
Who
case. Like,
pays for condoms? These like you could get free condoms at so many places. I don't even know who would even buy
Not
condoms
around here,
anymore.
you can't.
yeah, I don't know any place
The
with free
gay
condoms around
bars
here.
had them. The clinics had them. The Planned Parenthood had them.
And we got none of those
All the
around
little
here.
gay stores have them.
There ain't
Maybe
no
it's the
gay
city.
stores here.
I've never paid for. I had tons of. You would just get them at the gay bar. They had a big jar at the counter going in by the cash register. You just grab as many you want. I had like a whole drawer full of condoms that I would take home and never use.
Crystal Shawn, I don't look at that. I mean, I don't. I mean, I was literally standing there waiting on the prescriptions. It's next to the
point, Jeff.
pharmacy. You can't like, you can't not see it. But like, I was just surprised at like the fact they had so many. Like, I mean, and it was like, I mean, it was generally like, I mean, it's about. It wasn't like as much as you see like a Spencer's Gifts, but it wasn't too far off. But I mean,
It don't surprise me.
they're all. I mean, they're all female oriented, of course. Which it actually brought that. I actually
What's
thought
the
about that.
female oriented? You talking about dildos?
Dildos, and there was something I'd never even seen before. They had something that was a I don't even know how to say it. It looked like this little tiny like it said it was an air sucking device for vaginal play. I don't know what that means.
Like an egg?
So, I don't know. I do not claim. I did not go. I did not, ask to see it or anything. I saw the outside of the box, and it said it was.
It's the demoralization of society, is what you're saying.
Oh,
Maybe.
it's just
I think it's fine. I don't have an issue with it. What I have an issue with is the fact that all of those are considered fine and okay to like be on display in Walmart. But I mean, even though I have the same reaction to it too, but like I feel I think they're gross as well. But at the same time, like it seems kind of like sexist that like they don't carry like ones for men, like the fleshlights and stuff like that. It seems like, I mean, if it's okay for women to have this stuff, why is it?
Yeah, that is
so
weird.
taboo?
That they wouldn't have any for men.
Yeah,
but no, like somebody using a dildo or a fleshlight, it's not doing anything to society.
Yeah, I don't think it's either myself, but I mean, I just think it's weird how like it's like you can have all these shapes and sizes you could ever imagine for women's stuff, but there isn't a single one that is actually geared towards men, and I think that's weird. Like it's like there was a sexism in that, right? Like it's like any device that that a man could use for that same purpose is considered too gross or too thing, but like anything, it's like this like weird like.
But that might be like
thing.
your particular Walmart, because all the sex stores up here they sell everything for everybody. Like I've never.
Maybe it is just the South. Maybe the South is just like that. I don't know. I never noticed it before. I don't. It's not.
Did you look very carefully? Like, did you scrutinize all the toys to make sure they didn't have some for men?
I mean, there was plenty of anal stuff.
The dildos might be more eye catching. Like they catch your eye when you.
I did not go up to the shelf and look really, really closely, but everything I saw, it was all colored in like the pink kind of. It was all looked like it was packaged for women, so maybe I made an assumption there, but I'm pretty sure. Like, I mean, you could tell they didn't have a picture of the item on. They just had like a silhouette of the item on the box.
Well, will you look next time you go to? Will you look next time and tell us? You can even like take a shot.
I thought about doing that too, but then I got distracted. But then the pharmacist called me back over there, and I was actually.
Well, you could even take a couple of products up to the pharmacist, and she'll tell you what they are.
Yeah, do a live.
No, they're under lock. They're under lock and key though. You have to call an employee over to get it out.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. No, you can't just buy them off the shelf. You have to go. You actually have to call someone to come over and unlock that's for the condoms, for the lube, or for the sex toys. So if you're gonna get one of those things, they're gonna make sure somebody knows about it. So. There's no, I don't know why you wouldn't just go to a Spencer's Gifts at that point. Right? Like, you could get any kind of weird ass thing you want in the world there. So, or just any one of those sex toy shops. I'm sure there's tons of them around here. I haven't been to one since I was a much younger man who thought it was funny to go in sex toy shops. I've never owned a sex toy, but still at the same time, I've gone in there. I went in there once to buy something. There was something.
Well, you got a wife, right?
Yeah,
but like
yeah, but we don't really.
You got a sex toy.
We don't really. I guess here you go. I guess I never thought of it like that before, Chuck. It's Good thing.
I was just
That's
being
incredible.
facetious.
I know you were, man. I know. Oh, how did we get to this? Yeah, it was my fault, Crystal.
Oh,
I started talking
I
about
don't
it
know.
because I saw it.
We
I
need-
saw it at Walmart.
Bill.
Utopia.
Utopia. Oh, anyway, yeah.
Oh, he needs
Bring
to
on
talk.
the leader.
Yeah, that's true. We should need to get Hank in on this.
Could you see Jack and Hank running Utopia?
Jack and Hank.
I-
Jack Talcott.
Yeah, as the leaders of utopian society.
Not Hank. No, I can't see Hank. I'm trying to imagine who, like, if Jack had a Jeffrey Epstein island where he could have people he wanted, like who those type of people would be. I don't think anyone from these
Hey, Joe.
streams.
So,
Hey,
guys,
Joe.
gentlemen,
Stream's over.
the stream's over. Joe,
Do you have anything? Do you have any knowledge you want to share about sex toys?
boy, did I pick the wrong time? I didn't edit it.
I was just.
I just saw you in Hot Tubby.
Oh, okay.
I
thought you were watching.
Oh, my time is bad.
Chris just got back from Walmart. He was telling us about his adventure in the sex toys section.
You're very brave to tell that story, there, bro.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
if you heard the whole story, you wouldn't think it was as brave as it sounds from there. But yeah, I just happened to see the fact that he read in there. That's really that was the whole story. But still,
I'm still
Now,
laughing
Talcott
at my
Island.
time. That's a good
Talcott Island
nugget.
would be a strange place.
what is that, a rock?
What is that?
That's
What strain is that?
That is an illegal substance, sir.
depends where you are.
Ice cream cake.
Uh,
I think I've done. Is that sativa or hybrid?
No, it's indica.
Oh, okay.
I can't tell the difference between any of the strains. People are always like, "Oh, you do this kind.
Oh
you
my
should try
god!
this kind."
It's
I can't
sativa
tell the
in it
difference.
night and day to me.
I can't do sativa, Joe. I don't like being the paranoid and all.
I
It's
thought
like
you were on
crack
sativa the
or
other
something.
day. You were like talking up the storm on one of those streets. You were like hosting Jack's show for him.
No,
Like,
right?
he's got to be on sativa right now.
Normally, if motherfucker give me the leeway, that's the shit I like to do. Normally I'm trying to, be reserved and let people talk. But I always got my own agenda. If you let me go,
you had Jack dancing in his chair that show. Because you just kept going and going, and he's like, let me in.
I think in a way though, because I was including everybody else, he couldn't throw his normal tantrum and stuff. He saw it was good for the show, so I think he relaxed a little bit and didn't boot me. Sometimes though, regardless of what the conversation is about, whether he has something to add or not, he just feels like it's my time. I've been silent too long. Shut the fuck up and let me talk about something that's probably not even germane to what you cats were talking about, but it's his show.
I've heard him do that.
about
I have definitely heard him do that a little bit. Like where like some people will bring up a point or a question and he'll act like he's going to respond to that, but instead he starts talking about something completely different. And it's like that is not a response to that question. I thought that before, like listening he's done that. He done that to me actually too, where I've made some sort of point and like he was like, but let me
he'll drag you to where he's comfortable.
And then he'll just go somewhere else entirely. I'm like,
he'll drag you to where he's comfortable. Watch where he goes. He'll go straight to where he feels most comfortable. It's interesting. Yeah.
I think he's got a one-track mind kind of thing. I don't think he's necessarily listening to the people that closely necessarily.
I don't know. I have a different experience with Jack, I guess.
Go ahead.
I think he's streaming. He's streaming in
I'm sure
half an hour.
I mean, I don't have a problem with him still. I still don't have a problem with him, but I mean, I just don't think he's always listening that closely. Unless somebody starts saying something personal about him or something like that, or something about his like somebody like Chuck or something, then he gets mad.
But I don't go to the personal. That's the thing. I know, but
you just mention things that he said in the past or something like that. You just bring up when I say personal, I mean things that he takes personally. I don't mean things that are
Jack's not the only one though. I noticed that a lot with the people on these trains, just humans in general. But
yeah, that's true.
This is his quote for the day. If y'all go on his stream, it's Action Thursday. He says the universe doesn't give you what you ask for with your thoughts. It gives you what you demand with your actions.
Oh,
and that's
Jack.
Miraboli.
No,
Very good.
that is a good line. That's a good quote. I mean, where he got that from? That's a good quote.
But he takes no action.
Exactly.
Ooh,
Well,
Jeff,
no,
what do
we
you
try to
say,
ask
Jeff?
him when we try to ask him his action plan. He doesn't.
He says that it
Hey,
requires he says everybody needs to be have more gratitude.
Oh, join the
whatever.
club, Reddington. That's cool.
Chris, you remember me and you? We were on the same show with
Yeah.
him,
Yeah,
and
he kept repeating that gratitude thing over and over again.
the way he treated you as the way he treated me with the same question about the
Yeah.
trademark.
I noticed. I remember that too. There,
Yeah.
no, I definitely noticed some kind of bias against you for whatever.
Yeah,
Big time, and I like the guy.
Of it.
yeah,
Yeah, I
same.
like him too. I don't know. I still don't have any issue with him. I mean, I
I-
guess I have issues. I did mention issues. I don't have an issue with him like as a person though. I don't take any of it personally on it. I don't take anything on the streams that personally. I don't know why. If you can't get on the streams, I mean, I guess the very first couple of times I actually started streaming, like I did have to I started adjusting my my expectations on streams and stuff and like that until like I kind of got it right. I can take things personally too. I guess I can get like occasionally. Occasionally people have said things that like that if I hadn't been like in like of the mentality I currently am, like that I said I could have seen in the past I could have gotten kind of butthurt about it, but I just don't take anything on the stream personally.
I want to say, man, when I'm saying these things about Jack and probably anybody else, I'm just making an observation. I hate that they take it away as an attack or so and so. I'm putting you down. I'm just making an observation, man. I love you, Jack. I love all you cats, man. Jack, I love you. I could not be intentionally trying to hurt you. I wish he wouldn't interpret it that way. Except for the love part.
Yeah. I'm not. I don't have that with anybody here. Nothing personal. No, Jack. I do like you though. I take up for you all the time.
Yeah.
I think yes, you do. You're really good at that. I think I literally think that I love every motherfucker, certainly every one of you motherfuckers, man. I'm telling you, if you had a problem, I'd make my way to you, man. I think I don't think there's no separation between the way I feel about my friend that I grew up with and the way I would feel about one of you cats. Once I think I see your heart and you're one of mine, it's over with, man.
Yeah, that's the way I am too. I've always treated friends like family, and it's gotten me in a lot of trouble actually. I mean,
Me too.
I have people take advantage of it, and they will totally abuse that.
Oh yeah,
that
yeah.
love. But I still, it's kind of like I try to adjust and try to be more careful. But I do it. I'll end up doing it again someday.
You're gonna get.
Do you ever get like screwed over, or does that make you vulnerable to?
Yeah, does it? How do you react if you do get screwed up? Because it's your lot in life. If your goal is to help other people,
Yeah.
What happens when they screw you over?
You get more cautious, and you end up doing less and less.
And whenever they cross a line, like in many cases it's something I should have done a lot sooner than I did. But when people cross a certain line, I do have to cut them out. It's always painful as hell. I mean, I still it makes me incredibly sad every single time. It never doesn't like it's never even if I'm angry at a moment, like by the time I get to the place where I have to actually cut them out, I'm not angry anymore at that point.
Right.
I am.
It's just logic.
Sad. It's just it's something I have to do because I have to protect my family and stuff.
That's just healthy boundaries.
Yeah.
Right.
And Jeff, Jeff, you can come up too if you want. Dog Jeff.
Yeah.
What happened to iPhi? He did like
We
the
started talking about
conversation.
sex toys, and he.
Yeah. See.
Yeah, I ain't. This ain't for me.
I don't even think that. I think he left before that even started.
Yeah.
He left when we were just basically just talking about like.
Well, he had plenty of time today.
Yeah. He left pretty suddenly on the show yesterday too. So I mean,
I think I saw his little tail wiggling between his legs on his way out too. He tried to get me on a debate about gay rights.
Yeah, I heard that was the last thing I heard before I had to leave the panel.
My impression was he was trying to tie it all back to homosexuality.
And negative or positive or what?
Well, he was talking about everything but. He was supposed to tell me why homosexuality was such a big problem. And he talked about everything but. He talked about the trans and the kids and story hours and religions having to bake cake, but he didn't actually say why just normal, ordinary gay people
Would that be Jeff? He has arguments with other people. He sees shit maybe on TikTok or whatever, and he has an argument, a counter argument to what they say. And while you're trying to talk about one thing, instead of battling your argument, he's battling
battling
these
the
counter
argument that he has in his head,
arguments
yeah.
in his
He's
head.
playing
he's
every
using-
card
he's-
except what's in front of his
He's
face.
using Jeff because Jeff is gay, so he's using Jeff as a stand-in for all the people that he sees that piss him off on like
Yes,
yeah.
and not just gay people. It would be trans. It would be so and so. Jeff represented all that at the moment. Yeah.
I've never offended with the gay community. Please don't take me as a representation of the community, because I do not. All right, I'll be right back. Go pee.
I mean, I mean, Jeff is to me. I mean, like he's been. I mean, I've been really good friends with a lot of like gay men and women, and I mean, I've always gotten along really well with lesbians for some reason. I don't know why, but I've been really
let me ask you. I wanted to ask Jeff, but I'll ask you, Cats. The people always ask me is racism, is it getting better or worse? And I have an opinion. But for gays, is it getting better or worse?
Oh, I think it's a lot better now than,
I think
than
so.
it was when it was whenever I was growing up, for certain. Like,
However,
I mean, like,
the recent issues is making it worse.
yeah, it is. There has been a shift back in the other direction where it started crawling back. I mean, like it's been pushing the thing a little bit back further the other direction because once again it's conflated with trans issues and like the other stuff like that, and all that stuff gets, and then suddenly it just leads people down this path, and like they trace it back to people being gay, and therefore if there weren't people that were gay, then this other stuff wouldn't exist. So that's where they end up. They
I
go
see
to the root of it.
lesbian and gays be saying, "Why would you throw us in with transgender and whatever the other letters?"
It being gay, right? Yeah, being gay. Yeah, it's completely.
That's what Jeff was saying earlier. Don't lump the different pieces into the same boat.
Yeah,
but racism. I grew up in the '60s, Joe. I seen racism.
Me too.
It's a lot better
late
these
60s.
days.
I was 3 in the 60s, so I didn't really see it. But I was born in the 60s.
Yeah. You probably saw. I mean, like even early '80s, there was definitely more probably noticeable racism. At least like on television and stuff. I mean, but it was more like. But I mean, still, it generally. So writing something. I say more in 5 minutes than I say in a week. I don't mean to talk so fast. I don't mean to, but I do. But racism, man. I've seen it. I've seen it more like when I was a kid on television and stuff growing up, and I've seen it more amongst like the soft racism of low expectations thing. I see that a lot.
Excuse me, guys.
I see that kind of shit a lot. I see a lot of the shit of like where like there's like where people, I see the racism of whenever people like literally like they want to treat people of minority status as special because like they don't think they can keep up or whatever, and that kind of shit. I hate that crap. But in terms of like actual like outward racism, even in growing up in the South, in like the actual rural South, like I mean I've seen it so rarely that and usually when you see it, it's like a crazy person, like like that's basically they're probably schizophrenic or something like that. They're probably not even like actually racist. They're just like crazy.
But I can remember when it was everyday issue. I mean, it was just part of life.
Right.
Were you
It was.
You were in school before desegregation? Did you go to separate?
Me?
Yeah, schools.
No, I was after desegregation.
Yeah, I was at White Flight when I don't remember this, but when we moved into my neighborhood, which is solid black now, it was mixed. We had white neighbors on both sides of the house. The milkman was still used to come. We had it all companies and everything. Marlboro, Tootsie Roll. It was a bunch of companies and shit. All of them left. All the white folks left. All the schools shut down. It's just a desolate fucking wasteland since the white folk left.
Well, wow. Joe, East St. Louis used to be 100% white. I remember that.
I got.
We used to ride.
I'm sorry, I got relatives there, so I'm familiar with it now.
We used to ride a trolley to over to East St. Louis to go to the W.T. Grant store.
I don't know the stores. I went a couple years ago. I went to St. Louis, East St. Louis. I got relatives there, so I go every few years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I know. Listen, and it's solid black now. In fact,
Yes, it
uh,
is.
when I was going, I didn't even know where my aunt lived because it had been so long. And we got off. I wanted to stop at the corner store to grab something. I was with my dad. I was probably a teenager. So it was already been black for a while. And I got out on the corner. I just saw a bunch of people that looked like me. And I was like, you know what, just come back and get me, man. He was like, it's right around the corner. I was like, okay. And it was nightfall before he came back. I was so at home. I had hung out with people I didn't even know the entire day. I like it, like that, bro. My old man's he don't like he died last year. He don't like black folk. He don't like his own. He think that me, cats who wear their pants baggy and don't follow the government are the worst thing to ever happen to society. He hated me his entire life. And he had a stroke. And the other kids didn't take care of his ass. I was the one who stuck up and took care of him. Stood up
Been
and
there,
took.
done that.
He cried. He cried. It was,
Yep.
so.
I've been in the same situation, Joe.
Jeff, I had a question for you, Jeff. We were asked when you left that people asked me, is racism getting any better? And I wanted to ask you, do you think it's getting better for gays?
Oh, absolutely.
That's what we said too. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, hands
Yeah.
down.
We're
Even
saying
like 20 or 30 years ago, it's almost a like the world it's almost boring now. People have
It
moved on. It's
is.
not even a thing anymore. I
Yes.
fought for that my whole life. I'm so proud of the progress.
I love it. I love it. It gives me hope, man, because I feel like progress has been made on my front with the race shit, but it's still horrible, horrible, horrible. I mean, people you talk to every
The
day, like
racism?
you cats, yes,
It must
and
be in pockets. Like
Yeah,
it's
because like
bad up
even
here too in a different way because the white people they've never grown
yeah,
up around black people. They
it's like
treat them like alien
it's the
beings.
leftist racism that I see more than anything. But like even like we had a town, okay, we had a town that was right north of Texarkana where I spent most of my youth, right? And like, whenever I was a kid there, it was still considered like what they call a sundown town kind of thing, like
yeah,
where
yeah,
Yep,
it's
yep,
this tiny
yep.
little it was a tiny little piece of shit town that had one gas station. And whenever I was a kid, it was like it was a known fact that if you were black, you didn't stop at gas station kind of thing. But by the time like I'd moved away from there and we lived there for a little while again whenever after my first daughter was born. And and uh and while we were living there, like I mean it was that town was mostly black at that point. And like there weren't and like the gas station was owned by a black person. And like I mean like the whole town and everything had completely integrated. And like even though there were still people still talked about it as though it was like this really racist place, but you could clearly see that
yeah,
like nobody gave a shit anymore. It's just like I mean it's all about like I mean it's like he's like Jeff was saying, it's like up in the north, like people like they it's like they've never been around a black person before. So they wanted to put these kid gloves on, and they treat them all like they're
Yeah.
like special little like
Well,
they're
well, you know the
like
the
they're
color
fragile,
challenged,
rubs off.
like they're challenged in some way. Like they're
yeah,
like
ceramic dolls or something,
yeah, like
porcelain dolls or
they have to be
Yeah.
treated
It's the
very
something.
color
very
purple
gently and
racism, the
special
Miss Millie
because
racism.
yeah
But
it's
Well, you
here,
get too you
I'm
get too
sorry, Chuck.
close and the color rubs off. Don't
right,
you
yeah,
know?
exactly. If you hang out too much, I mean, if that was possible, like I mean, all of my friends there for the longest
All of
time were
you
all
have a
black. I mean,
dirt on
I
you
was working with rappers and shit like that, like,
now.
and yet I never I never got any more. People, but
Y'all didn't.
I
nobody
heard you.
ever
Y'all
treated. I
didn't let
mean,
me finish though. Y'all didn't.
I was
Go
proudly the
ahead,
token white
Joe.
guy. I was proudly the
Yeah.
token white guy.
Yes.
I made no excuses about the fact that I was white as hell.
Yeah.
But
I meant more systematically all the fucked up shit. Like now, any voters registration, any voters rights and shit that black people fought for in the '60s, they're rolling them all back now. As far as being targeted, loans, fucking tickets, jail, so and so, all those numbers are going up.
really,
They are tearing black motherfuckers and Hispanics apart. I mean, like crazy numbers. Like when you go look at let's say stop and frisk, it's over with now. The reasons it's over is they looked at who they stopped and frisked. 94% minority. Traffic tickets in some of these white suburbs with 5% black population, 95% of the tickets go to black people. I mean, these are
Right.
like crazy statistics still going on right now.
In what cities are you seeing those statistics at? I'm just curious because like
Yeah. I'll give you a good one. Here's one you could look up recently nationwide. The statistic about the cops pulling over in the suburbs
Oh no,
surrounding
I know.
Chicago.
I meant like I mean, do you see that yourself like in the city you live in and stuff like that, or
Yes, I do
is
because
it
I
just
live in Chicago, and we're
oh, in
solid
Chicago? Okay,
black where
yeah.
I am, and I'm literally a mile from the suburb, and all the surrounding suburbs are white. Generally, X amount of black, but you cross that border and it's white. So I see it every day. I go over there because we don't have grocery stores. I'm in a like ghetto, so we wouldn't have a Jewel. We don't have a Burger King. The shit you can't
Like
take for granted.
the food desert kind of thing, right? Yeah, yeah.
Yes, everything's a bodega or a gas station or whatever. So I do a lot of shit over there. I shop over there, and as soon as you cross the street, there's a sign that says "loud music, $800 fine." That's for black people. Immediately, if you're black, you
No,
recognize.
no, no, no. I
And
call
this
BS on that
this
one.
is where I started when I said it wasn't getting any better because y'all cut me off as soon as I said when I talk to
I'm
people like
sorry.
you.
I apologize.
No. It's great. It worked out. It's the way
Well,
it should have. Not yet,
where
Chuck.
I lived,
Chuck. Not
Wait,
yet. Not
let
yet,
him
Chuck.
okay.
finish. Let Joe finish.
Well, yeah. When I was saying people like you, I was saying I could talk to the best motherfuckers in the world, and you try to tell them about how fucked it up is, and they don't even believe it. That's what, in that sense, hasn't got no fucking better, man. Uh,
Well, but where I lived, it was the white guys with the loud music. Even though
you,
it was a predominantly black neighborhood I lived
uh,
in, it
uh,
was the white guys with these mega stereos built into their cars that were booming
yeah,
24/7,
Me
yeah.
too,
and
actually.
they were the
Yeah.
ones
Uh,
catching the ticket.
anyone on this panel, think as I described it, the black neighborhood is right here. The white
Yeah.
neighborhood is here. And upon entering, there are signs saying loud music, the 800 fine. Anyone think that was there? That was there for the white folk?
What were
I think it
were
was there for
people
both.
getting in trouble for it or playing their music? I don't think it should be there at all. But
I
Yeah.
wasn't saying shit. It should be obvious to you that it was there for black motherfuckers. And as proof, not only did they put the signs up, all the main streets they go through, you can still go through down the main street, but the side streets used to go through. They cul-de-sac them all. So we can't just drive into the fucking neighborhood. You get one block into that
Oh,
motherfucker.
they did that in East St. Louis at one time.
Well, go ahead,
Close
Chuck.
tried to
Maybe I've been
close.
talking too much.
They tried to close all the streets off, like you're talking about,
Yeah.
and the feds came in and put an end to that.
Wow.
To exactly
Wow.
what you're talking
I would
about.
get a
That
bunch
was
of my
some
white
some
friends
BS.
and go
You couldn't
play a
even.
bunch of music.
Uh, you should know that the recent study I was about to mention, they took crimes that go across the board that couldn't be related to race, like just weed, drunk in public, whatever all races do, and they did studies on those just to because black motherfuckers do powdered heroin more, white motherfuckers do powdered cocaine more, or whatever. So those they didn't put in a study. They wanted shit that's across the board. Uh, and they found out that a white motherfucker, when stopped, was 4 times more likely to have drugs than a black person. However, the black person is 7 times more likely to be pulled over. Right? There's a bunch of them. I'm starting to get high, and my memory's fading because I'm smoking this blunt. But there are a bunch of really good ones from that one study. They'll probably come to me, and it's
No,
only been out a few months, so
I mean,
everybody's
it's
talking
just,
about it.
it's just hard to, it's just, I mean, I guess it's hard to believe for people like us because we don't see it and we literally, I mean, I grew up, I grew up with and like, and mostly, most of my friends have been like, I mean, I've been friends with a lot of white people too, but I've friends with a lot of black people, like, and it's just bizarre to think of it in those terms whenever like you
But
don't
listen,
see it,
you think
but
you
it's more subtle than we
yeah
see it.
you think it's subtle, but you take and they did this. This is done recently. Guy, and this is only a month or two ago too. Family was trying to sell a house. They priced it at like 276 grand or something like that. They said it was way too low. They took out the pictures of their family, put in pictures of white people, had them come back almost $1 million. These things are
Whoa.
real. I shouldn't have to tell white people this. Your ignorance does not
But Joe,
change.
didn't you
It
say it
does
was
not.
getting better?
Yes, it's getting. Oh,
Whoop, he disappeared.
He went black.
He hit the wrong button.
am I back? Am I back yet? All right.
Yeah, you're back, Joe.
I was trying to hit the top of the screen. As I did, a comment came down from YouTube Studios, and as my hand touched it, took me over to YouTube Studios.
Yeah, I got
Yep,
you.
Uh,
yep. Not the first
it's
time.
getting better. It's getting better in the sense that white folk are like the gay thing. You know, they're used to seeing you. You don't run into that overt shit every day, but it hasn't slowed down. Um, what's the word? It's throughout the
Systemically?
systemically, yes, systemically in the
Yeah.
government and all of that shit hasn't slowed down. There, you know, they haven't started. You know, they all these laws, whether you guys believe it or not, many of them were put in for racist reasons. There was racist times back then. They came from Nixon's eras, and the drug war on drugs. That
No,
was
no doubt. I
killing
mean,
me in mind mostly.
yeah,
They weren't
no,
targeting white motherfuckers, they're targeting black motherfuckers. They built a whole empire off that shit.
yeah,
None of these things are being reversed. I get that you guys are used to seeing black people now, but nothing's changed. You're not calling me the hard R. You don't even think like that about me. However, every aspect remains the same in my life. I still get called the crazy stuff, especially when I go out of town and shit, the hard R and all of that shit.
really.
But
Man,
Mm.
I do.
I'm so sorry to
But
hear that. I really am.
nah, it's not a big deal. It's the right guy, right? I'll be feeling like God put me here for a reason. But the way folks that took me in, white folk, bikers, whatever stereotype that was supposed to be, don't like me. Nah, that's just gone. Every motherfucker's inviting me to their cribs. After one night, I might have 8 white motherfuckers stay at my house. Stay at my house.
Right.
So that's just not happening, right? That's the people that jump up on panel and call you the hard R. That shit's rare. But systemically, I think that was the word. Yes, it's brutal still. And if I tell you cats it's weird, y'all think, yeah, I don't see it. It's normal. It's so fucking strange.
Yeah. Well, I apologize for that. you know, it is a blind spot definitely. If it's something that like
Uh,
I don't.
I
I obviously, as a white person, I don't experience it obviously that same way. So like, I can't. I obviously can't speak to it in that same
yeah,
sense. So
Well,
yeah.
Joe, what needs to change, Joe?
The conversation, I think it's as simple as I wish you motherfuckers would get over the white guilt shit. Not you per se, because white people now are the
I'm very
greatest
white. I
shit in
don't
the
have
world. The conversation has to occur, and that's what everybody seems so afraid. We black folk had that animosity where we act like we want to blame you. You motherfuckers did this. I'm sorry, I just met Jeff. Well, but you hear me talking about other people, right? When I'm talking to you motherfuckers, Joe, I ain't known you a month. So we bring that, and you guys bring the man. That shit happened years ago. Ain't my father didn't own slaves. And you bring that, and the conversation never seems to be able to take place. We need to be able to have a conversation about what caused us to get here. And it come from the 60s, war on drugs, the shit we alluded to, and how do we get around it? And then that's the conversation should be short. And then we get on with, we are all slaves, we are all poor, it's us against them. But like in Germany, I'm sorry if I'm talking too much, but in Germany, I asked a lot of people over there, how come you motherfuckers, the Jews, don't hate y'all and y'all ain't? He's like, we in school, it's part of the curriculum. You must learn about this shit. We go to the camps. They don't let us forget. Here in America, it's never even been admitted that nothing was done wrong. Motherfuckers wait till 70 years later or something before they'll even, and even talk about, when they can say, oh, they were wrong back then.
We learned about all that. You talking
Yeah.
about like slavery and civil rights?
I did in school for me, but I mean, I can't speak for every person, obviously.
I would say more civil rights shit would be where it's at. All that shit in the 70s. Like for instance, what do you guys, Martin Luther King or Malcolm X? You got a preference?
Actually, I mean, I've read really good things from both of them, honestly. Like especially like Malcolm X later in his life, as he some of his later, his earlier stuff where it was kind of like it was kind of angry and stuff. But
Yes.
he was a really smart
When he
motherfucker, man.
done when he
Yeah,
woo, when he came back from
some of his
Mecca.
later writings are really really fucking good, and
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
but I mean Martin Luther King, I mean they're all both super intelligent people that really I think had some really great things to say. But I mean, I can't say that I'm not an expert. I
Yeah.
haven't. I've read, but it's people even on since I started coming on panels, a couple of people pointed me out to a couple of things, a couple of like papers stuff or interviews or stuff with Malcolm X, where he does some stuff that I was like blown
It
away.
is
But just like
so
how
good.
clearly he saw it.
And most of
Did
that was
you
after Mecca, by the way. He went to Mecca. And when he was here, at first, he didn't like white folks. He thought you cats were the devil. And then he went to Mecca and he saw all races. He noticed that Muslims are white and all of that shit. He got out into the world and he came back and he was like, oh my God, I'm so fucking sorry. I'm an idiot. I drank next to, my white brother. I prayed next to my white brother. I was wrong. I plan on making shit better. And I'm with you. It's like he had a whole different mindset. The cat was brilliant.
And it's weird.
He,
It's weird that that's when they took him out too. It's
and that's
like
immediately when they
yeah.
took him out.
Yeah, like he suddenly stopped. It's like they wanted him there whenever he was
That the
angry
division that
and
was
bringing the
okay,
division
but
up.
when he
But
talked
yeah,
to unity shit,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
And Malcolm had it, in my opinion. Malcolm had the unity thing. The peace is always the better way. Even though I grew up a fan of Malcolm because I was young and hot, peace is always the better way. But as far as intellect, I think Malcolm had him beat. Right, I think just Malcolm was just smarter than him, higher IQ type shit.
Oh yeah, I think I agree with that. Like he was an extremely intellectual person. Like I mean like I said I didn't know about until I mean I did learn about Malcolm X and Martin Luther King in high school, but I didn't know much about
But
like
they don't,
his
yeah.
later turn. Like that movie didn't really do many favors either in a lot of way. It kind of presented him more in a less, I think, in somehow, even though that was like made. It seemed like it's the movie X, the one with Denzel Washington. It kind of presented him as much more of a
Get it out.
angry
You ain't
person.
said it. Come on, focus and say yes.
I
I
just
thought that's
it's
what you
pretty
were
much,
going to say. Yeah.
but yeah, just a much more angry person than like
Yeah.
I think he was near the end of his life, and it seemed
I
like
appreciate it though. I appreciate it like a son bitch. I'm glad they threw that angry guy, the dope dealer guy, and all of that shit. And other people talked about it at the time. That you're gonna make him look like this, and people are gonna. That was necessary though. I thought, man, you needed to see that. It was such a part of his fucking life. And I don't know if they touched on his childhood. No, I don't think they did. But that molded him a lot too, man. His old man was like a preacher who used to fight. The KKK used to hate him because he was kind of like us, who would voice his opinion and shit. And it didn't bow down, and they killed him. And you probably know that. They killed his old man and said it was a suicide or something. It was dumb. All that shit I thought added to who the guy is. Uh, oh man, it's so interesting. I love that dude so much. Read so much about him. Stories. I can't talk right now because there's the Muhammad Ali story when he met Muhammad Ali over there in Mecca. Uh, uh,
yeah.
Elijah
That was
Muhammad.
the movie about all the movie about Muhammad Ali really handled him really well. I thought that was really interesting. Like that was a really that movie is not. People don't talk
I
about the movie. That
forgot
movie is
about
good.
that. That's right.
Will
That's
Smith
right.
was fucking good in that movie. He was
Yes.
real fucking good in that movie.
Yes.
Yeah, but it covered his meeting with Malcolm X in
Ali,
the movie.
yes, he went. They were happy to see him. Then he thought about it because Elijah Muhammad told him, he was excommunicated and shit. And then he kind of turned on him. It's like, why you do that, brother? He got an attitude and all that bullshit about it. And Ali, he had his issues. Ali, in my opinion, because he was under Elijah Muhammad too, the same guy who Malcolm X was under, and he taught segregate. He taught, separate. White motherfuckers will never accept you, and all. He has, and what I would assume, what I think are wrong ideas. But
Yeah, no, there is some I mean, there's obviously a lot of disinformation that gets spread around about a lot of that stuff. I mean, there's a lot of bullshit, but I do think that I mean,
he said that himself. You can catch him saying it on I don't know. He's on a million talk shows. But I was watching.
I guess I misunderstood what you were saying.
No, Ali. He was saying segregate, separate. White people shouldn't be with black people. They never gonna accept you anyway. We do better with our own. They do better with their own. No, white people shouldn't have babies together. and black. What's gonna happen to them babies? He was like that out of his mouth, right? We ain't got to go by what other people assumed. Out of his mouth, he would say shit like that, which I think is crazy, man.
Oh yeah.
Are
I
you
didn't. I
sure
didn't.
A
I
that's
lot
didn't.
of people thought that way though,
Yeah.
on both sides.
Yes.
There's people today still talking about that. The current like people like what's it the fucking the Ibram X Kennedy and people like that are basically saying they can't say
Yep.
kind of shit. Like they want like they you know like they started like it was starting to become these segregated proms and shit. They started doing these last few
Yeah,
years.
they
You know?
still doing that goof ass segregated proms and bullshit. When I was born, 2 states, it was still illegal. Interracial marriage was still
Well, it
illegal.
was just a few years ago where there's even high schools that run programs that if you ain't black, you can't take this class,
Yeah,
or
because
if
they
you
were
ain't white, you
yeah,
can't take this class.
and they
That
don't
is
and
interesting.
how black do you have to be?
right
I,
exactly like
I,
yeah.
And what
I
knowledge
don't
could be
know.
only for black folk or for white folk? That's what I'm curious
I got
about.
a drop of black.
It had to
Right?
do
Do
with
I get 15 minutes of class? You know what I'm saying?
it, it was like a history, some sort of history classes
I
at
don't
some high
Yeah,
understand why I
school.
would
because
keep it
there's
just to one race. I don't
they,
understand the logic.
it's
I
just
understand some bad
segregation,
logic,
just
not good
segregation,
logic.
but they changed the language, so now it's safe spaces for like black
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
they
you
do.
go.
white
They do black and
spaces,
white
and
caucuses here. They separate the black people, put them in a room, and like that's segregation. Being from the South, I know that is segregation.
Me too,
Yeah,
Joe.
progress.
Joe, do you know who LeVar Burton is?
I do Star Trek roots, yeah.
Yeah, I was watching a program the other day that there's this program that takes these actors and famous people and they run their
DNA.
family history. Yeah,
Yeah.
they do their family history on him.
Yes, and they do it
Well,
really well.
they did
They're
his, and
really good
they
at it.
let him know that his great 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 grandfather was a Confederate soldier, a white
Really?
Confederate. Yeah,
Great.
and they asked him, says, "Well, what do you think about this news?" And he said, "This is something I got to digest."
I think
It
it's great.
totally,
He played Kunta Kinte in Roots, right?
yes, yes,
That shit is huge to black folks, especially back in that era. How great is it that it turned out that God gave him a great great Confederate in real
that
life?
was one
It's
of the
great.
that was one of the points he said. He said, "How ironic that I played Kunta Kinte, and then it turns out I have a white ancestor."
So God got a sense of humor, bro. He does.
yeah, and
We
like
just don't always see it.
I really hate it when I see like these. I think that's some of the most racist stuff is like whenever they're too scared to like to put the history up as it was, period, or as we know it to be.
True
Like
Yeah.
history.
like what was that movie that came out not that long ago that was literally about called the Woman King, I think, or something like that. But it was about it's about an African tribe that, like, literally, historically speaking, like, actually sold their own. They actually sold slaves to the white people. But it portrayed the whole thing as like this tribal, this woman-led black tribe of African people fighting against the colonizers and stuff like that. And even though they were actual slave traders in real life, and it's just
Right.
like.
Well, even
That's an interesting thing to make a story about.
It's,
But to wash it like in that way,
yes.
you're taking away so much from it, and
Yes.
you're only doing because you think because you think people think it's
Children. You think
racist
the
because people
audience are children and can't get it. It's, they're
yeah
too
well
they can't handle it.
sensitive. Yeah.
even one of the biggest slave traders during the Confederate War was black. That
I
was
didn't.
doing
I,
slave trading, but yet
oh,
it's
I was
hard to
learning.
find the research on it.
Yeah. I know some of the slave owners were black. Some of the big
Yeah,
slave
Hmm
owners were
black
black.
slave owners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And of course, there was, of course, granted, slavery. There's no getting around the fact that slavery was a horrific, horrible thing that
It's
existed
nothing
for
to do with
so
white,
ways.
black, though, right? If
Yeah,
blacks had been in the same position as whites back then, we'd have assumed the same oppressor role.
Well,
It's nothing to do with your fucking race, man. That's the shit that gets under my
yeah,
skin.
because at one time there was what a huge Irish slave trade, wasn't there?
It
yeah.
wasn't an
Where the
Irish.
Irish,
I don't know about no Irish slave trade, but I know they had the shit in. They were the what do you think, caste society over here, spit
Yep.
on them, no
Yep.
Irish and no dogs allowed. They were treated real shitty. But they come over here on a boat on their own. I don't know where they were being traded as slaves at.
And of course, they had indentured slaves as well. Of course, that were
Yes.
all colors and races were
Yes.
could be
And
put into indentured slavery. So
there was
You
a
know
lot of
what?
white folks side by side with them slaves. What happened to them though, and they were able to, once the shit was over, when slavery ended, they went into the other side. And if you got the dark shit, you just couldn't meld it to society. It was unsuccessful,
no.
bro. Yeah.
I know
You know what an indentured servant is?
I do, but I'd
It,
like to hear you say it.
last year here in Tennessee, they just took a law off the books from the 1800s
Yeah.
that about being an indentured servant, whether you was white or
Wow.
black. If I owed
Wow.
you money and I didn't have the money to pay you,
Right.
I had to go work for you as a slave until my debt was repaid.
Yes. And they had so
I
many
mean,
ways though, because you got to live there to work. You're probably on his or
mm-hmm.
his friend's property, and they charge you for that. Any supplies you buy, if it's not from his store, someone that he knows, or the company so and so, and they'll give it to you on credit till you get there, overcharge you for that. They'll keep you an extra, 10 years being a fucking slave.
Yep.
Yep. It's fairly, it's not even that far back in our history. It is crazy how it's crazy to me. Just like
It's crazy that, I'm sorry, going back here, that white folk don't see how fucked up it is now. 40 years from now, you niggas are brilliant. Every 40 years you can look back to the 60s and be like, oh my god, that was so shitty. But the white people back then, and indoctrinated black motherfucker too, why you coming down here stirring up our good niggers? They love it here, everything's peaceful. Look, they got their own fountain, we got ours, everything's perfect. Now we look back like, holy shit, it's so obvious. You guys do that every 40 years. 40 years from now, white motherfuckers look back and now be like, how'd they let that shit go on? They didn't do shit about it. That's that's what's happening. It just repeats. It's a cycle, Joe. You can't stay oblivious to what's going on. It's weird.
I don't treat people differently.
You need to pay attention to these
Who do
things.
you
So in
think's
my
gonna make?
absence, when the
Who do
black
you
man
think's
motherfucker
gonna?
ain't in the room, I need white motherfuckers saying these stats, fighting my battle. We have small percentage. I am not in the room that you are. Some white motherfuckers who are racist
I'm
feel
not.
more
I'm not.
liberal. People who are blind feel more liberal to say a thing. If it's all whites in the room, I need you guys fight my argument the way I fight gay motherfuckers, man, all my life. I've been
You got
fighting
the
gay
wrong white
fucking
people
argument.
though, 'cause we're not in those rooms either.
No, I'm talking about you in
that's true.
specific. I didn't
Oh,
misspeak.
who do you think's
I'm
gonna
not wrong.
make it better, Biden or Trump?
Oh my God.
That's a rough one, right?
No, both are so horrible.
That's
All
so
right,
rough.
they're so horrible. But
Biden hadn't done shit.
listen, this is why I'm gonna say Biden. I wouldn't vote for him, but I'm gonna say Biden
Oh,
because he ain't done shit and he won't do shit. Shit will stay the same. Trump wins, these leftists are going to literally call for blood. They are literally going
No,
to
that's a
lose their
very good point.
fucking mind.
That's a
The
very good point.
right is going to politically, they are going to use they're going to investigate these niggas and come up with so many cases to get revenge for the way the left treated them. It's going to be, and that's just the start.
Yeah, it's going to be this back and forth. No, I completely agree. I think I mean, of course, I don't want Trump to win anyway. I don't want either to win.
I don't want either to win.
I really wish they'd both. I mean, not to be not. I
Wouldn't
really
in
wish
the
I really wish their
running at
the
least.
natural end of their
Why-
life would come.
yeah. Watch what you
They would
say now.
naturally reach the end of their life very shortly from now. Okay, they're not through any external means, but naturally.
Old age, natural causes.
Yeah, they were both old enough to like. There's plenty of people that die of old age at their age, and I think that I really wish of natural causes they would pass away.
Biden is a zombie. Wouldn't it be exciting to see him have to do another 4 years? Somebody would have to have a hand up his ass and work him like a puppet by the 4th year, bro. He'll never survive.
I can remember when I was in the service, we had a 5-star general named Omar Bradley, and they bring him out for parades and stuff to review the troops. This dude looked like a corpse in a wheelchair. He had no idea where he was at or what planet he was on. But because of his position, he got wheeled out like a trophy.
Oh, yeah, we just had. I mean, we had Strom Thurmond in the government forever until that
Oh my
guy was a
God.
walking corpse, and then
Wait.
just recently the woman that just passed away. What's her name?
Feinstein.
The Democrat.
Yes.
Feinstein.
Yeah, Feinstein. Like, and she was like, she was clearly like she was catatonic in the government before she passed away. I mean, she was like, there's
Yes.
a video of her sitting there like this, whereas and then her daughter's next to her, like doing the actual voting and stuff. So she's not even like, it's not even legal. I mean, it's completely bullshit. Hey, Mitch.
Let's see, can he be legal? Oh shit! I was thinking about
Well,
some
Joe,
shit.
you know who Melvin Price is if you're from Illinois, don't you?
Don't ring a bell.
He was that senator or a representative from Illinois for like 100 years. That
No,
seemed like.
that's what I want to ask. I don't
But
remember that cat.
he was in that wheelchair, and he couldn't do anything. His, like Chris was saying, his aides were voting for him, handling all of his business because he was not here. He was just in a wheelchair, strictly as a holding a spot.
Strom
we
Thurmond.
need to get rid of the whole lifetime judge thing too. So for the
Yeah.
there
That's the
needs
most
to be
insane, crazy
yeah.
shit in the world. Strom Thurmond, wasn't he that really racist fuck when he was young?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, he's a
Oh,
KKK
yeah.
leader.
Right.
And he just somehow just kept
He-
getting reelected, even though like there was
Yes.
like you know.
Yes.
I mean,
Well, he did
Yes.
turn finally, I think, didn't he?
He did what?
His views on
Yeah,
racism finally
he got with the
changed.
times eventually, I guess, which is a surprising for him.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far, guys. I would say he was way over here. This is normal. And he got drugged a little bit, but nowhere did maybe he learned
okay, I'll give you that.
maybe he learned to exist among motherfuckers and all that, but no way when he got drunk was he talking about black folks, we're equal. I swear to God, we're the same. No way Dad said that
Well,
shit.
hell, you remember when Howard Cosell had that famous line
Yes.
during that football game? They were bred that way.
Is that what it was? I forgot. But I remember he got in trouble. I didn't like it.
He was talking about how black people were bred to play sports.
Yeah. Jimmy the Greek too. That's what popped in my head.
Jimmy did that too.
Yeah, Jimmy said something silly too. But Jimmy said what you're saying there too. He said about what you got to think if they were slaves and they worked and where they are from Africa, they work harder to be in their genes. He laid it out the way you can lay out now safely, I think. But it was too early, bro. It was too early.
Yeah, Gary pointed out that Joe Biden actually served as a junior senator under Strom Thurmond. That's yeah.
Thank you.
Biden was all for the separate busing and everything like that.
I thought Biden was also Strom. I don't know why.
He's the one that said you're not black if you don't vote for him.
Yes, he is the worst. He is the worst.
Wasn't he the one that was talking about putting the chains back on them? Biden talking about putting the chains back on the black people. I didn't hear that for office.
When did he say that?
Yeah, it was when he was running for president.
Oh,
yeah, I'd be on
time.
Yeah,
the time that he lost because he just lost, the time he lost because he got caught plagiarizing, or the time they lost because
he lost. Well, he lost. Didn't he lose like 4 times?
Yeah. Yeah, he ran a bunch of times back in like the 80s and like I think like late 70s and early in through the 80s and something like that. But like his most infamous run where he got the furthest, he ended up having to drop out because he got caught directly. He ripped an entire speech like word for word.
That sounds familiar.
From a British politician. He took some British politician's speech and just like copied it word for word and then used it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Let me ask y'all. We're going back to the racist shit. Apparently, you guys remember the Obama birth certificate stuff?
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. That was a good indicator. Not 100% by no stretch, but it was a good indicator of who the racists were. By who really hung on to it. right? Even
Trump was big into that. He was
Yeah, he was.
I was going in that direction.
Yep.
The last nigga that hung on to that he's a Muslim and blah blah was Trump. Do you guys think Trump's is a racist?
No.
No, I
Not
think
really.
he's a narcissist.
I think he's a narcissist, and I think he's
I think that's
He
just
is a
politics.
narcissist, but that doesn't mean he's not a racist. But
No, I don't think he. I think he's too self-absorbed to care about race. Like if you can do something for him, he likes you. If you can't, like his heuristic for evaluating people is much simpler than even race.
Yeah.
you think that he think he's equal to poor people or equal to him?
No, I think he's
No,
definitely
he's definitely
classist.
classist.
I don't think
definitely
he
But-
knows
I
poor.
think that's even the Trump of the 80s.
But
I don't think he knows poor.
I think
Yeah.
it's I think you're right about the classes thing, and I think again it's interesting that you don't see the obvious that he does not like dark motherfuckers. Period. Not just black motherfucker. He's the racist that you talk about. What was his first act when he became president? At least one of them.
The Muslim ban.
The Muslim ban. Was that
wasn't
racist?
But
What-
Muslims
that
are.
wasn't
that's not
racist.
racist.
Let me
Some of
ask
that
the
is just
question.
plain
Was that?
his
Let me ask the
injury.
question first. Was that racist in any way? Now go.
I say
I don't
no.
think it was based in race. I think he was trying to make. I don't think
You-
he was doing it because he was racist. I think he had a lot of racist people in his cabinet. But
What
I think
about when he referred to Africa? I'm sorry to cut you off, but this will be the
No, no.
last
The
one.
shithole
As
country.
shithole countries. You think he's racist now?
They do seem like shithole.
No, I look at it from a rich man view to a poor man's view.
Yeah,
Right.
I think it's all based on the fact. I think he likes people that are of the same wealth and status as him, and I think he thinks. I mean, like
That's what I think.
he brought on like that really obnoxious woman from The Apprentice and made her like one of his aides.
Omarosa, yeah, I love
Omarosa.
her.
He put Omarosa in the White House when he first got elected. Now, I mean,
But
I mean,
Omarosa was also the right kind of black. She worked her way into that position.
As she
Right
was
kind of
Think
black.
about how, like, think about how he talks to the poor white trash. He makes them think that he's one of them and all that. But I don't know if he does that with the poor black part of America.
Do you guys see? I intentionally laid out
Oh,
three
yeah.
things that should be very
Yeah.
obvious. Did you see how all of you regular non-racist white guys are unable to see what's in front of your face?
What were the three things again? The Muslim ban,
It was the Muslim ban,
which
and
could
you could
be
go,
religious, not race.
and only the person with a vested interest or something would overlook all this and always come up with an excuse. Once they start piling up,
in this at
you-
all.
then
I'm just
it
trying
should
to
go
be
down.
as objective as possible and look at all the possibilities.
I know that you are. I know you're. I know it's just weird. There is a blind spot there. If this were Obama doing these things, talking about let's keep out white folks, it would be so clear to y'all. And then some black motherfucker would be saying he didn't say all white people keep out. He was just talking about white people over 40. He ain't talking about all white people, so he's not racist. We'd be coming up with crazy arguments like that.
What was the other two besides the Muslim ban?
The shithole countries, and I don't remember the second one of you cats.
But
I cut
agree
you
with
off
about
when you
the
were.
shithole cut. They do look like shithole, not because they're black, just because they're.
I think there are all sorts of reasons that come into play, but it's enough for me. With just those three alone, any person, not just Trump, any person, I look for the what do they call it? Whistle shit, that wall shit. That was racist. They bringing over rapists and shit. That was racist. And you know what? The people who don't want him to be a racist, after he said all these drug dealers and rapists and stuff coming over here, some of them are good people. He threw that on the end for people to hang on and say he's not a racist. He said good people too, right? We don't give people these considerations. We don't do that if we're keeping an open mind.
The wall is needed.
It's still
So,
racist. We could argue whether it's needed or not, but it should be an indicator. This nigga.
but
Do
but
you
that's
think
what
it's
see
to
that's
keep
that's
out
what
people
gets me.
with
The
brown skin,
politicians.
or do you think it's to keep out poor immigrants that come here and don't assimilate?
Yes, I do believe it's to keep out. He hate poor people as much as he hate black people. Yes, you're absolutely right.
But I mean, like the Muslim thing wasn't against black people, was it? I mean, that was against Middle Eastern people, if anything. Yeah, I mean, I don't think most of the
Yeah.
the countries the ban applied to were not
And would it
largely.
apply to white Muslims too?
Yeah, it would apply to white
Yes,
Muslims
it
and
did.
mostly Middle Eastern people. And then
I think I think racism is such a serious charge. I think the category gets abused, and I think the accusations get thrown around
I
so
agree
much,
with all of those
especially in this
things.
climate, that I'm very careful. I like to look at all the different possibilities before I condemn someone specifically.
Me as well, but this was a obvious case. Let me give you a little analogy type thing here. The war on drugs, was that aimed at black people?
yes, I mean,
No,
certainly
I don't think it was aimed specifically at black people.
Okay, but it works both ways. Yes, it was aimed. He was right. It was aimed at black motherfuckers, and it was also aimed at hippies of the time. Nixon
Yeah.
said it out his mouth.
I don't have a hard, that was Reagan mostly.
That was Nixon. He said it out
I
his
don't
mouth
have a
on the
hard
tape.
time believing that people genuinely didn't want drugs infiltrate our society. We're trying to stop drugs in general.
I mean, the CIA has been. It's recorded on. There were racists in the CIA that did introduce crack into inner city neighborhoods, and that's been caught. Those
Yeah,
things
but
have been.
that's not the whole war on drugs. Like,
No,
I don't,
it's not the whole
don't
war.
have a problem thinking that society sees drugs as a negative and is going to take steps to stop drugs without
those
having
things
that be
are
written.
true too, but it don't mean the other things untrue. Right? All the motherfucker has to do is say, I want to get black motherfuckers, the most racist fuck in the world. I want to get black. Hold on.
All right.
Thank you. The most racist motherfucker in the world say, I want to get black people, and he come up with a law that, you know, whatever we do, saggy pants, it's clearly aimed at black motherfuckers. But because a few white motherfuckers somewhere wear saggy pants too. Whatever it is that you aim at that black motherfucker, as long as you include a few white motherfuckers, someone's gonna hang on and say it's not racist. White people wear saggy pants too. It doesn't change the fact that it's directed at black motherfuckers.
Okay.
I just have higher standards when it comes to speculating about what's in people's head.
But do you think it's possible, Joe? Do you think it's possible that for some people really do have a problem with the saggy pants, not the color of the skin of the people doing it?
Yes, these things are true.
Yeah, okay.
I'm aware.
So yes, because I agree that there are definitely actual people that do target those things because of the race. But I think there's a lot of people that really just don't like the actual behavior as well. I mean, it's just a mixture.
I would agree. You're 1,000% correct. I'm aware of both those things and more. I am not denying those things. The crack cocaine getting a higher crime time in jail than powder. Is that aimed at black people?
Yuppies did cocaine too back in the 80s.
Yes, but crack cocaine, you get a much higher sentence. Was that aimed at black people?
I believe that was one of the things that the guy, that CIA director actually was caught on tape saying was that it was aimed at black people.
And even if you didn't hear it out of his mouth, and I heard it out of his mouth, yes, it should have been obvious.
So
but as long as a white motherfucker smokes one crack pipe,
let me see if I can look up a reference for that. I'll look up at
that.
By the way, Calcott's on if anybody cares.
I usually give him a little while or something if I go over. I was just taking a break from editing. I was looking for somebody to smoke with and chat it up, and I was glad. Listen, I was glad I saw you. Right?
Well, because I am too. I still am. I hope that it was. I hope it gave you what you were looking for.
Yes, this is the type of conversation I enjoy. I've never been disappointed when I've been over here. Not once. I don't know how many times I've been over here, but I've never been disappointed. It was like perfect. Jeff. Let me roll my blood.
Well, I'd like to think this is the stream people feel like they can come when they're high and want to have a good conversation.
And you're a good host. You're a good host too,
you guys
Jeff.
go to Jack's channel. Don't mention my name. You'll be all right.
You'll be kicked out.
Jeff, Chuck, I think you're cool. There's no way I'm gonna disown you in public.
Hey, Jeff,
I don't know.
I always when I came in, I noticed this attribute for what I consider a good host. They can kind of back out and let the conversation flow. Not all. I would say most people are unable to do that. Their ego is gonna jump in or whatever the fuck. I've seen motherfuckers who are so good at that and so little ego, they'll slip backstage. You don't even know it. You're still conversing. They've been backstage for 20 minutes because they're good. You let the conversation flow, even when you have something to add, and so you remain quiet and let us get our little roll off and shit. And it's not going on.
I'm lazy. If I can get someone else to create the content,
This ain't great.
it.
Maybe I misread you.
I have my little jigsaw puzzle I'm working on, and I can jump in and out.
But
Either
you
that
know,
or you,
Something that interests me, I can jump in.
I think
or
I
you got
see.
the folks trying to push an agenda. They're hard to deal with too.
Yeah, I don't seem that he don't seem to have that over here.
No,
he
not
don't.
Jeff. Not Jeff. I'm just talking about
Yeah.
some channels.
Oh yeah. Well, we definitely don't have an agenda here. I can tell you that for sure. We talk all the time about but we never really, our only agenda is to try to engender community.
My agenda is to like have a space where people can have the conversations they want. I've said that from the start.
I think it's great. Yeah, I think it's great. You know what? I'm gonna see if Nude Guru. I know y'all see him in chat, but to say he is very selective of the panels he go on is an understatement. Because he has no patience for disruptors and stuff. But this is the type of conversations where he does hang out that we have. You know, if a Tommy came up there, he has no patience for that shit. He don't even want to, he wouldn't even.
Tommy's not coming on the show. Neither is.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say Tommy. I don't mean to say names in particular. I just meant the disruptor. He wouldn't be there. Here, I'm gonna recommend. I'm gonna ask him, come over here because I think this type of shit. Yeah.
I've never met him. I see him in the chat in comments.
Yes, but you can see the comments. That nigga radical as fuck, Joe.
He says intelligent stuff.
Yes, he really believes in hurt no other person, hurt nobody, hurt no animals. He really believes in that, and he's big on no one gets to rule over me. He's massive on that, man.
Me too.
Yeah.
I know I've seen, I have heard this clip before, and I cannot find it now. But maybe I imagined it. I don't know. I can't find it at all now.
I've heard rumors. I know what you talk about. I've kind of heard rumors about something like that, but I don't know.
I've heard the audio. I mean, it was on. There was a documentary about it. Like they played. They played like audio that was recorded like a tape recorder, and I mean, granted, it was like it was like a tape recorder. So I mean, I guess it could have been faked or something, but I mean, but I don't think it was. But it was clearly of like the guy at the time that like they were talking. Like clearly did not know they were being recorded and stuff like that. And the only reason some of it's still classified too. So like,
and if people aren't researching it, it gets pushed way back, and it makes stuff hard to find. I found that.
Yes, right. You can never find the old shit you were looking for.
When you know damn good and well you've seen it, and then you can't find it. I just
saw somebody on, I don't know where, referring to that on Netflix, or someone referring to the documentary where the CIA said exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, somebody was just talking about it.
Yeah, I know, and I didn't think it would be hard to find because I don't think it was even that long. I mean, like I see a lot of references to that Netflix documentary, and maybe the Netflix documentary is where it's at. But I mean, I don't have the documentary here.
I used to try to make hard copies and keep files on the computer, but it got to the point where I had so many damn papers.
Yeah, I know.
I was like, shit.
And then I tried doing the same thing with bookmarks, and then my bookmarks got so I can't find anything in them now. So yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, you got 3 million bookmarks, and none of them say anything.
And Google is horrible too, right?
I'm using DuckDuckGo. I'm not even using Google.
Oh, okay, because they don't give you shit that you look for. You could tell them, show me a cop killing a kid. And they will show you, cop having dinner with his kid. Nigga, you know what I meant. So I don't hear that shit. They will intentionally lead you where they want you to go. If you ask for some conspiracy at so-and-so, proof of the conspiracy at whatever the name of that, Sandy Hook.
Good luck finding it.
Yes, no, they're gonna tell you, they're gonna show you everybody who says Sandy Hook was a conspiracy. You know, they're gonna give you the opposite and still give you what they want you to have. One of my
Well, every now.
mans,
Go ahead.
no, thank you. One of my guys, Quentin Booker, was making a video, and in the intro, he said, "What's the definition of a terrorist?" And he said, one of them puts their authority. He said, "As you watch this vid, I want you to ask yourself, do cops fit that definition?" And they put some type of warning, like Saab, Sid, a government, so and so, one of them big blue warnings on his fucking video, man. Like the jab or something, misinformation. They had a big old thing up on this video.
I'll get something like that when I'm doing certain Google searches. There'll only be like 6 things listed, and at the bottom there's this thing that says this material has been deemed unsatisfactory for normal viewing or something like that.
What the fuck kind of
Yeah.
Nazi shit is that? I sent somebody a clip of where they burned the books in Germany famously. That place is still
I
there.
remember that.
They've built over it, and they've got glass. You can walk on it. I need 2 of those when you hit it big. I don't know what this girl talking about. Oh shoot, that's right. It's some girl I sent the video earlier. It has a piece of glass over it. You can look down and see the spot where they burned the books at. And I sent it to my friend, and I said, "This is what they're doing now." His response was, "I don't see anyone burning books now." It's not what I was talking about. I was talking about they're burning the shit they don't want you to see. They're getting rid of it. That's what I was talking about, which is what we're talking about right now.
Right. Hey, John. How you doing?
You're muted if you're talking, John.
Yeah.
Understood. I'm well. I'm just farting around now. I'll chat with you guys in a few moments.
You say I'm
okay.
farting around. John, if you could hear me, he gave me that Mr. Rogers, from back in the day. There was another show like that with a guy who used to just put calm you with that voice. He's got that voice, bro. Mr. Rogers did it for me, man. He could put me to sleep.
John does have a very calming
Jack
voice.
Jack Talcott could play Mr. Rogers, I think.
Yes, if he get rid of that anger streak, you'd be like, "Damn, Mr. Rogers, what the fuck?" Yeah, but you're right.
He go ham on some of those puppets sometimes.
Get out of your brain. Come back to reality.
Miss Elaine and rip their fucking head off. Be like, "Fuck you."
Fuck you, you dumb fuck. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that.
I don't remember anything to do with Mr. Rogers. Can you refresh my memory?
Yes.
I guess you grew up in Canada, though. I don't know. Maybe they didn't have Mr. Rogers there.
We
There's
watched
a great documentary about him from a few years ago.
Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. He used to come on with a little cardigan sweater, and he'd say, "Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Change his shoes. Yep.
Won't you be mine? Would you be mine?
Won't you be my
we
neighbor?"
had a fellow named Mr. Dress Up here. Similar children's show, but nowhere near with the level of empathy and reach that Mr. Rogers had. As far as I know, he was a really good man. He was pure in his heart. I know of no scandals involving him.
Yeah,
he was a good guy.
He was a badass too.
I don't know that Mr. Rogers alluded scandal. I'm not sure he did.
I don't think he...
both him and Bob Ross were both in the military before they started their careers, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Bob Ross was a drill instructor.
That's crazy.
I can't.
He's another one with that voice too, though. Bob Ross had that voice too that put you out.
Yeah, I know.
Little crimson blue.
That's the reason why. Apparently, it's the reason why he did that in the show is because he spent so much of his life being really angry in people's faces. So he wanted to try to balance out, I guess, his karma or something.
How great is that, bro?
Yeah, so that's why he started doing the painting when we got the show doing the painting thing, and he wanted to make it the most tranquil thing possible. And Mr. Fred Rogers himself was also he was in war and stuff like that. He's killed people.
I think he was also a priest too. I think he joined I'm almost 100% sure that he joined priesthood.
Johnny Cash was a preacher.
I didn't know
ordained. He was an ordained minister, yeah.
For a little while, yeah, I think he was. I don't think he didn't stick with it, but yeah.
Is there a difference between a preacher and a minister and a
I'm sure
pastor,
there
for that
is.
matter?
I think it's the religion. Rogers was a
Oh,
Presbyterian
a
minister.
different religion would call them by a different name.
Yeah,
That
they
makes
call him.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw stuff on. I read some of the stuff a while back, and and I remember reading that. Yeah, because maybe it went okay. This is now telling me that that the Mr. Rogers thing was not actually true or something. I don't know.
What
I'd have
part?
to about him. Maybe he was not in the military.
Okay.
Well, for a
See if
long
he was a
time, the
priest. I
rumor
bet he
was
was see if he was
they
in
tried to
ministry
say he was
somehow.
a sniper in the service
Yeah, so he was a
for a
sniper
long
and his
time.
Navy SEAL, but I guess apparently that's not.
Damn, that's
not true.
Damn, Mr. Rogers.
I mean, when I read it before, I thought it was on a reputable site, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was like some like because it didn't present it as it was like it was just like a kind of like a factoid type thing. It's like, did you know this kind of thing? It didn't present it as like some kind of weird conspiracy or anything. But
Well, you would thought the question.
It don't take much for a rumor to turn into fact.
Yeah, that would have interested me. That military not so big, but Navy SEAL, sniper, death recon squad. Yeah, now I'm interested.
Yeah, for real. See here, like it seemed like I mean, it just says something about like faith mattered to him during the war. I don't know. It doesn't really say much about. He said that I guess he was he was some sort of minister of some sort. It doesn't say in this article for sure, but it says that he considered his approach to children programming as a ministry. So
try Wikipedia. They usually got some decent bios.
Yeah, at least a good place to start. Yeah, I didn't. I was just trying to find like something that was more specific, but yeah, I can go to Wikipedia.
That's what suck about this iPhone.
He was a
you go away.
Oh yeah, I know.
If you get a phone call, you drop. If I leave and go access something else, if I leave YouTube, I just get knocked off the StreamYard.
I got a Samsung and got the same problem.
Oh wow, that's interesting. I thought it was just iPhones.
No, touch the wrong button and poof, you're gone.
iPhone had meant all of you to have to shop with them to buy their software and their version of everything. But some things became so popular, like StreamYard, that they had to integrate it. So it was really shitty with an iPhone on StreamYard a few years ago. They've had so many patches to get it to this point. I'm happy, but it still ain't, like it should be.
Well, I'm trying to remember that program. There was a big program that you could only run on a computer or Android. For a long time, it wouldn't run on Apple. And I can't remember which one it was. It was a popular one, too. I don't know if it was Skype or Zoom or something when it first started up.
Is Chris froze because he ain't been as quiet? Oh no, he's
no. I was listening to you guys. And I was reading, making sure. Like he was a Presbyterian. He graduated seminary, and was ordained as a Presbyterian minister. But he never actually presided over a church. He went to television. And he said that his ministry, and that's. But he was
never was in the service, was he?
He was in the service, no. But he he did have the title of reverend, so he was actually a reverend.
Oh wow!
There you go. I did completely believe the shit about I totally believe that shit about him being in the military. I know that the Bob Ross thing is for sure though.
Well, they used to say the reason Mr. Rogers wore sweaters all the time was to cover up his tattoos from being in the service. He was never in the service.
I've never heard that.
Oh yeah, there's all kind of wild claims out there. Even the good guy gets beat up.
Yeah, that dude. And I remember he had a little king on the show and some trains that used to run around.
King Friday and Prince.
Okay. And a tiger. Little tiger.
I don't remember Tiger's name.
Yeah, I can't remember either. It was Daniel Tiger.
There you go.
Little fucker.
And then the trolley. He had the trolley.
Good at that. Ding, ding, ding,
It
ding,
was
ding,
Daniel Tiger, Henrietta,
Miss
cat,
Elaine,
Lady Elaine Fairchild, Lady
Elaine
Elaine
Fairchild.
Yep.
Friday.
Ah, I forgot about the Queen. That's right. Yeah. That's crazy how that's it. Yeah, I was a Johnny Quest fan. That did it for me when I was a kid. That was the most exciting thing. I would get up every Saturday to watch that fucking cartoon.
Was that the one with Race Bannon on it?
That was Race Bannon. Yeah.
Yep.
Who later got some transubstantiated into the vice president there for a little while. So I thought that was funny how much what's his name Trump's VP looks like Race Bannon from
I never
Johnny
thought
Quest.
about that.
He looked just like him, man. He'd get off his motorcycle and he'd take off. He had that white hair and he looked just like Race Bannon.
I can't think his name right now. He was all meek. He was too meek though, like because Race Bannon was Dodge Charger and all of that shit. Dude always
talking about Mike Pence.
Yeah, Mike Pence. Yeah. Pence. Yeah.
Oh God.
Pence looked just like to me.
He got the white hair.
He's stiff as a cardboard box.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he is. But I'm just saying, if you didn't hear him speak though, yeah, he didn't sound like that. But, I always funny because Mike Pence looked like he would have been kind of like a badass, but like when you hear him talking, you'd be like, oh, he's
so weird, right?
Open mouth and disprove theory.
I know, right? If you ever watched that Adult Swim, the Venture Brothers, they got a Race Bannon character on that.
One of my favorite shows of all time.
He's great,
favorite shows of all time. By
Brock
far,
is his name. Brock, I think.
Yeah, Brock Sampson. Brock Sampson's such a great character. Oh my God.
Never seen it.
He's such a He-Man, bro.
They're like it's one of the early episodes where like he's like tied up, like some bad guys have him like tied up, and one of them smoking a cigarette, and he's like, I'd kill for one of those right now, and they're like they laugh at him, and then it cuts away, cuts back a few minutes later, and like they're both like. But he's escaped and they're both dead and he's smoking a cigarette.
He's smoking a square.
He's smoking one and he's like, I told you what I'd do for one of those.
He made me think of the intro to one of the Captain America movies where the chick is sitting in the chair. And they're beating her up and where's the so-and-so, and she get a phone call and she's like, what are you going, what? And she's tied up to the chair. It was the Hulk. She went to get the Hulk, so it was the Hulk.
It was the first Avengers movie.
Okay, so she's like, I'm busy right now working these guys. You're like, what? You getting your ass beat up? And it's like, all right, fuck it. All right, here I come. And she just hopped up, did a flip, kill it, knock everybody out. It was crazy.
Yeah, the first couple of Avengers movies are pretty good. The Avengers movies are kind of all right. I definitely am. I burned out on all of that superhero.
They say they're getting worse. Apparently, they've been still 1 or 2 a year. There were some really big flops last year, which I didn't even know. The Ant-Man had another one that flopped. I don't know who else. There was some more.
I watched the Ant-Man one, and I watched the only last one I saw was the third Guardians of the Galaxy, and that one was pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know. They've been pretty mediocre.
I think I saw that one too. I think in that one, Groot's like a little bitty plant, right? I think I saw that one.
That's the second one.
That's the second one?
Yeah, the second Guardians movie. Yeah, Groot's a little plant. Yeah, but yeah, no, the third one's pretty all right. It's a pretty good little movie. I mean, it's just a superhero movie. There's nothing too. I think there was actually something really cool about the arc that they had for Tony Stark through all the Iron Man movies and like the Avengers movies. I think that Tony Stark himself was a really interesting character. But outside of that, like I mean. But there's something kind of there's a depth to it with Tony Stark's arc in those movies, like the way he goes from like this this cold-hearted weapon salesman to like this loving father that's willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good kind of thing.
He still kept a little. I don't know if narcissism is the right word. Sociopathy or something. I don't know, whatever the fucking where. Well, he would make a tough decision where the other guys, who had the heart wouldn't do it. Tony could make the fucking tough decision, like giving Vision, hooking him up to the computer and shit. They like, you don't know what he's capable of. And Tony's more of the, hey, we'll find out, I'll do the dangerous shit. They could go wild and we'll find out later, dude. He never, I don't know, left that with a kid wanted to hug him. Hey, don't be hugging me, man. That never left him.
No, like that changes did you never seen like the end game? You ever seen end game? Like
Yeah, I've seen, yeah.
his character changes by the time he actually like sacrificed himself into it. He's made a
Yeah,
full
on the
like arc,
mold. Yeah,
a full transformation into
all right.
another thing. Yeah, I think I like because I went way back whenever me and Jeff first started, I first did these streams with him. Like we did a stream about positive masculinity, characters that were like present masculinity in positive ways, and he was one of the few really a few characters I could really find in media where like someone being what I would consider to be like a truly positive masculine type role model type in any kind of like things, because like
I
there
think
aren't that many.
I think even early on, after he stopped selling weapons, I think that guy who you're saying he arced into, I think I saw it always in him. I thought he always was a good guy and would make the right decision, even though he was always crass or whatever the fuck you wanted to call him. I think I saw him as a good guy, possible of at least achieving that.
Yeah.
The Wolverine, disappointing as fuck. I used to watch read the comic book, and I thought he'd go just kill motherfuckers and rip them to shreds, man. He couldn't beat a girl, Wolverine couldn't beat a fucking cat, man. Everybody knocked him. His brother broke his nails, and it was just really embarrassing being that dude.
Well, did you see Logan?
Was that the one with the kid in it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, the kid was cold. That's how I thought he was going to be. The way that kid just jumped and killed everybody. That's what I expected from Wolverine. I didn't need that soft ass motherfucker.
He tore the shit out of those people towards the end of it. I mean, that was like the most violent they ever let Wolverine be in those movies. But
I'd have to see the end that you're talking about. Like you say, maybe in Logan or something. But in all the Wolverine movies, the motherfucker never killed a soul. He always got beat up by whoever he was pitted against, his brother, whatever the other the chick, Mystique, whoever he was pitted against, would beat his ass through the whole fucking movie.
Yeah, it's really just Logan that I think they actually did Wolverine.
Yeah, and I think in Logan, that's right. He died. I was about to say he was dying, but he died. His healing abilities wasn't there like they used to be. Yeah, they were weakening. He didn't heal totally. Yeah.
It's a pretty good movie, I thought. It was kind of a throwback to an old western kind of thing. It kind of had like the feeling.
I go for that. Yeah, I go for that. Yo, you know what it reminds me of? Denzel Washington when he was in the Deserted So and So. What was that shit called? What was that Denzel Washington movie, babe? Where he was blind and he had to carry a Bible somewhere.
Oh, Book of Eli. Book of Eli.
Book of Eli. Yes, that was old western-y to me, right? Even with the saloon where the guy held his people in his meetings. Oh
yeah. That was actually pretty. That's a pretty cool movie. It had a good ending to it. I don't the movie itself, but when you actually get to the end and you actually know you actually understand the whole what it's been about the whole time. It kind of makes the whole movie before that make it a lot better. The ending kind of saves it.
It does, because once it starts to get unbelievable, the ending ties it together. Yeah, you needed that part. And then you in fact, through the whole thing, he really couldn't even see, if I'm not wrong.
He's blind.
God was leading him the whole fucking time. Yeah,
and because like it turned out the book was in Braille, the Bible was in Braille, and that was like
right.
the whole thing.
So it would have been God himself making sure it got there for that apartment, or one of his angels making sure it got there.
Did you ever see speaking of that, you ever see that Denzel Washington movie Fallen?
I have. I don't like it because the ending, I think the demon jumped into a squirrel or something. I thought y'all jumped the shark
it's
right
a
there.
Horror movie, though. I mean, it's supposed to be kind of like it's
campy or whatever. Other than that, though, time is on my side. This was great, bro.
I watched it not long ago again. Because it came up on on a service I use. So
I always bring this movie up. Nobody ever remembers it. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. No one's ever
yeah,
on
I've seen that
board with
movie. Yeah,
I remember that. Was that with Dick Van Dyke?
yeah.
Yeah.
Dick Van Dyke.
Mhm.
Was
Used to
that one
come
in
on
Bedknoms
Disney.
at Broomsticks was around the same
Oh,
time?
that was
Like, I grew up-
Lansbury, yeah. And they ride that bed everywhere.
yeah, it was.
Yep.
Yeah, so they were weird ass movies. They were so kids movies in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Man, they were so much weirder than the stuff you get today. It really is. What do you say? Oh, Kids versus the Mob. Yeah, there was a lot of Kids versus the Mob movies. That's true. But think about I mean, seriously, like the G.I. Joe movie. I know this is so off topic from everything else, but that is one of the weirdest motherfucking things ever made. That movie is so bizarre. It the whole plot of it is like, I mean, like at the beginning of it, like one dude gets killed by getting a snake thrown through his chest.
Yeah.
And a snake pierces him like a spear through the heart, and then
Are you talking about the
and then
movie
Cobra
that
Commander gets turned into a lizard person?
the live action, or are you talking about some of the animated?
I'm talking the animated movie from the 80s. The animated one that had Don Johnson was the main voice in it, and it was like
I don't remember that.
God, I grew up with that movie.
I
and,
remember they got a couple with Jamie Foxx and with the they tried it again, a remake live action, blah blah blah. Yeah.
It was actually the second one was actually kind of okay. I was not expecting it to be like the second was kind of cool in a way, but they were pretty bad, but I guess. But.
Yes, but I can watch a bad movie. I'm all right with that.
Yeah.
Hey, we're gonna go back to the racist test. Apparently, the first zombie movie. What was that?
Night of the Living Dead. Yeah, it's a great movie.
That's what the Dawn of the Living Dead.
No,
Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
All right. What happened to the hero at the end?
Oh yeah, I mean it's clearly like about that. That's kind of like the ending. It has like a very big point about racism in it. It's like he gets shot. Yeah.
All right.
The main characters. It was not even usual at that time to have a movie like that, being having a black lead actor in it and stuff like that. And like he was the main character. That's because
they made the movie. That's because it was their movie and they made it. Those people in it. They actually. Yeah. So
that's great though. Yeah,
but I was gonna ask the racist test. If motherfucker, what do you mean the hero got shot at the end? If you couldn't read that there was some racist shit there, it's fucked up.
Well, it wasn't, but I mean, it was a point about racism. It wasn't racist. It was a point about.
All
racism.
Right, I go for that. If you saw nothing in there, it's fucked up. And I still say it was racist because maybe it was definitely both, but you just can't kill off the white hero. It was not done back then, right? So you killed them off, motherfucker. You could have made the same point by letting them live, motherfucker. I'm sorry, my earphone going weird. You could have let them live, and it made a bigger point, but you choose to make your point that way. I still say, that was a misstep, bro. That's Captain Kirk, the first kiss, interracial kiss. This is how fucking recent this shit is. Was on Star Trek.
Yeah.
And they wanted him to, they didn't want him to kiss her because it was going to be too controversial. So they wanted to shoot it from an angle where they didn't really see it, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. So they took one shot where you could absolutely see them kiss. And then they did the other one where they told him, you are not going to kiss. You're going to see the back of her head and your face. Mm-hmm. And he crossed his eyes on both takes, so that he knew they couldn't use those takes and they'd have to go with the kiss. And that was some brilliant shit, bro.
I have some trivia for you about that.
Yeah.
Lucille Ball was the head of Desilu Studios at that time.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't know this, but Nichelle Nichols, the actress who played Uhura, she was banging Gene Roddenberry while he was still with his partner at the time, Majel Barrett. They kind of had an open relationship.
No, I didn't know that.
Roddenberry was a fucking
Roddenberry was a pimp
in LA. He was a real piece of shit.
Oh, horror was hot.
Yeah,
right?
She was. She was.
Bad.
You didn't know that,
I mean,
Joe?
like, but television in general was
Never
so
heard that.
backwards. But you know, in that at that same time period, it was still rare. It wasn't even until that time period, the same time period, that they had the first woman to ever be pregnant on camera. They used to
Dick
have
Van Dyke and his girl couldn't
yeah.
sleep in the same
Yeah,
bed.
exactly.
They had
They had to be
separate beds.
all TV shows were like that. Every TV show that had a married
Yes.
couple, if they ever showed their bedroom, they had separate beds. They would allowed to be in the
Meanwhile,
same bed together.
the guys in charge of the studios at the time, they make this guy Harvey Weinstein look like a fucking Boy Scout.
Yeah,
You
really
can
did.
see a clip of that. Who is that little lady that girl actress with the ringtails? There's a cocktail named after her.
Shirley
Shirley Temple.
Yeah,
There's a video clip you can see of her on the internet standing beside a fellow in an old black and white movie where he calls her over to a desk and he licks his finger and she's close and he puts his hand down like, oh, I'm going to turn a page, but it goes down and, you know, by the arm of the chair, and you see her kind of perk up and go, whoop, whoop. He must have gone down in and tickled. He sexually molested her on fucking film.
How sure
remember
can
that.
you be about that from a look? Whoop. You sound
I
awful
remember
sure.
100%. I'll find the clip in a couple of minutes.
Yeah,
Damn.
She retired from Hollywood and became a diplomat. You know, that's what
Wasn't
happened.
that in her memoir, I think?
Yeah, I'm pretty. She's
That would
talked about
boost it if
she's
she
to-
said it. That would certainly boost.
Oh,
yeah,
there's been tons of people that, you know, kids that grew up in Hollywood that have been talking about the
Yeah.
abuse and everything they've suffered for years and decades, and no one really has ever paid. It still to this day doesn't get paid that much attention.
And it looks like all of the actors you find out, they weren't just perverted. They were like super perverted, right? The shit when they died, Superman and whoever and these other guys that they were fucking on. You'd be like, what? This is pre-camcorder. So they were spending good money on cameras and shit. All of them were swingers. And
Well, look at the guy that played on Hogan's Heroes.
there's that too.
They made a movie. Paul Schrader made a movie about that called Autofocus. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a big time pervert.
Yeah, it's actually really, you know, and like in some ways, like in some ways they were at the forefront of technology at the time, because that was like the first video he was like taping himself, like, you know, swinging and stuff like that. And, like they were doing that movie Autofocus is a pretty good movie, by the way. It's
they were.
Who was that? William Dafoe, I think. William Dafoe and Greg Kinnear. And Greg Kinnear, I think.
Well, Greg Kinnear, I thought he could really act in that movie. Get something.
As good as it gets.
Thank you. I never got that. As good as this gets, I think he was incredible in that movie.
Yeah, he was.
Somebody just said something.
Yeah,
what did you say, John?
Don.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, man.
Yeah.
Apologies. The link to the Shirley Temple clip is 33 seconds long. I linked it backstage. I don't know how many folks, you know, should. It's open on the internet. It's not X-rated or anything, but
right.
There's no mistaking what happened.
Can you play tapes? Is that something you do over here, Joe?
I'm watching it now to see.
All right. To see how bad
it is.
It is.
Enough. It should be
can't
copyrighted.
Someone, dude, it can't be too bad. You know, he found it on YouTube.
You're right.
I didn't see what Canuck was seeing.
You don't see it?
Can I see it?
The girl sitting on his
Can you
lap,
show it with us?
smile. I didn't see her like pop up.
Share it.
Yeah, I saw it.
I'm not sharing it because I've been getting copyright takedown.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. How do I get it?
The link is in the private chat.
Yeah, I think I leave.
All he does, he calls her over. She sits on his lap and she smiles, and it's very ambiguous.
He licks
to
his
say
finger.
It's like you can't miss it. It's obvious. It's definitive. That's one of my criticisms.
Please watch it again.
They see things that are so obvious.
I saw it. I saw it really easily.
It's like
really
Jesus
clearly.
in the bowl of oatmeal.
Please watch
it. Should
it
be
again
old enough.
carefully and look at the young girls.
Copyright
I just
shouldn't
watched
be
it
on
twice.
it.
I'm not seeing anything that's obvious or definitive.
You're right, Reddington. I couldn't have seen it since I'm wearing sunglasses. You're right. I don't know how I expect you guys to fall for that shit. You know, clearly my sunglasses are completely oblique. I'm actually blind. You know, this is like.
Oh, that would explain it. Well,
I don't know how I thought I could pull one over on chat like that.
Yeah, I'm deaf myself, so
Jeff gonna get struck.
It's hard to
Anyway.
read Braille on his smartphone.
yeah. You got to get us one of those special phones that has like the
Fuck.
You know, I thought about that. What do these poor people that are blind do? What
With the
good's a
phone?
smartphone? Yeah.
They still have like they actually do make phones specifically for blind people that have like have braille buttons on them, so they just work. They don't.
Oh,
they're not
really?
yeah. They're not.
There's
They
a
don't.
whole industry of assistive programs and other things like that for sight impaired folks to
Yeah,
use
assistive
mobile phones.
technology.
It's an important tool for
Huh.
them in the modern world.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep, it is. There are definitely tools for that sort of thing. There's actually, I mean, it's just you just don't hear about it much because of the fact that like it's a small amount of people in the
Yeah.
in the population, but it's still
Joe
Django.
must have
What about
clicked the
Django?
link.
Felicity? What about Django? Are you talking about like the Tarantino one, or are you talking about the old Django? Yeah,
Oh, the one with I can't remember the name. Was that Jamie Foxx that played in
yeah,
that?
Jamie Foxx,
Django
and
Unchained. That was Quentin Tarantino.
yeah, I know. But he based it on like there's old movies from the 70s called Django that were kind of blaxploitation films.
Oh.
Yeah, they were also westerns. They were Django was like this blaxploitation western hero. So
Some of these
anyway.
movies they make, I can't follow.
I watched I came across a YouTube video that ended up autoplaying on me the other night that was actually about Django Unchained, about the Tarantino film, like was making the argument that it's actually it's really kind of a really badly written movie, and like they actually made some really good points about it. Like there is a lot of things that happen in that movie that don't make a lot of sense. Like they just like, especially like in the context they happen, it's just like why would that happen then, kind of thing. But it's I don't know. I
Well,
enjoyed it.
Did you and Paul make up? Somebody said you went on his show today.
Flo and Paul
Yeah, and Jack.
and Jack too.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Here, I'll put the link. Well, actually, I'm not gonna put the link. I don't want to promote Paul's shit. It's on his channel. It's called Turd in the Punch Bowl.
Yeah, you mean is this Paul Enslaved? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, because I
Well,
always
You know,
I know
not gonna get involved in drama.
I still have
Jack-
yet I still have yet to see a
Jack
single clip of
worships
him.
Paul.
Jack, what?
Worships Paul.
He doesn't
He
sound
thinks
that way.
he's this. Oh, he does deep down. That's why he always lets him back on. He's thinking he's making ground with him.
Yeah, I've still never seen Paul Slave. I don't know if that's the first thing about him. I just hear about him constantly. So
He's I don't know what the big draw is
I don't know.
at all. I saw him once or twice.
yeah, I agree, Resto. I do. So
It's not clear to me. Like maybe y'all have an X-ray vision that I don't have, but I didn't see it's not obvious. If you have to like point it out with a microscope, it's not obvious.
It was very obvious to me, but I mean, it was not like I did not have to like look at it closely. It was like
It was
You got the
like
name of it.
that's a clip from a movie or something, and nobody
so.
said anything about it at the time, and all of a sudden it's obvious to these people.
Yeah,
Conspiracy
I doubt it.
brains see the world in a way I just do not. I'm sorry. They have like those X-ray glasses on or something.
Well, that's what I said.
I was not looking at the conspiracy lens.
Everything cannot be a conspiracy. I just find that hard to
Chuck,
fathom.
did you see the clip they're talking about of Shirley Temple?
Yeah, Chuck.
No.
It's
If I push
in
the
chat.
button, then
Watch
I'll
it and
leave
see
the
if you see
show.
anything weird. I didn't see anything weird about that clip, and they're gaslighting like there's something wrong with me if I missed it. It's so obvious.
Okay,
I'm not
let me
gaslighting.
go
I'm
look.
not gaslighting you.
That's
Jeff.
what it
We're
feels
not
like
gaslighting.
when y'all say it's obvious and it's not. It feels like gaslighting, and I think that's one of my problems with the conspiracy stuff that happens on here, because it plays with my entire sense of reality.
I didn't mean to make you feel that way. That wasn't my intention. I'm sorry that happened.
Well, I mean, you don't have to protect my feeling. I'm
No.
okay with.
I want to not only just be polite to you.
But there is when conspiracy theorists insist that something is obvious and like anybody should be able to see it, and then people like me don't. there is this sense of, well, who's living in reality, me or them? Like, which is
It's
my
a Venn
reality
diagram.
flawed because I don't see it, or is their reality flawed because they do see it?
It doesn't need to be a binary. It doesn't need to be a
Well, it
binary.
either happened or it didn't, though. That's the frame that's set up by stuff like this, like by this really black and white. It's so obvious you can't miss it. Yeah,
Well,
it's not that I feel
I went-
left out. I
went and watched it. I did go watch it. Had somebody not strictly pointed something out, I would have never saw it. But it is
Okay.
weird. It is a weird thing that he licks his finger and doesn't go to the book.
He goes around
But-
back towards her butt, and then
it's like the red,
she does make a
black and
face.
blue dress thing.
May I add something? There is a story, and you can verify this, where Shirley Temple explains a story about sexual abuse in Hollywood, and she recounts a story where she and her mom went to a studio. She went to interview with a few fellows. Her mom went to interview somewhere else, and I won't spoil the story. I'll send you a link if you want to watch. But Shirley
Yeah.
Temple says that when they came out of the meeting, she and her mom chatted a bit, and I forget the exact words, but her mother said to her, you should have seen what they asked me to do. And she didn't get the movie. She didn't get the part. I think I don't know which director she was talking about. I'll find the clip. Now, that knowledge in combination with that clip seals the deal for me.
So it's not just the clip itself. You have some background context that allows you to see it that which somebody without that context might not see. So to make out like that clip alone is so obvious that anybody should be able to see it is not accurate.
Well, it is accurate from my point of view. That's why I explained to you that it is a Venn diagram.
But I'm like, stuff like that shouldn't depend on a point of view. Like, to me, something that's so obvious shouldn't depend on a point of view. People can either see it or not.
The world
So
isn't
if it
binary
requires
like
a
that.
particular point of view, then I don't think it meets the standards of obviousness that people claim for.
Yeah, if I wasn't intentionally looking for it, I wouldn't have saw it. That's for sure.
I'm going to watch it a third time
The
because
standards for obvious or not obvious
Just
are
watch his hand. Follow the hand, and
All
then
right.
look
they
at
are
her
not
face.
strictly objective in all cases.
well, then I guess don't present them as if they are, because that's part of the confusion.
Well, you do have the capacity to understand that if someone is telling you it's obvious, there is an implied caveat to that. To me, if I have to specify and add
Not to me.
some kind of equivocation to every statement I make,
I'm
useful
still not
conversation
seeing
isn't
it.
possible.
Is it his left hand or his right hand?
Right hand. He licks his finger. It
All right,
goes
let me-
down her backside, and then he pulls
And I'm
her
sure
up.
he's doing this all on camera in plain view. All right, he does this with his finger. He calls her over. He moves the papers. All right, he licked his
Licks
finger.
and then runs his hand down to pull
And
her up.
he puts his under the desk. I don't know what he's doing with his hand. You can't even see his hand. How is it obvious? You don't even see his hand. It's all
To me,
inference.
he's just pulling her up on his lap.
He did this and he put his hand under the desk, and that's all you see. And from that,
No,
there's
his hand went behind her.
right, but
Didn't
it's at the point he does this, it's not visible anymore. So you don't know what it's doing. Like, yeah, the hand is somewhere over here, but that's all you see. To draw firm conclusions from that, I don't know how you're doing it.
Yeah, without
No, Jeff, it's not NSFW, but I'm worried it's a copyright. It's like a clip from a movie. So I'm worried I might get a copyright takedown.
yeah,
So
Shirley
it's not
Temples
the
are
content
pretty
itself.
old. I don't know if they're still copyrighted or not.
Right. Look at the face. I didn't see anything in the face that indicated to me that anything's going on. So that is called inference. We went over that whole thing the other day on doxa, episteme. There's nothing definitive from looking at her face that would tell me.
And only
they're connecting
definitive,
two dots. They're connecting that his hand went below the desk. They're
And she-
connecting something they're seeing in her face that I'm not seeing. And in their mind, their brain is feeding them this very evident narrative that this thing is going on. And that is not enough for me to draw the same conclusion. But I didn't see a reaction that looked weird at all. What
It'd have to
frame
be in
is the
her
reaction?
memoir or something.
Yeah, plus they're coupling it with what they read from this memoir, which I don't have. The clip itself is not going to give
Right.
you that.
That's what I was trying to say. You wouldn't see it unless you had
And it's also
knowledge.
and it is slowed down as well. It's made it was specifically slowed down
I'm
to
going to
try to
watch her
highlight.
face very carefully and see if I'm not. Of course, y'all know I'm bad at reading nonverbal
Right.
stuff.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah, that is
smiling. There's one clip that after, like, many seconds after he puts his stand down, she's smiling, and then she puts her arm on his shoulder. So to me, that would mitigate against that something happened. If something happened, you don't immediately smile and start hugging the guy that just did it to you.
Well, what was we talking about the other day, Jeff? You can look at something and make anything you want out of it.
The apophenia, the Jesus and the toast phenomena.
Exactly.
That Reddington, that's what I'm saying. Y'all are connecting dots. Why lick them is just something you're adding into the narrative. There's nothing licking itself that would.
As in, he's licking his finger to turn the page.
That's what conspiracists do. He licked his finger. You can't see his hand.
Turn the page.
She made a facial expression. There, that thing happened. It's so obvious that it happened. And it's just your brain connecting random dots. And to be episteme, it needs more than just that. It needs some kind of hard, concrete evidence. And I don't know why people resist that. That's so obvious to me that's how truth is determined. And like, I don't know why people get so attached to these narratives that they don't require any higher standard of evidence than just what their brain makes them think is happening.
Can't see
that's
the tree for the forest.
That's how magicians' tricks work. Like, I would want a higher standard. I don't know why people fight not having a higher standard.
It's that gotcha thing. That's what I call it.
I think people just maybe it's dramatic effect. They just like to believe the most sensational, dramatic narrative. It makes the world more exciting to think that this old guy went around molested Shirley Temple.
Oh yeah, I mean she has talked about the abuse thing before, but it's not
that one specific scene. Like when I did this scene, the guy licked his finger and did this with me.
Not about that clip. No, I've just the clip is not definitive.
So then my
evidence.
skepticism
I see what he's talking about, but definitive evidence of anything.
Not enough.
Yeah,
evidence.
But sometimes people see what they want to see. They don't necessarily take the time to see what's actually there. Oh, sorry, Chuck.
Right.
A bunch of people, more people showed up on Jack. Looks like there's Wizard.
What?
Some person
they're all
Slomo with a guitar and a cactus.
They're all friends again.
I don't know.
What?
I'm still trying to find out about this flow state Paul thing.
Oh yeah, if you guys want to go over to Jack's, that's fine. I mean,
Flo's probably over at Jack.
I'll probably I need to do some chores, but yeah.
Don't we all?
I don't have any chores. Sometimes these panels are a chore.
I don't think of the panels as being a chore, but
sometimes especially machines last night.
Well, no, I can at least I don't consider this panel this show. I don't feel like this is never a chore for me. It's sometimes going on other panels does feel a little like a chore. So.
I don't do well with people that don't grasp basic logic, whose brain just spins all over the place connecting dots and can't use a process to link it together in a credible way. That's always frustrating. Even when I was a kid, I got frustrated with stupid people.
I clicked onto machines for a minute last night and saw Rant like talking about a bunch of stuff that
it was Rand and Lanza. And then some guy like showed up, this new guy, and told about how he was possessed by demons like 6 different times, and
Oh,
his
oh,
mom
I
had
think I
demons
heard
in her.
that guy. I think I seen that guy one time before.
Michael Pernella.
Yeah, I saw that part and I was like, yeah, I'm not jumping into this right now. And then I ended up falling asleep.
And then then Rabbit started talking about actual lizard people, the reptilians that are behind, like we're in the Matrix, and the lizard people are like. And then Jack
like
jumps on and it's like, yeah, I pretty much agree with everything you said, but I have this one question about something.
Jack Talcott?
No,
NeuroJack.
NeuroJack, but NeuroJack also does it because he's trying to interrogate their ideas, and if you jump on, you're like, I think everything you say is bullshit.
I don't know. Maybe because I used to work in a psych ward.
They're not
I
going to
know
talk.
which ideas are worth interrogation and which are not.
I mean, I've talked to NeuroJack plenty times. I don't think he believes in lizard people.
I can't believe how far some of these people go into their fantasies.
The human
or
brain.
what I perceive as fantasies.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it is fantasies. I mean, I thought the lizard people thing was hilarious ever since I first encountered it on the internet back in like the AOL days. I remember first seeing that back whenever like it still dial-up internet. You know, like web pages were like on GeoCities and shit like that. I remember seeing like this like GeoCities page that had like, it was the first time I'd ever heard the lizard people thing. And I remember thinking it was hilarious.
I remember watching that. Who is it? Jack Van Imp or Jack Ick or somebody?
Oh, Van Imp.
Yeah, or somebody.
Jack
it
Van
was this
Imp.
old guy and this blonde girl. They were talking about the lizard people.
Jack Van Imp.
Or David Icke. Yeah, David Icke would talk about that show a lot too.
Jack Van Imp, the Doomsday Machine.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that guy a little bit. Yeah, it's lizard people conspiracy is one of the funniest
Had the
ones.
trophy old guy with the trophy wife. Yep.
And like they try to prove it by taking images and putting them through Photoshop filters, and somehow how the Photoshop filters are supposed to like somehow prove that they were lizards. And
hey, it worked. I'm not surprised. It works for some people. Considering what y'all accept as evidence. That's
people
why
say Jeff's a lizard.
Works.
That's why Jeff's a lizard.
Some people said that. Looks like a lizard. I don't know where they get it from, but
who looks like a lizard? Hey, Jeff.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Chopper,
hey, what's up?
ChopperJeff.
Speaking of lizard people,
yeah, I love a good conspiracy theory, so I felt it was a good time.
Do you really?
Oh, I do, man. I love them. I'm a big Alex Jones fan.
They just make my brain ache.
You know, you can't really believe them. It's more, for me, it's more of entertainment, and it's terrifying to think if they're actually true. Which is why it's terrifying that, you know, Alex Jones isn't as much as a conspiracy theorist now, as much as he has been almost like mainstream news and on Tucker Carlson and whatnot lately. But, you know,
well, I mean, after he got sued for like $1 billion, you know, or had like all that, you know, like the $1 billion, like, or however many millions of dollars against him, I guess I understand why he's not talking conspiracies as much anymore.
He's not.
He went too far with that one.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. It's indefensible, right?
Exactly.
But it's not anything that he hasn't done with every tragedy that's ever happened, you know. And it's a scary precedent that's been set, because now we have this arbitrary line as to what is free speech as far as the civil court's concerned. You know, you can't say certain things, or else now you're going to be liable for every person involved with it that's received any kind of harassment from any crazy out there. To be
fair, I'm not familiar with that case. Was that the Sandy Hook thing?
Yes.
And what was his? Because I do believe conspiracy theorists should have the right to theorize.
He said it was a false flag.
Yeah, he said it was a false flag.
And what were the damages? How did
15 billion or something?
No, I mean, what effect did it? Like, what did he get charged with?
He didn't get charged with anything. It was taken to civil court, and he was well, first of all, there was no actual trial in the civil court, so there was no arguments made either one way or the other. He was given a default judgment because the judge in the case ruled that he violated the process of discovery by not giving his text messages in time.
Which is like a technicality.
Yes.
Yeah, it was bogus. That was
But what
bogus.
was the chart? Like, who got damaged?
Defamation against the
Defamation.
Sandy Hook families, and they were
Oh,
awarded
Families.
what is it
awarded
that
like
David somebody got? He was
they were
accusing
saying
him of.
because of Alex Jones, they were subjected to additional harassment. Which I don't believe that, because there's, anybody who's involved in a situation that's nationwide. I mean, even like the big YouTubers, like, you don't even have to do anything. It's just you have a small portion of the population that are just crazy people, and that will harass anybody who's famous for any reason. At least in my opinion. And there was more than just Alex Jones purporting that it was a fake event. There was all types of little YouTubers doing the same thing.
Yeah, if anything, I think he was a fairly small part of it. I don't think he talked about nearly as much as I saw a lot of other, even back then. That was like, YouTube wasn't even as big of a deal at the time.
Nope.
There was plenty of other people talking about it at the time. I mean, in conspiracy circles, stuff like, I used to lurk in a lot of conspiracy forums and stuff like that, because I would.
Oh, okay. Then you know all about it.
Now that
the Robbie Parker and how
I've talked a lot about I've seen I saw the birth of QAnon happen in the conspiracy forums. I watched all this stuff happen. I mean, it doesn't make me, I don't believe it, but I did find them. I found it entertaining.
One of my criticisms about
somewhat
conspiracy theorists is the same criticism I have about the woke. It's this victim mentality, like this, we're powerless against this.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Sinister force that's oppressing or working behind the scenes to like make everything power.
Yeah, I get that. That one guy was. Were you there when? I guess his name was Cecil, the guy who had his face like 2 inches from the camera, and
that'd be Cecil.
That guy's a psychopath, man. I thought he was gonna start calling me a Fed. He was acting like, the world is hopeless. I can't own anything because of taxes. I'm like, dude, if he just learned the tax rules and just make a reasonable living,
all he needs to own
it's not hard.
A video game console and a mattress.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus, man, I was kind of like getting nervous. Like, oh, dude, I just triggered this dude.
He got in some bad trouble a few years back.
Cecil did?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
He wouldn't talk about it because he probably belongs in that.
Oh right, in
Florida.
Yeah, because he was talking about getting his record expunged, and I asked for what,
and he was all like, "I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to tell you it happens."
Yeah, it wasn't very good. We'll put it that way.
I think the first thing we all thought was, "Oh, we got a PDF here."
You're pretty close.
That's pretty much what the accusations are, from my understanding. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you okay, Chris? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. No, I've been around Machine Lies panel enough to have heard the extent of
stories.
The extent of the stories and stuff like that. I've seen. I'm on his Discord too. I've seen plenty of people talking about the Discord. So yeah, I know what the accusations are. But
I'm not well versed in this community and its lore, so
panel drama. No, I'm learning it myself.
I don't take a stance on either way. I don't know. Cecil has generally been pretty harmless. Like, he's usually asleep on the panels that I've seen, but I mean, like, he has. I guess he does occasionally get pretty worked up about things. I mean, like, but but then you've got people like Smith that.
That guy, man, that guy was Bergen, man. He's out there.
I guess
22 is Obama and 22 is Obama's the Antichrist.
I know.
What? Japanese bomb Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, I think I almost respect Smith because like he lets himself go full on Spurg. He doesn't even try to like ground it in anything.
I was just trying to pick his brain. I wanted to listen to the guy, like, and without.
This is all recent with him.
Really?
With Smith?
Something snapped. Yeah, this isn't something he's always been doing.
Oh, really?
This is something. Yeah.
I mean, I asked them what the end game was, and it's to make us feel small. Like, why do you have to feel small? Why do you have to make yourself feel more important to believe that the Earth is flat? Like, it doesn't make any logical sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't either. Yeah.
I mean, and ultimately, what I was trying to get to is, what difference does it make in your daily life anyway? I mean, you don't work for SpaceX, at least I hope not.
Right.
But he seems really passionate about it. He got really upset.
Yeah, no, he like I said, his conspiracy theories push it so far to the point, like I said, it's almost like performance art, though. I mean, it's like
It's
But you
wonderful.
got to remember
it's
too, he
it's
drinks like a fish, which is new
ah
too. It
Yeah.
all started at the same time.
oh, I see. So he said so something happened and he got depressed
Hmm
and started drinking, and then
Does he
his
have
conspiracies are.
services? Like, does he see
That's what I
anybody
think.
for?
What's that?
Does he see anybody for that or get help?
I don't think so.
I mean, I've only really encountered him a couple of times recently. I think I did see him like way back when, but he disappeared for a long time. On the panels I've seen
Shit, I
until
remember
just
watching
recently.
him on one night on a stream. He downed a whole gallon of booze during the
Oh.
stream. Yeah,
A
Yeah, I
gallon?
think a lot of that
Where do
too.
you buy a gallon?
I used to buy them.
They used to sell at Albertsons. We used to get gallons of
Gallons
vodka,
Liquor store,
of what? Of like
whiskey.
vodka?
vodka, rum, whiskey,
I
whatever.
mean, I mean, I when I buy whiskey, I buy usually the 1.75. You know, like the
No,
1
they have
liter.
Oh,
the
that's
big
kids
plastic
play.
gallon.
Oh, yeah. If it comes in a plastic bottle, I don't
I mean,
buy
they
it.
have
That's-
glass, but the
Yeah,
Albertsons brand was in plastic.
I got
Oh,
mine in glass. Evan
uh,
Williams.
And
yeah,
they have that that cheap
I have
wine.
Evan
What is it,
Williams right now.
Martini Rossi or whatever? You get the big gallon jugs of wine.
Cardboard box.
Now they don't sell around here. They don't sell any gallons of booze at any of the liquor stores I've seen
Oh,
around
they
here.
did in Vegas
Wow.
at the
No,
Albertsons.
I guess I never noticed them. Yeah, of course you could buy liquor anywhere in Vegas at any place, and like I actually went to bartending school out there, and like so whenever when I was going to bartending school, I was the first time I'd gone and like bought a bunch of liquor for like to practice like making drinks, stuff like that, and but I never paid attention to like any of the. I just bought like regular size bottles. I never paid attention to like the sizes they had, so I
Good
never
thing
noticed it.
about vodka is you can put it in the freezer and it won't freeze.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I prefer whiskey if I'm gonna take a shot of something, but I don't really like the way booze makes me feel. I only drink it. I only take it for pain relief because
I used to have to get up and take 3 shots of vodka so I could hold a cup of coffee.
damn.
Oh,
Because I
man.
shook
From the
so
alcoholism.
bad. Yeah,
Wow.
when I was a practicing alcoholic.
I knew a guy like that. I knew a guy like that back in Vegas. That was he would be like all shaky and and he'd go to like a gas station and get like 2/5 of vodka, and he'd come out of the gas station. He would like glug 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 glug, glug, then he'd just be like normal again, and I would just be like,
Yep.
okay, dude, yeah, you're
Yeah.
definitely
my-
in a bad place there. I try to get him help and stuff like that, but then in the process of trying to get him help, he ended up meeting this other girl that we knew that it was like the two people that you ever had friends like that where
Yep.
there's two people that
Yep.
never need to meet each other, and then they met each other.
Boom.
and
It
wow.
went from bad to worse.
Oh, it went so
Yeah.
bad. Like they immediately as soon as like I mean I had been trying to keep them from interacting. I really had been, because I knew that it was just that kind of volatile situation, because they both had like those self-destructive tendencies like that, and she was like this kind of girl that would just like latch on to somebody like that would enable that, and it was just like they were both seeking enablers for each other, and that's exactly what happened. And then before you know it, like he was at my house and she stopped by, and I was like, I went up to the bathroom when she got there, and he opened the door, and like when I came back down, they were gone, and I was like, what, where did they go? And one of the other people that in the house was like, oh yeah, Chrissy came by, they left together. I was like, oh fucking no. And then and then the next time I saw them, they were both like, yeah, they end up like moving in together, all that kind of shit. It was a fucking disaster. It was
Yeah, man. My best friend just experienced something like that. I inadvertently introduced them years ago, about 10 years now, and it's exponentially got worse. My buddy, he actually inherited $100,000 when his grandma passed away. A year later, he was asking me if he could borrow $400 for rent.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like,
I remember the day I quit drinking. It was 14 hours later, when I went to the hospital and they did a blood draw, and it came out 0.285. Doctor
Oh,
said, "How are you?" Yeah,
yeah.
14 hours after the last
That
one.
sounds familiar. My buddy did the same thing. His blood alcohol level. Well, he called me in the middle of the night because the girl that I introduced him to stabbed him in the neck with a champagne glass. And
That's exactly the kind of shit I'm talking about. Yeah.
yeah, I go to his house. He's got an entire roll of paper towels up against his neck that's completely soaked in blood.
Mhm.
And he's looking at me, and I'm like, bro, you got like you lived 1 block away from the hospital. Like, I need to get you over there. And I get him there, and they take a little bit of, they do a blood test after they stitch him up, and they said, they came out and said the same thing. Plus, if you don't stop drinking, you're gonna die in a year. That was 4 years ago, and he was drinking. He would drink a fifth of KT, Kentucky Tavern. That was his
God.
his wake up drink. And then, through the day, he would, continue drinking, and he worked as a contractor, which was funny. I don't even know how he functioned, because the hospital was like, we don't understand how you're conscious. Like, you have a near lethal level of alcohol in your blood. And
Well,
yeah,
I know if I hadn't been in the hospital, I'd have been dead, because when the DTs hit, I almost died. If
Do
I
they
hadn't
have
been at the
they have
hospital,
medicine now that can treat that,
I don't think they do they?
or you just have to write it out?
they gave me, what the hell did they give me?
they gave my buddy Valium and something else. He'd actually just completed a detox program 2 months ago.
Yeah, I can't
Because
remember what they gave me.
it was like a
They
7-day
shoved 6
deal.
of them down my throat.
They kept him, like, he stayed in a house, and yeah, it was supervised, because he couldn't withdraw. Like, he can't just stop drinking at that point, because he would have seizures or something.
Yeah, no, I've seen that happen to
It
people
took
too.
it took me about 3.5 weeks to get over the DTs completely.
Oh, wow.
The damn withdrawals. Yeah, I was bad.
My grandparents had a neighbor who was a bad alcoholic, and he went through DTs. And when he was going through DTs, I mean, he went insane. I mean, he literally, it was like someone who was like schizophrenic or something. Like, he was seeing things. He was fucking like hallucinating. He was like he was like in my grandparents' backyard. Like, said that he was chasing after a deer that wasn't there and shit like that, and like all the stuff like that. And it was really bad. He was like, he was out of his mind. Yeah, he didn't live much longer after that too. He died about 6 months later. But yeah, I've seen that. And like my dad's dad, he died. He literally drank himself to death. So like, there's a lot of bad alcoholism been around.
My grandpa did. He died on a toilet bowl.
Oh my god.
My dad,
with a bottle in one hand. Yep.
Yeah, my dad's dad was he had been in the service, and then I don't know what happened, but he got really into drinking, I guess, there. But he was like selling his blood to go buy alcohol. He would like go and like a blood bank and get however much money to buy alcohol, and it was drink. And like, my dad found him when he was 8, like dead on the couch. So
yeah, that's terrible, man. I mean, my buddy, happy to report, he's doing okay. He's not drinking like he was. I mean, he's 40 plus years old and living with his parents now, and he's got a job again, but he's still drinking. But
not gonna have a good outcome.
No, and I try to talk to him, but like, it's hard to, that fine line between getting them angry, and then they just, because like, when I've talked to him before, like, I ended up, if I do talk to him, like, he won't contact me for months or hell fucking years.
Yep.
So it's kind of like,
how dare you question my drinking?
Right. And I'm never really been a huge drinker, but and ironically, I made a goal this year to drink more, so that, like, I don't know. For me, it's like, I don't really socialize. Like, if I'm not, I don't know, drinking or something. I'm not drinking at the moment, which, I guess is just me getting better at this. But
yeah, I was about to say, you're doing pretty good.
Well, thank you, Jeff. But it's, I've always not wanted to drink after, like, seeing all the horrible shit it's done to people. So I mean,
Yeah.
I go into it with like an air of caution, like, yeah, I'm
You do.
drinking, it's party, it's fun, but like there's a time and place.
And I've always been really lucky. I'm really lucky in the sense that I don't have an addictive personality in that sense. Like I've never gotten hooked on anything. Like or like I don't like even like with pain pills and stuff like that. Like I never got high off them or anything. So like I never had like that. I don't have like that. Like I never got like that cause and effect kind of thing that happens in your brain with like that where you associate something with So like whenever like my
Yeah.
insurance ran out, like it was hard for me to. It was hard. It's much harder for me to think when I don't have my Adderall. But I was never like I have to get Adderall. I never. I was never like tempted to go try to find like someone to like deal it to me or something like that. I just stopped. I just stopped doing. I didn't have the pills anymore. So, So I mean,
alcohol messes with your receptors. It changes your receptors.
Just like heroin does. Heroin and alcohol do the same thing.
And that's the only thing. The only thing it accepts. It doesn't want anything else.
Well, Chuck, what got you through those 3 weeks of the DT? How did you do it?
I was in the hospital.
The whole. So you had you had the help.
Oh yeah. Otherwise, I'd have been dead.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't wish that on nobody.
But no, I have people that get that are that addicted to alcohol. I know it's like it's pretty much the same thing as like a heroin addict trying to get off heroin too. Like they have the same thing where people die in heroin withdrawals too if they're deep enough in it. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah.
I mean, I don't feel like I've had an addictive personality, but it has run in my family, like my uncle and my aunt, for example. But I am admittedly addicted to cigarettes, tobacco, which is terrible. But as far as drugs, like it's just, I don't know. I've tried a lot of drugs. I love psychedelics. I don't know if that counts as an addiction.
No, I don't. I certainly like. I mean, I've enjoyed my time doing psychedelics, but but at the same time, I've never gotten like the effects that other people get from them either. I've never like I've taken acid. I've never really hallucinated anything. I've taken shrooms, never hallucinated anything. I've gotten like slight visual like where like lights or colors are a little different or something like that. That's about it. I've never had like one of those those acid trip stories where people are like imagine like
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Everybody turns into reptiles.
Yeah, I've never had anything like that happen. So like if anything, I like they actually do feel pretty good, but it's not like something I've never like been like desperate at any point in my life for any kind of medication type thing like that.
No, and for me, it's just like I'm an explorer. I at least like consider myself one. But when you're talking about like crazy trips, like nothing will ever compare to like the DMT trips that I've taken. And they're only like 15 minutes long.
I tried it once.
It's not about. It doesn't even feel like. It doesn't feel like a hallucination because it's real. That's the craziest part. And when you lose all concept of like linear time. I don't know if you guys have seen the Star Trek episode where Picard gets flashed with the probe.
Yeah,
and suddenly he's living an entire alien life where he like grows up and gets married and has children.
That happened to you? That happened to you with DMT?
Every time.
Wow. I tried it twice. And both times, all I got was like some pretty colors in there, and it was just like it just went away. It's like
I had
salvia doesn't affect me. DMT doesn't really do anything to me. Like I said, acid was like fun. It made like free association things in my brain really fun. I mean, I can like a lot of things were a lot funnier to me.
Oh yeah, it was fun. I did acid in the ocean. That was the best thing ever.
In the ocean,
man. In the ocean. At night in fucking South Carolina, man, under the moon. I kept looking. I don't know, and I know I talk about it a lot, but like video games and that, like I looked up at the stars and I could see the character selection screen from Skyrim where you can choose the warrior, the archer, the thief. Like it was a beautiful thing. And I could even hear the music, even though there was no music playing, but it was gorgeous.
I see, like I'm jealous of that because like that's the reason that's the only reason I actually ever did any of those things in the first place, because like I wanted to I wanted to have an experience like that, and I never had, and like no matter even when it was really good stuff or anything, like the closest thing I've ever come to is the time dilation effect from shrooms. Shrooms like makes time just like stretch out. It seems like it stretches out forever. Like one night can just feel like a week, you know. It just seems like it goes on, and acid has a little bit of that too. That's the closest thing I've ever had to anything that was like a hallucination. But I mean, it just makes time feel like it slows down. Hi, Dave. Yeah, but I've never seen, you know, anything that wasn't there. I've never really even seen, like, I've seen people talk about, like, you know, the curtains moving.
Hi.
And
Hey,
I'm Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Hello.
But yeah, I've never experienced any of that stuff except for like bright. It's like colors that look a little prettier.
Yeah,
you know, that's about it. You know,
I think it has to do with your mood and the company and where you're around too.
I don't think I have the right brain receptors or something for it or something. I don't know. Because like, I mean, I'm pretty sure I would have if because other people did have those experiences around me at the time, and I was always in good company. It was never like a bad like, you know, situation to be in.
Right.
So I know other people totally had those experiences, but I just didn't. I don't know. I
Just do a little angel dust.
Easy now.
That's one I've never done. I've never done that. I always forget. I always forget that PCP.
I saw my friends on it, and it was never attractive.
It's no fun.
I've never seen.
We're talking drug stories, Dave. If you have any,
I see. I have none. I am straight edge as can be.
Oh,
I was until I was like 20.
I don't even drink
24.
anymore.
Oh.
I'll have a beer on occasion, but I don't like drink. I don't drink to get drunk ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't like being drunk.
Drinking it's limited in the fun, you know. It gets me a little chatty, so I mean that's about it, really. I get tired.
I like it where it gives me just enough of a painkiller and just like I can handle like just a little bit of a buzz. But if I get past like that little bit of a buzz stage, I just feel sick, and I don't like feeling drunk at all. I just like tiny little bit of buzz is about all I really want or need to handle, and I don't like the way it makes me feel really in general. And it's just,
Next thing you know, you'll be spouting conspiracy theories about lizard people.
I'll be back in a second. I just finished my stream. I gotta go do something, and then I'll be right back.
All right, man.
Okay.
Thanks.
Egg Dave.
Interesting. You mentioned lizard people, and he ran off.
But you know,
new conspiracy.
I smoke pot all the time. I don't know if people would consider that a drug anymore.
Hi, crack? Christine. By the way,
pot.
Oh, pot.
Not not crack.
Hi, not that Christine. I was just saying. I think she that's Dave sent her here, so she's new to the chat. So
yeah. Hi, Christine. Other Christine.
Not that Christine.
Yeah, I don't like it, and I don't like pot either. I wish I did. I see other people
I did it way too much.
I see people enjoying pot and everything, and how much they seem like it. I wish I did, but it just doesn't. It's just not an enjoyable thing.
Have you done it enough? I had to do it like 4 or 5 times before it.
I mean, when I was younger, when I was a lot younger, and like whenever I really wasn't. I don't even think of pot as being like a drug, really. Like, I mean, it's like because I did that when I was like 19 and stuff like that, and I still thought of myself as fairly straight edge because I didn't really drink much or anything else. But I mean, like, I guess I was like 22 actually, not 19, but still, I smoked pot with people a lot in those days. It was I knew a lot of potheads, so it was a very social thing, and I enjoyed it for like. You know, I enjoyed it like at that time, but then like I stopped for a while, and then like I tried to do it again. Ever since then, it's like it makes me sick, it makes me dizzy, it makes me whatever, and or it just puts me asleep, and it's never really been enjoyable for me since then. And it doesn't matter like what strain or what how good it is or anything like that. It just never seems to like I never seem to find a good balance with it. So I just I don't do it, and that's fine. I mean, it doesn't bother me that I can't. I just it's like I said, like I feel a little jealous of people that can enjoy that stuff, but I don't get it. Just doesn't do it for me. And
And are you taking Adderall at the time? Because Adderall, man, that's a lot like meth. I've compared the two. I can tell you.
I've done meth before too, and
Yeah.
they have some similarities, but I
Oh
think
yeah.
meth is way different. But
Well, it's all about dosage. So
that's true.
I've dabbled in both. I've tried Adderall. I've tried meth. Of course, I'm 40, about to turn 42, and that was back in my early 20s when I was dating a girl that was prescribed Adderall. She shared them with me.
Oh, so you did it recreationally? It wasn't
Yes.
prescribed. Okay.
Well, it was not prescribed. No.
See, Adderall recreationally to me is not the same. I know I can see. How
it wasn't like we were banging a bunch of Adderalls. I would just take one, and I'd be like, "Damn, I feel great. I'm gonna do my schoolwork. I'm gonna get this done. I'm gonna get that done. I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do that."
I actually don't like Adderall when I first start taking it. When I first get on it, I don't like it. It doesn't make me feel good at first. It makes me feel jittery and jumpy for like a couple of weeks until I get it settled in, and then once it's kind of like I've got acclimated to it, then it actually helps me a lot, and it helps my ADHD a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm a much clearer thinking person, but
the point I was trying to bring up is when I was taking the Adderall, like I would smoke weed and not even get high off of it, like because I was just zooming off the Adderall.
No, at the time, I think I probably have been on Adderall and tried to smoke pot at some point before, but a lot of times I wasn't. Adderall wasn't a part of my life or anything like that at the time. So no, it hasn't always been that. It's just like I don't know. Pot just kind of changed on me after a while, and it's okay. I'm not upset about it. It's fine. I don't really like the smell of it that much anyway, and it's kind of like a.
I hear you. I mean, I grow my own, so I enjoy it thoroughly. But
okay, so
good for you, man. Right.
There's other ADHD people on here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably undiagnosed.
Yeah, maybe. All of us.
Were you ever assigned like Ritalin when you were younger, or methylphenidate or whatever it is? Methyl something.
Not me. They never gave me any good drugs.
Okay. Because I was just trying to gauge somebody who's had Adderall and that stuff to see what the effects of Adderall feel like.
Have you had both?
I've only had Ritalin, or the methylphenidate, whatever it was.
They tried me on those and they didn't do anything for me. Adderall's the only one that actually helped.
I didn't like it. It made me feel like a zombie. Like I was everything I was doing was through like a slog. Like,
no, yeah, I got you.
It like slowed down my mental faculties. I didn't enjoy it at all. But does Adderall have that similar effect, or is it different?
Well, I mean,
Chris is on it now.
Yeah, Adderall like works like it helps slow your brain down by I mean, it is basically speed. I mean, there's no way around that. It is an amphetamine. It's an amphetamine period. It's not methamphetamine. Methamphetamine is a much stronger, more concentrated form of amphetamine. It is a much different thing, but so it does speed up parts of your brain to a degree, but but by doing that, it somehow slows it down. Somewhat makes it more manageable. I don't understand. I feel like the Adderall like helps the rest of my body keep up with my brain or something like that. It's like it balances it out. Like my brain is already going like 1,000,000 miles per second all the time. So like the Adderall kind of like balances me out where like I can handle like the speed my brain's moving at. It's how I think of it, because I don't know how else to explain it, because it doesn't really make sense that like how that would help you think more clearly. But yeah, I'm a lot less scattered
trouble with it, and I'm
a lot less
always
scattered.
worried about trying it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been prescribed for me. I had tried it recreationally like once or twice way back when, and I hated it as like a thing that I did like took like one time. Oh, I hated the way it made me feel. It's worse than cocaine. Like because I hate cocaine too. Cocaine makes me.
Dave, are you on anything now?
No, I'm not on anything.
Because you seem like you're ADHD. I mean, doesn't seem.
Yeah, you don't see that bad.
I would not have noticed. But I know it's all internal processing. But
like I notice it more than anybody else. Like it especially affects me when I'm trying to do tasks that are boring.
Oh yeah.
Well, that sounds normal to me. I don't know how non-ADHD people do it.
Well, supposedly people can like concentrate on it. When I'm doing something that I don't find enjoyable, I'm constantly just thinking about what else I could be doing.
Yeah, me too. Like I have to be interested in it to do
Yeah,
anything.
but
But from what
normal
I'm
people
told,
do
normal
that
people
too.
aren't like that's
They
not.
can just do it anyway.
They can turn that off and just
Yeah.
keep focused on what they're doing, like
I don't know
studying,
how they're doing it. I don't think that's
Oh,
normal.
not me.
like studying and things like that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and it's like but it's not just with ADHD. It's not just like harder to concentrate in the boring things. It's next to impossible.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Any
like
little thing
yeah,
that
your
can
brain
possibly.
will not
it's
focus.
almost painful. It
Yeah.
feels like you're like, it almost makes me, I feel almost angry at the task or something, like,
Go
it's
catch
like,
yourself doing something else. It's like, damn it, just focus.
Or the best is when you've been trying to read something and you realize that you've flipped all the way through it and you haven't read or understood anything, and like 3 or 4 hours have gone by and you literally have just been staring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's definitely
relatable.
it's ADHD. Like I mean, like it's like I knew I think I knew on some level I was ADHD before, like a long time before I even got diagnosed, which was when I was around 20 the first time. But they didn't start me on any kind of, they tried me in Ritalin and stuff like that, but it wasn't until years later that actually they tried me in Adderall and like Adderall was the first time I'd actually had anything that actually helped. But
I was diagnosed all the way back in the 3rd grade, and I was on Ritalin for years, and I hated it.
They try. I mean, they tried me on combinations of things from Ritalin and like they try to throw some Prozac and there's like antidepressant type stuff in there and try to like this and that, and none of that stuff ever worked. I honestly never found an antidepressant that really worked that well for me, except for a long time ago, like for a little while, venlafaxine was pretty, or Effexor is like what the brand name is. That one was actually a good antidepressant for me for a long time, but then finally it just kind of stopped working, and ever since then I've never found one that actually did much good for my, but keeping the Adderall, keeping my ADHD in check, it keeps me from feeling as, it keeps my depression down because of the fact that I like, because the ADHD will cause like depression too, because it makes you feel really bad about yourself and stuff because you can't focus on tasks and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It helps me anyway from feeling as depressed. But I'm probably a little bit bipolar too though, so there's some of that in there as well, I'm sure. But like, yeah, every time they try to start me on some new drug or something, it always has some fucked up side effect these days. So I don't know. I mostly just sticking to the stuff that I know that works.
True.
Like they started me on this drug the other, like a couple of weeks back or something like that. And like I only took it a couple of times because it just made me black out. Like I just like it first didn't do anything. They increased the dosage, and then like I took it, and then like I was like awake, and then I woke up, and I was like I don't like that at all. I don't like the like it's like when you don't, if I don't remember laying down to go to sleep kind of thing. I don't like that.
That's a little unnerving.
Yeah. I mean, of course, Ambien would do that too. And I'm not a fan of Ambien either, but I was on it for a long time for sleep. But yeah, Ambien activates the chemical in your brain that your brain secretes when you're in REM sleep. So when you take Ambien, even if you don't go to sleep right away, you start dreaming while you're awake, basically. Or your brain interprets all of everything that's happening as dream memory. So that's the reason why you don't really have memory of what you're doing, and people do really weird and sometimes dangerous things.
I get that anyway.
Like Roseanne when she posted that stuff on Twitter the one day.
Right? And I'm sure that's what it was. Yeah.
Because I'm often tired and trying to stay awake anyway, and just fighting through it, and then just all of a sudden I'm like, this doesn't make any sense what I'm doing.
Right. Yeah. I've always had trouble sleeping. I'm not good at keeping a sleep schedule. I never have been. Like I try really hard to, and I've tried so. The best I ever got at it was like actually the best thing for my sleep schedule was probably when I was working at Amazon doing like these big long 12-hour shifts and stuff like that. The fact that it would wear me out so much that I would go home. Once I did that for about 3 weeks, then like it pushed my body to the point of exhaustion where I would go home and I actually would sleep. And I finally was in a sleep schedule then, but that didn't really it still wasn't, I don't know if it was healthy necessarily, but still it does.
I'm a third shifter, man. I know all about not having a sleep schedule.
Me personally, I just don't like sleeping. Like I feel like I'm missing out on life.
I hear that. I hear that.
So I want to spend as little time sleeping as possible.
I hear you there. Yeah, and it's really bad for you not sleep, but yeah,
it catches up to me every once in a while.
I sleep, and the weird thing is, like, I sleep better. Like, being on the Adderall now. Like, I'm getting back on it recently again, and I sleep better now. Like, especially in the year, a couple of years leading up, like in these last couple of years, whenever I didn't have my insurance or any medication. I mean, I know for a fact I was not sleeping more than like most 2-3 hours a night most nights. And there'd be days or times I just wouldn't sleep at all. If I forget to take my Adderall during the day, then I will end up not sleeping like the next night if I forget to take it, which I still do because it's just distractible and shit. So even with the medication, I'm still very ADHD. So it's more manageable, but it doesn't cure anything, Anyway, oh gosh, and it's getting a little late, isn't it? Shit, I didn't realize it was already dark outside.
What time did you guys start?
Like the show started at 3, and I was
3
gone.
Central.
I wasn't here for about an hour, and then I didn't realize it. But when I came home, it was still daylight, still pretty like strongly daylight, so it's still warm outside.
Oh yeah,
I didn't
you
realize
guys
it'd
have
been
been
that long.
live for 4 hours. Jeez.
Yeah, I didn't even realize.
Sure.
Yeah, I didn't. I did. I went 4 hours yesterday, like on the stream yesterday. On the other channel or my channel, and I didn't realize it had been 4 hours when I got into that.
Oh, you got a channel, Chris? Why don't you post it? I'll subscribe.
It's. I mean, it's a channel I had for a long time. But Jeff couldn't host the show yesterday, so I just hosted it from my channel.
Oh.
And so unless Jeff's not, it's just that kind of there as a backup in case.
Oh,
in case
I'll
Jeff's not
still
there.
subscribe if you want.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, sure. If you can want to.
Unless you don't want me to.
No, I mean it's perfectly fine.
It's a secret. It's our secret channel.
I just don't know that there's. I just don't know there's going to be many.
You got to know the secret handshake.
Oh, that's cool, man. I got a channel too. I'm happy for people who subscribe.
Well, that's good because you can always also have like a fallback in case something happens with strikes or something randomly, and you're like, we're gonna try a different channel.
Yeah, here.
I like to. I subscribe to a lot of small subscribers. So
Jeff, didn't you used to go to Benton's channel?
I did. I still go to Benton's channel. He don't really stream that much no more. He streamed a little bit this morning, I think. I saw that dude Praxis was in there. I don't fucking like that guy.
Praxis? I don't know who that is.
He changed his name to I Hate You All, and his wife did a bunch of live streams about him.
I know who you're talking about now.
I don't think I know that guy.
He's a weirdo, man. He just comes in and starts talking about stuff, and I don't engage him because I don't like.
Who's a weirdo?
This guy, his name. You think he goes by I Hate You All now? Is his name? He was in Benton's pleasure. He was in Benton's chat this morning, going off about his resting heart rate or something.
I guess he used to be named Praxis. He said.
Yeah. Well, and then his wife is on YouTube too, or on the streets as they're put. But she did a live stream about him and his abusive behavior and all this, and it's he's just drama. But yeah, I used to go into Benton's chat, but like I said, he's not been streaming too much lately since he's back on the road driving his truck.
Yeah, I noticed that.
He spurred out on me and NeuroJack one day. He came on Machines chat and just went off on us for felt like an hour.
He will do that. He will do that.
I mean, Benton's got his fixations, and to some extent, as he always says, I like listening to Benton. He's got a calming voice, but then he does get a little spurgy.
It's that suppressed homosexual stuff.
What now?
Just gotta let it out.
Oh yeah, if you go back to his older channels, he used to talk about it.
Oh.
Yeah,
you guys know a lot more lore than I do.
I don't know any of the lore here. I only been listening to the guy for like a couple of months here.
But most of the time he's okay. But every now and then he'll spurg out.
I never heard of Benton.
You do.
Yeah, Benton. He used to have the Unabomber as his picture.
Oh, nice.
And he's kind of he's a little bitter. It sounds like at times, and He'll talk about his health and how he's not doing anything about it, or he has started to make changes about it.
And don't you dare question it either.
No.
Sounds pretty miserable.
Benton, I'm not questioning you, Benton, if you're listening.
I've seen Benton in TML's chat before, so that's the only thing I know him from.
That's where you cross the line.
Well,
I made that fatal mistake.
Yeah, I don't know the man well enough to comment beyond what I've seen on a live stream, which is extremely
But I like him.
to me of somebody anyway. I like Benton too. You know, I like, but you know, I also like Tommy. He came on Jack's stream and corrected me about Red Dead not being the one not being the first Red Dead.
Oh, you didn't know about Red Dead Revolver?
Well, I knew about it. I just didn't think about it as far as being part of the Red Dead series, but it's most certainly
so old.
Yeah,
it's such an old one, the original,
and it's not very good either.
Yeah, I mean, objectively, it's not very good, but it's got the groundwork for like the first game, you know, and you can't expect the game to be perfect at first, right?
Did you play it? There was another game that came out at the same time though that I actually think was probably closer to like the predecessor of Red Dead Redemption. There was Gun. Did you ever play Gun?
No, I haven't.
You should look into it. I think it's like an Xbox. It's like an original Xbox game, but like yeah, I mean it was actually it was much closer to what Red Dead Redemption. It's more of an open world type thing. It had some of the same mechanics. I think I honestly think they kind of ripped off some things from it to make Red Dead Redemption. It's like they took the Red Dead Revolver branding and then they added in a lot of the ideas from Gun and like that's what you got. And yeah, it's actually
pulled up a walkthrough on YouTube already, and it looks really nice actually.
Yeah, it's actually
so much cleaner than the Red Dead Revolver.
Oh yeah, by far, and it kind of came from that same era that like Max Payne, a lot of those stuff was out there. So, you know, like it was it kind of is in more in that vein. But it's a little janky here and there, but it's a pretty good game. I think I remember I played through it back in the day, and like I enjoyed it a lot. I didn't make it all the way through Red Dead Revolver though. I wish that's one thing I miss. I miss enjoying video games. I just do not. I cannot seem to get. I tried to play the new Lords of the Fallen last night, and like I played it for like I don't know, like 30 minutes, and like it was like I don't know. I just felt bored with it. I just felt so like I don't know. I just felt so I couldn't get into it at all. And then I tried to play the new Spider-Man game and I could not get into it either. It's nothing. I felt completely and utterly bored by them. I don't know. I haven't played a game in a while.
I just got done with Deliver Us Mars.
Oh, I heard that. I heard it was good. Was it good?
It's okay. It gets a little mundane though. It seems like you're just being repetitive. A lot of repetitive action.
Yeah, that's a fatal flaw a lot of games have.
Yeah. I like I said, last one I think I really got through was the Resident Evil 4 remake. That's the one I remember playing last the most, I guess. Or that one and what was the Steel Rising. I played Steel Rising. That was probably the last one I really played all the way through.
Yeah, I wanted to get into Starfield, but I don't know, man. It's hard. I just can't get into most Bethesda games, to be honest, though. At least the ones that are made by Bethesda. Like I said, I love Prey, it's a lot of the Arcane stuff, but I don't know. Oh, hell yeah!
Besides Fallout New Vegas, like I just don't get into Bethesda games. I don't know why.
I was hell yeahing about something else. There's a snowstorm coming tonight, so I went into my work app and requested off for the night, and they just approved my shift off. So I'm off tonight.
We just got ice on top of our 8 inches of snow.
Oh damn! We're getting like 3 inches, but I'm scheduled to work till 5 a.m., which is supposed to be like the absolute worst of it. And I've got 2 vehicles, but they're like 20 plus years old, and my tires are terrible, and I just don't want to drive back home in that shit, you know?
Yeah, I hear you, man.
I requested off, and they just approved me, so that's what I was hell yeahing about.
Oh, that's great, man.
Dave, I wanted to say I just subscribed to your channel, and
appreciate it, man.
you're doing the same. I had the same kind of idea and running streams, open panels with video games at the same time. So
it doesn't seem like a lot of people want to come up because they don't want to like interrupt the game or
Yeah,
something.
that's what stops me, to be honest.
They
I'm like,
seem
well,
nervous about
yeah, you know, and I've run into that challenge. I've had people up on panel, and I look down, and I'm just, you know, riding. I'm playing Red Dead right now, so I'm just riding my horse in a circle, like bullshitting with these people, like not even paying attention to what I'm doing. But yeah, you know,
that's kind of what ends up happening when I do get into conversations. Like if you go back, I had one where I was there was an interview with somebody named Dank Williams that I did, and I was in Minecraft. I was literally in the same room just running around in circles the entire time. I kept like putting the same things in and out of the same boxes.
It is hard to stay engaged with the chat and play at the same time. And then when you have the open panel thing,
but
it's
in a
like,
way, it's like stimming in a way.
Yeah,
like,
you know,
Destiny does that shit, and like Destiny does it really well. And I don't know how
if you watch, a lot of times he's doing the exact same thing. If you watch some of his older stuff when he played Minecraft, he would just like run and jump along a pattern. He would just follow the same pattern every time.
I watched it. When I got into him, he was playing that Factorio game a lot, and like I don't even understand how you play that game in the first place. That game looks like work to me. It does not look like fun at all.
Which game? What's it called?
I love those autism
Factorio
games, as they call them.
Autism games. Yeah. I used to like SimCity when I was a kid, but like I don't know, that Factorio looks like it just looks way too
It's a lot of
complicated
micromanaging and like organizing and trying to keep it's really good for like OCD and stuff, I feel. So like, because you want to have everything like line up and get the shortest path without like making too many overlaps and being all awkward and stuff.
It's something that doesn't really have a specific goal, I guess, too. It's something like Minecraft. It's like you're just trying to build your ultimate like factory or something like that.
And you just make your own goals.
Yeah.
Snafu was just on Jax, and he showed his face.
Oh, okay.
I was playing Quasimorph today. That was a fun game.
Quasimorph.
Yeah, it's a like low poly retro style game, kind of. I don't even know what games to compare it to, really. Stone Shard, if you have any idea what that is, but most people don't.
The only games I really have any desire to play, and I really want to play them, but I can't because of the vertigo, is I would love to be able to play Beat Saber again. I was super before I got this vertigo thing. I was super into VR stuff. I was like playing like I had like the whole like I had the whole setup with I had the Vive Pro, and like I had like, you know, I had all the 4-hour sensor set up, and I had the whole thing, like I got the wireless thing finally, and like I was doing that shit. I was playing that and Synth Riders like all the time. I got really good at it, and then like then the vertigo makes it impossible for me to do it anymore. I miss playing those games a lot because like it was like good exercise too. It was like the best way for me to exercise. I was actually getting in good shape from playing them. Yeah, and it was probably the healthiest I'd been, probably was like whenever I was doing that like every day, because I was actually getting good cardio and good exercise work. But now like if I can handle it for about 5 minutes before I get so dizzy, and then you're in the VR thing, so you can't really like, you know, then you could fall a trip over or something like that really easily without, because you have nothing to hold on. You have no idea where anything to hold on to is, because you're trying to stay away from that kind of stuff. And so I can't do it anymore.
You said you like Skyrim, right? Or like Bethesda games?
No, I'm saying I can't get into them.
Oh, you can't get. Never mind.
New Vegas, I can, and like I said, Prey, which is technically a Bethesda game, was published by them, but it's Arcane, I guess. But I like that one a lot.
Yeah, Skyrim VR is amazing.
I played Skyrim VR. I back when I had that, I played that, and also the Half-Life.
Especially if you can get like the cat system, so you can actually like walk rather than the like teleporting ish system or slightly moving forward.
Yeah, I never had that, but but that was. But
I never had that either, but
yeah, I played it. I mean, like it was fun. It was one of the few that actually would make me a little dizzy, though. To be honest, I didn't get dizzy from many games, but like that one would make me kind of, even before the vertigo thing, that one would make me kind of like get kind of like motion sickness. But it was still fun though. I played that one. I played the Borderlands 2 VR. I played that one. I played Half-Life Alyx was amazing. Like that one, it really is like one of the most probably the best like actual like modern video game style game that's been made in VR that I've played. I played Resident Evil 4 VR like right before. I think I couldn't really play it much though because I got it after the Vertigo started, and I thought maybe I could play it because I could just play it on the couch, but I wouldn't actually have to walk around or be up on my feet, but it made me motion sick really bad, so I didn't play it much. But I love Beat Saber. I love Beat Saber, and I love Synth Riders. I was at one time I was the number one. I had the number one high score on the highest difficulty settings in like every single track on Synth Riders for like a long time until I was like
Cool.
I was like at the top of the list for a long time until the game really started getting popular. Then a lot more people started coming in and beat my ass. But yeah.
Do any of you play? There's a co-op game on stream called We Are Here. It's a series. Do any of you play that?
I haven't seen it or heard of that one, but I mean,
It's like escape the room things, and you're each at a different part of the castle, and you have to work together to help each other solve the puzzles and get out. It's really fun. So if anybody ever
That does sound
wants
fun.
to play that,
does sound fun. I always wanted to play. There was one game that I never got to play with people. That was a VR game. It was called it's where you like do ghost hunting basically. I can't remember what it's called right now, but it was a really fun idea for a game. But it kind of required you kind of needed like friends to play it with, like to make the most out of it, because the whole thing is just like collaborate and like so you can you're supposed to like you find the ghosts and I don't know, I can't remember what it's called now though, but that game is like Phasmagoria or something like that.
Yeah, it's
I had that.
A friend of mine used to play that.
I had it, and like it was cool, but like it didn't really go anywhere because I didn't have any people to play it with, really, and like trying to play with random people was always kind of sketchy. So
Phasmophobia.
Yeah.
Showing when I was looking up We Were Here, it's one of the games that are like similar to games you've played in the past.
Yeah, so
Phasmophobia and Escape Simulator is pretty cool too.
What's the third one?
Escape Simulator.
Escape.
Oh.
It's like an actual escape room. You're like in an escape room trying to find stuff and go through it.
Is it VR or is it regular?
I think it is VR compatible. I would have to assume. Let me double check.
I'm looking it up now. Oh, it's cartoony. I don't like that.
Well, kind of, yeah.
It does look kind of interesing.
Phasmophobia is funny to me because even though like I don't believe in ghosts, I used to love watching Ghost Hunters. That show that it was always one of my favorite it was like one of the only reality shows I like, because I thought I used to think Ghost Hunters was hilarious because it was so fake and so set up, and so many times like they did like these fake setup like intros where like they would be working on a job as Roto-Rooter guys, and they'd be like, and then suddenly they get a call from like we've got a call for a haunting, it was so corny, and in the early days of that show there was always like so much drama happening. It was very, very similar to what I've noticed like watching with the first couple of years of that show was very similar to like watching something like a like one of the reality shows like Survivor or Big Brother kind of thing, because it was very dramatic between everybody. The original Ghost Hunter show.
Yeah,
it changed a lot over the years.
I remember the celebrity one.
Oh yeah.
It was on Sci-Fi Channel a long time ago. Like the very first.
Everything was like, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Did you hear that? It's so dark in here.
It was so corny. I loved it. I loved it because like the drama that would happen between like all the cast members. They like half of them like seemed like they hated each other. So they were always yelling about stuff and stuff like that. But then as time went on, I guess as it got more popular, like they kicked off all the dramatic people, and it just turned into a show where they would go really seriously investigate the hauntings, and I lost interest. But it was a fun show like back when it started. Like
here too.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, I don't believe in ghosts, so I mean,
yeah, that does make it a little less fun and a little more obvious. You have to suspend your disbelief.
Whenever I was here, we used to go ghost hunting. Like we'd go to like
we did too. We'd go find abandoned houses to break into, and we thought we were exploring for ghosts.
Nice.
we could like we'd find old like out in the country too, like living out like in rural Texas, like we go out like to like old like we go drive down like these old country roads at night, and we'd find like weird like cemeteries in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
and
we
we'd
go.
like walk around.
Yeah, we go
Yeah.
out to. Yeah, we'd get a bottle of what is it? Strawberry Hill. Boone's Farm and drive to the cemetery.
If you're
And
ever in
used to make out on
Ohio,
the graves too.
if you're ever in Ohio, there's a place called 5 Points. It's they have like they have at least like 3 or 4 different things that happen when you drive through 5 Points. If you go under the bridge, supposedly like you hear a scream if you have your windows down. It doesn't happen.
Really?
Okay, of course it doesn't. Yeah,
on one of the other roads, this is the one that's really weird and really fun to play with because you can freak your friends out. The story is that when you're going down the road, as you're passing a farm, your door will fly open. The passenger door will fly open, and somebody will try to pull you out.
Seems like a safety concern.
But
Have you tried it?
It's a fun trick to mess with your friends with if you have somebody in the back seat and they don't know. They didn't know somebody was in the back seat waiting, and they were just holding a thing on the thing or on the latch, and they just pulled it, and the door flew, and they're like, ah! It was fun. So seatbelts are important though.
I mean, we'd go out sometimes. There's some places out in rural Texas, like you can drive down like some of these old roads and stuff like that, like some of these where you're not even in a town anymore. I remember one night, like we went down stuff. We just drive. I mean, we used to like spend a lot of time like driving around, like when I was a kid. When gas was a lot cheaper. And like nowadays, I'd never consider doing that because like it's like so expensive to fill up a tank of gas. But like when a tank of gas costs like $20, we'd go driving all these weird, all these weird roads, like exploring things at night and stuff like that. And I remember once we went down some road and like we ended up walking into the cemetery, and then like we realized that there's a path out the back of the cemetery. We found like this, like I guess at one point it had been a road that had been like blocked off, and there was like a bridge there that was like this like abandoned bridge that there was no longer roads that went to it, but this bridge was like clearly was like a passage, was like was clearly a bridge made for like either cars or horses or something like that, and it was very, very old, and it was covered in graffiti, and it was probably the scariest thing we ever found, to be honest, because it was just like there was all this really fucked up graffiti and stuff all over this thing, and like I mean, because it was out in the middle of nowhere too. I have no idea like how people even found it. Like I mean, I guess I had the same way we found it, probably same kind of shit. I don't know who goes around to places like it was weird to me because like I was like I see like kids like us doing that sort of thing, but like we're not walking out there with spray cans. Like I mean, who's like walking around and like just like looking for things to spray paint? I don't know. It's just so weird to me. Like the places you find graffiti. Like I see it in Dallas all the time. There's like we'll be going through like on the interstate and stuff. Like there are places that some of the graffiti people will like put tags on, and I'm just like, dear God, that would be so dangerous and hard to do. Like somebody's got to be like hanging from like they have to have like some sort of suspension because it'll be on the side of like a bridge, like these overpass things, and I'm like on the side of that, like I don't even know how they get up there to like even spray paint it. It's just insane. Like why would it be that important to you to do that? That just sounds like such a stupid idea. I mean, and how do you not get caught anyway? Because like there's like it's never not like there's never not like
it's impressive,
in Dallas.
Man. It's impressive.
I guess so. But it's like never not traffic here. So like, I mean, I can only imagine like a cop driving through and like, seeing some kid hanging from the side of like, some kind of rope system they've set up to like just spray paint
keep
the
driving.
Like,
Fuck that shit. I'm not getting involved in that paperwork tonight.
Right. Well, oh yeah. What was that? Yeah, there was it was like a big old storage container electrical box that was out to there used to be a T-Mobile store here that was like one of their flagship stores, and it shut down, and like after it shut down, like we drove by there once, and like someone had just written just the word feds on this big electrical box and an arrow pointing at the building.
Nice. Pretty awesome.
Sorry, Lindsay wanted me to mention that. She was like, yeah, it was pretty funny. It was a closed down store. I mean, I don't think there was any feds in there anymore, but
I don't know. I guess somebody thought it was funny, or they thought, or they're really paranoid. I don't know, but it didn't. Anyway,
Public service announcement.
yep. It's just like beware. There's some feds in this building. I would have to assume, like, if that was true, they probably would have, taken they probably would have removed the graffiti.
Sorry, got a bunch of stuff going on. All right, I'm gonna roll. I just wanted to pop in and say hi.
All right, I think we're probably winding down.
Nice
Yeah.
to meet you, man. Nice to meet you, Dave.
You
I'll
too. Nice
pop
to meet
in.
you, ChopperJeff.
Yeah, check
Yeah.
out. I'll check out one of your streams one time.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm constantly doing something. Tomorrow's karaoke, so that starts at. I'm
Oh,
gonna start
right,
at
in
5,
verbal combat.
and then verbal combat after.
Do you do karaoke just yourself, or I mean, do you have like people come on and do the karaoke with you? I mean, how does that work? Is it just you doing karaoke, or
No, I have anybody who wants to sing can come up and sing. What we do it through StreamYard. Whoever wants to sing presents the screen of like a karaoke video from YouTube and sings.
Okay.
I just kind of go through a rotation, and I kind of host it.
Cool.
Usually starts out with just me for like at least an hour.
It's just
What
I mean,
time
how
do
does that
you
work?
start?
Well, I was starting at 3, but I'm gonna starting at 5 or 6.
And that's
Because it
Central
was just
Time?
too long. I was tired by the time I went over to verbal combat.
Right. I just wonder how it works because StreamYard's audio
no,
capabilities
Eastern,
are so bad.
Sorry, I'm going Eastern Standard Time, so 5 p.m. Eastern Standard.
But does it work very well with StreamYard? Because like StreamYard's audio capabilities are not very good. Like, because like I guess people have tried to do like I've seen people because I tried to play guitar on stream before, and like then I heard the playback of it, and it sounded like complete crap. It doesn't
do well with duets or anything like that because you can't sync up. But since you're the one presenting and singing, all the audio is coming from your computer.
Okay,
so
I see.
Up.
And it's pre-recorded, so it's really just getting the audio directly from a stream, so from a video already. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense because that makes sense why it wouldn't work well with like me with a guitar and singing like it. So because it's trying to cut one thing out for the other. So
and I don't save it. So
right, yeah. That's the reason I had to ask. That's the reason I had to ask. I hadn't caught you doing it. I hadn't caught it whenever you were doing it live, and since so you didn't. Since I knew that I couldn't go back and find them. So I was curious.
Private it within the day. Usually, I usually try to private it right after, but sometimes when I'm rolling into verbal combat, I don't have a whole lot of time because I'm like running up to get food or whatever. So yeah.
Hell yeah, man. Well,
but
good luck. Good luck
appreciate
with
you guys.
the channel.
Thanks. I'm getting close. I'm almost to monetization.
Really? How many subscribers you got now?
480, I think.
I thought you'd have 1,000.
You only have to have 500 now?
If you go to your studio,
yeah.
It told me 5,000. Is it different for each channel?
Shouldn't be.
It
Mine
told me
said
5,000.
1,000 for a long time.
It's 500
It
with
says
5,000
5,000
watch.
for you?
5,000 watch hours.
5,000 watch
Let's
hours.
see, where do I go in the
3,
studio?
okay. So for partial monetization, which is what I'm going for here, to start your earning journey, eligibility may take up to a week to update. So are you in your studio?
Yeah, I'm on earn.
There's a little money symbol down on the left or on the left side.
Yeah, that's where I
If you
am.
click on that, it should say eligibility. Does it still say 1,000 there for you, or does it say 500?
You know what? Now, okay, wait. Let's see. There's different categories. It says 500 under one of them.
You're shooting for the 500 first, obviously.
500 and then one of the following: a certain amount of watch hours or short views, which we don't have any shorts, so it'd have to be watch hours.
Mm-hmm.
And then continue to grow. You get up to 1,000.
Yeah, and that's for full monetization.
Right.
That's
Oh,
Google
okay. So I
AdSense
didn't
and
realize
stuff.
it's partial. So this is exciting. Okay, because then you get the option to show ads. But what does partial give you?
Partial still gives you like super chats, super stickers. I believe memberships as well. Yeah, memberships. And I think you also get you get memberships. It says it right here. Join other successful creators who earn monthly revenue with memberships.
So the only thing that the full gives you is the ads, which I'm not even really interested in doing.
Is AdSense. So you get all the stuff you really want
Oh my
partial.
god.
So yeah, I'm 20 subscribers away from that, and about around a little less than 600 watch hours.
Well, I'll do my best to get you as much
Hey,
of
I
that 20 as I
appreciate it.
can tomorrow over the weekend.
That's why I'm hopping everywhere. I'm making sure.
How many watch
keeping
hours
myself
are
present, and because I like meeting new people.
how many watch hours are we at on this channel, Jeff?
We're about halfway. We're at 1427, and we need 3,000. And that's over the year. They do it over a year.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Jeff, I just started restreaming this stream on my one channel I made for ranting and stuff. So
nice.
You had the button there, so I just pressed it.
Yeah, no, I encourage. I'm excited when people do that.
Hell yeah!
Cool
How many do you have?
On my main channel, just over 200 or something. And then on my channel, I just started because my main channel is I wanted to do like stuff outside in my farm and play video games, and my family watches that a lot. So I have a separate channel for like when I'm like ranting and bullshitting with people.
Is that the Chopper's
Discourse
in the back here?
I can link both of them. The Chopper's Discourse. I'm going to change the name of that, I think, to ChopperJeff, just to make it less confusing. Right. But I'll link them both here in the back. Give me just a second.
Then
I can put them in the front.
I jump down.
Yeah, where that?
Let me do that. Let me get Dave's.
Nice. Jeff,
Yeah, I should have started restreaming it right away. I didn't notice the button there. Because Flow State has the same option too. If you're ever on his live panel, you can restream on your channel.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because I asked him about it in the back chat, and he said, "Yep, that's why." Apparently, I guess he must have like the paid version where you can do more stuff. Because apparently, there's an option where you can allow other people to restream your StreamYard.
Yeah, I have that too, and I can do that. It's like up to 5 people or something.
I haven't sprung for the paid version yet. I'm still learning.
Oh, it's so worth it. It's
it seems like it. It seems like it. I think I'm just gonna keep doing it until at least I hit my limits to see if I'm still holding interest in it. But yeah, I like it. It's been fun to socialize and meet all these new people like you guys.
Yeah, I was looking for like there's a whole ton of them now of like these AI things that will like scan your video and transcribe it. So then I found one that'll turn your whole video into a transcription, and then it will suggest clips for you, and then you can go and edit the clips by editing the text.
That's what I was looking for, but they told me I needed an API key. You found a way to do it without that?
That's how I made that. I sent you essentially that clip I made, right?
Yeah.
Isn't the API key going to be in the studio with all of the when you're going live, like it shows all your live statistics and stuff?
Okay, I subbed up. I'm taking off now. Have fun, guys. Bye.
All right, man. Take it easy, man. Good meeting you.
Later. You too.
I can't remember which one it is now. I'll have to go back to the laptop because I was on the laptop and I don't have it on here. But I'll have to tell you which one it was. But the one that I liked, that I tried as many of them as I could to try to see which ones. But the one I liked let you edit the video by editing the text, and that was what made it so intuitive for me, because I could go through and basically you can like edit this. It turns the video into a script, and then you can just go through and just and highlight the parts that you want to cut, so you don't have to actually go and do a bunch of video editing. You can just edit the text of it, and that lets you edit the clip down. So it edits out all the dead spaces, everything, anytime there's not anybody talking. And
hell yeah.
And that one's probably that'd be the one I'd probably be willing to pay for if I had the money. But the thing is, all of the plans for all these things suck though. Like they're all like so predatory, because there's not one of them that will give you like any kind of it's all like no matter how much you get to, there's only a limited number of hours you can actually use it. So it's like it's just really frustrating because I mean everything's a subscription now. You can't just buy. If there was like a program you could just like download or something like you could do with Photoshop or something like that, that would be so much preferable.
Yeah, even Photoshop, you got to subscribe to the Adobe
nowadays.
suite. It's like $50 or $60 a month. I was going to see if I could use my alumni discount, see if I can maybe get through a student discount or something.
I still have my old ass version of Photoshop, and it works fine. I don't even bother with the newer ones. I just use the old version.
But Jeff, which StreamYard plan did you subscribe to? The $20 a month one?
Yeah, the basic, like the
That's
first
what I
one.
was thinking too. This just seems like
And
it gives
that's all
you.
I need, unless you
There's some cool features of the higher tiers. I have to say, like they have like a green room thing. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, but I don't know. Would we ever use that?
Yeah, I don't.
We normally just take them onto the panel.
Yeah, I mean, it would only be useful in like if it got a lot, if you were a lot bigger, you know, it would be useful if you got a lot bigger than if you had like
Does
a lot
it let
of
you have more than 10 people?
Yeah, you can get it to where there's more than 10
Yeah.
people too. I think that would be kind of confusing though. I think 10's kind of a lot as it
Yeah,
is. So.
Yeah, I mean
I
it's
don't know
hard
how
with
much
the 10 people
with
up on
these
panel.
panels.
Yeah, once you get past like 6, really, it's pretty. I mean, like there's sometimes like on some of these panels where you've got like all 10 people up on the screen, and like it's weird because it's either like no one's talking or everyone's talking at once. It's never like.
I would like to be able to use the filters like Tommy does. That stuff is amazing to me.
I know I think that's something else. Is it OBS or does he have some?
I thought he said Snapchat or something. He got that from.
The filters? Oh, the using
Did you
filters.
say Snapchat?
Yeah, Tommy does all these.
I thought that's what he
Satan
said.
filter that goes over his face, but he has some other program that does that.
I see where like I saw like because yesterday was the first time I saw the back end of StreamYard like hosting. It was the first time I ever hosted, so I'd never seen all those StreamYard stuff in there before. So I was looking at the I see where how where Flow State does his video clips and stuff from now. You know, I see like how he does that because like you can upload.
Yeah, we can do that too. I've thought about throwing in a few clips.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's a StreamYard. I was surprised at the first time I'd seen it, and so I had never seen how many options really were on the back end of it. I was pretty impressed with the overall software like there, but yeah. Yeah, when we get off here, and I'll send you the link to the program I used to make those clips with. But yeah, I mean it really worked really well. It was actually very very easy. Once I figured out what I was doing with it, it was actually very easy. But the hardest thing was like going through all of the options for like those kind of programs, all these AI type things like that do that stuff. And it's not even really AI at that point. It's really just like it's just transcribing. And it tries to find parts of it that are kind of like that it kind of analyzes it to a degree and finds analyzes the video and finds like where people are talking about trying one thing, but it's not that good at it really. It does.
Some of them are good. Some of them are terrible to watch, but yeah, some of them. I've seen this guy Ed TV. He does some AI generated videos about inter-community lore, and he'll have.
I don't want AI generated videos. I don't want to do that. I can make my own video content. But editing like streams because the problem we have is like we do like 4-hour, 5-hour streams, right, or 3-hour streams or whatever. That's a lot of time to go through and to try to like scan through to find clips and stuff.
Some of them are longer than the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Yeah, exactly. So like it being as long as those streams are, having a program where you can upload the whole stream to it and it will scan through it and help you find sections of it and like kind of chapter it out. So then you can go through and you don't have to work, and then you can edit it really easily with the text thing instead of having to go through and trying to cut the video into pieces. All you do is just cut the text you don't want in there out. And so
that'd be nice, and then be able to index it so you can just search for keywords if you want to remember a specific conversation.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's actually, I mean, that one I used worked really well. I can't remember what it's called right now though, because like they all have weird names, but there's like 12 different ones that do it, but like they all like a certain things you click on them. The one I used actually had the best trial type thing you could use on it. It actually had the biggest, like most of them like give you only let you upload as much as 30 minutes to test with. So like I couldn't even test most of them because I don't have any streams that short. So like I had to find I had to find to use the one I did. I had to find the shortest stream me and Jeff had from the last couple of months, and I mean it was like one of the only streams we had that was under 2 hours, and like so I uploaded that one. It lets you upload as much as a 2-hour stream, and it did work pretty well with that. But even if you start paying for it, I think like it had a limit, like the lowest tier limit, which is like almost $20 a month. The lowest tier limit had a limit of like 600 minutes you could upload a month. I was just like, that's ridiculous. Like 600 minutes is nothing.
6.5 hours. 6.5 hours.
It's almost 10 hours.
600.
isn't it? No, you're right.
Uh,
Yeah, it was 10 hours. Yeah, 60 times 10.
Yeah,
So,
10. 6,
yeah.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was
So that's like that would be useful for like that would only be useful if I only wanted to make clips out of like 2 streams a month, you know. So it's not even like worth it, but like there's bound to be some other option out there that I haven't found yet, but I'll find it. Other than that, the only thing you can do is like sit here and actually watch through your entire stream and go through it and try to mark all the sections and try to to do all the clips and stuff with it. And it's really
that's a little
time consuming.
tedious.
It's not just tedious; it's just the time it takes. It's just like it takes so much time to go through it and like to try to really find like the right section and stuff like that. Like I mean, it's just like there's no way. I mean, even playing it on like 2x speed or something like that, it's like it makes it very difficult to go through it when we do these streams this long. I guess the other option would be just not to stream as long, but
Yeah.
but but the longer our streams are, the more views and more views we end up getting on the streams.
Yeah, the more interact. I've noticed that, man, with the longer video game streams I'll do, like and I'm talking peanuts here, but like if I only stream for 45 minutes, that video might get 20, 30 views. But if I stream for 2 hours, like I can almost bet that it'll get 100, 150 views.
Yep.
And it's that's twice as much. It's weird. And I know like video games is not everybody's thing. Like I don't even I would never sit and watch people play video games for hours and hours. Like I'll watch for a little bit here and there, or like skip to a specific part that I want to see, but like I never would watch video game streams. So it's like I totally understand. I totally understand like my perspective on that. But then, it's not about my perspective, it's about everybody else in the world, right? Well, some people, they don't have access to video games, and I've encountered people from all over the world and other countries and whatnot that just happen to want to see it. They either don't have access to it, can't afford it, or whatever the case may be, or they may just be kind of like me in a way, just a lonely dude on the internet, just drifting around wanting to chat. So that
was my original plan. Like when I started building my studio stuff out for YouTube before I had to sell it all off, was that I was doing the VR and gaming content. That was my original plan. That's because that was like I had a whole bunch of classic consoles and everything like that, and I had all the adapters and everything for it, so I could feed it into the capture software and the capture card and all that things like that. And I had it all set up like that, and I had it all working really well. I had OBS kind of figured out and stuff like that. But the only thing I was trying to figure out how to make OBS work for our stream, but the problem with OBS is I don't know how to do like the paneling stuff as easily with OBS.
I kind of ran into the problem with that with OBS too. I didn't really understand how to set it up so I could like drop a link and have guests and stuff like that.
Yeah, you could drop a link to you could do Zoom. I guess you could just like use Zoom,
use a Zoom window and
use a Zoom window, and then just have that. But it wouldn't be very. It would just look like a Zoom stream. And Zoom is not, the quality isn't so good. I haven't figured out a way to do it with. I couldn't figure out a way to do it with StreamYard when I was trying to figure out the other night, but yeah, I couldn't figure out how to make a StreamYard work with.
What does OBS give us that we don't already have?
It just more options in terms of like.
I think it'll share sound on applications without having to share the entire screen. Because right now with StreamYard, you could only share sound when you're sharing either the entire screen or a browser tab. With OBS, I believe that you can share sound directly from an application.
Well, you can upload sounds in the StreamYard, but they limit the file size.
Oh yeah. See, that's one of the advantages of OBS. You can pretty much do anything you want media wise. You can just basically run it straight from your computer, so you don't have to actually do things through like a third party thing. It's running straight off your computer. So I think there's a lot of control options there with OBS. So that's all. It's not like necessary. I mean, StreamYard's fine for what we're doing. I was just like StreamYard didn't even exist back whenever I was trying to like figure this stuff out before. So like StreamYard's a fairly new thing. But like back whenever I was first trying to figure this stuff out, like OBS was the only real option, and like, but I see a lot of advantage. I mean, like I'm pretty sure I can't say this for certain, but I'm pretty sure like Stitch and Adam, for example, I'm pretty sure they're using an OBS setup. You can
their screen is a mess. I can't even follow it. Like they're this tiny. One of them is not even human, and then they have all this commentary crap, and then when they show a video, it's like this big on the screen.
Yeah, if you want to put like the chat on the screen and stuff like that instead of having it run, just in the YouTube chat window, stuff like that. If you want or run chat from, you can actually have it integrate chat from Discord, I think, or something like that too. You can have Discord chat like piped into
Oh,
it.
you could share a Discord screen here on StreamYard.
Yeah, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong about this, but I think you can use with OBS. You can have like a Discord channel like running as like your comments as like your chat if you want to. You can do stuff like that. I mean, I'm not saying it's necessary. I don't know that it actually improve things that much, but it's just it just gives you more options and control. That's all. That's the. I think StreamYard's fine for anything we're doing right now. I mean, I'm not worried about it, but it it might be it's something I like to figure out programs though. I like to figure out how to make things work in different ways. So I do those kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, and I'm kind of like that too. My other screen name I go by on Discord is the Fixer, so that's the one I've used for years and years.
I have like every game console I've ever owned that was able to be hacked in some way. I've done it just not because I wanted to pirate things or anything, just because like I wanted to like, because I like to like to figure out how people break things, and like I like to like I never do any of the hacking myself. Like,
Did you ever get into like the reballing or reflowing BGAs on the?
Oh yeah, I used to run a computer repair business, and like
I did the same thing. I ran a little hobby business of fixing consoles for a while. It was fun. PlayStation 3s primarily.
I did laptops, PlayStations, Xboxes, all that sort of stuff, the reballing stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's really funny how you can actually put a motherboard in the oven.
Yeah, or if you're being real cheap, you can use a griddle. But I actually had I sprung for a reflow station, so I had like this big station with these heat plates on the bottom that would preheat the whole board, and then I had a directed heat IR thing on top so that I could.
That's cool as hell. I mean, I always wanted one of those setups, but I never could afford it.
It was challenging, and the worst part.
I did it with a convection oven, so just flow the air around, so like it wasn't like the heat wasn't all concentrated from the burner, so that way it would just circulate the air around, so that it would. So
you were doing more like reflowing the boards, just like heat them up so that the solder would reform from the cracks. Because what happens in 2006 with the lead-free standard on the solder joints is that lead-free solder behaves more like concrete than it does solder. It doesn't bend, it just cracks. That's why all the PlayStations, like the backward compatible ones, will always undoubtedly develop the yellow light of death condition, because the solder joints aren't good enough. And the only way to really fix it is to remove the actual chips and then resolder them back to the board. But that's an extensive process, because they're not just like one or two connections. It's like 300. It's called a BGA, or a ball grid array connection. You need a stencil and like flux to run over top, and then you drop all these little leaded solder balls on the stencil and hope they all roll off like good enough for you to heat it up enough to flip it onto the board with a suction cup. So
I know exactly what you're talking about, and like
it was a very intensive process that, like, people paid me to do it, but it was like a 50%.
Damn, I'm impressed. I'm impressed that you could. I mean, I learned about how to do it, but I never even dared to even try to do it that far. I never went that far.
Out of the 10 that I attempted, I was only successful at 5, and each one probably took anywhere between 6 to 7 hours of work and labor to do, and most of the time I only charged like $100 or so to try.
That's not enough for that.
No,
that's why I stopped doing computer repair. Computers got too cheap. Like,
that's
like
exactly it, man.
Yeah, it's like, and it's just like, it's not worth it. I mean, I couldn't even, like, I didn't even feel right about taking even if people wanted me to fix something like that, like on the kind of
even
level,
like fixing the fan in their laptop, it's almost not even worth it.
I'd have to tell them, like, like that, like, I can fix this for you, but it would take me this many hours, so I have to charge you this much money. It's cheaper for you to go buy another computer. So I end up basically like sending business away, and because like I couldn't in good conscience just like like try to like especially it's out in a rural area and stuff, and there's a lot of people that are really like tech not savvy, and so they didn't know any better. If I wanted to, I could have just been fleecing people left and right, but I just I wouldn't do that. I just couldn't do it, and so I didn't really make much money at it, and
Yeah, and that was my trouble with the whole thing too. And my business, it wasn't primarily focused on that. Like I started off like just buying broken things to fix and resell with that.
Yeah, I used to do that too.
But I mean, I still do it to this day. I mean, haven't really changed. I still got my I had to start a new eBay store, but I buy storage units these days, and that's where I get most of my electronics from. Like I got like 50 odd laptops right now that I've gone through and pieced a few good working ones together. But it's technology is just so disposable. There's no point in fixing anything.
I know.
You could buy a $50 laptop that, I mean, these days it's was $300 or $400 brand new 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
and
someone should tell NeuroJack.
Oh yeah, he has a computer. He doesn't use it. No, Jack has a laptop. I asked him about that before. He has one. He doesn't use it. He prefers to do things with his iPhone. I don't know. Yeah, I have it in my storage unit. I have like 2 or 3 boxes that have nothing but like a bunch of old laptops and like old computer parts stuff in it. Like I don't know what I should have thrown them out by now. But like I there's this part of my brain that just doesn't it's not even a hoarder type thing. It's just like I feel like it's like, but it should be worth something. So like the stuff isn't that old, but it is worthless. It's just junk now because like who's gonna? I mean, I have computers that work fine, so like I'm not gonna use them. So
I really have to think hard of a practical use for old technology. It's like what can I really use this for that would be useful? Like even running Linux or something on it, like it still isn't going to be as intuitive or as useful as any of the small devices that are available or that I already have.
There is a guy that does really cool shit though on YouTube. It's a DIY channel, and he does things like he'll take like the LED boards from like old laptop screens and turn them into like
the pictures and art and stuff.
Do like lamps and stuff with them, and like or make them. He makes them into like practical things. I mean, he's used like the LEDs like the LEDs and like all this other stuff, and like takes the diffusion plates, and he has an whole. And I gotta find this. I think it's like DIY perks or something like that. I want to say DIY perks.
I think I may have seen this channel.
He has an entire video on just like what you can do with an old laptop, and just like he parts the whole thing, takes the whole thing apart, and shows you, and like says, it shows you what you can do with every single part of it. That pretty much like you can't really do anything with a motherboard, but you can take like just like all the other pieces of it and like make other things with them. And he actually makes some really interesting shit with it. I've never actually followed any of his things, but like he actually comes with really creative solutions for it. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate that because there's so much tech waste. It really is ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel like I'm saving all of my tech to make like a giant robot sculpture one day out in my yard.
That's pretty much it right at this point. Yeah, because like most of it, because like even like phones, like it shouldn't matter, but like a computer from just 5 years ago. I mean, even my laptop that's only like I don't know, like 3 years old, is from right before the pandemic. I bought this laptop, and it's got 16 gigs of RAM in it, and it struggles with web pages sometimes. Just the web and all the web apps and everything are so memory intensive.
A lot of that might even just be, did you hear about what YouTube is doing if you're running ad blockers, like on the Brave browser or anything? They're purposely gobbling up your CPU resources if you're running an ad blocker just to make your system run slower.
I'm not even running one, but I know. I mean, I used to just subscribe to premium because I used to use the music options on it all the time, but I don't have money for it anymore. But yeah,
how much is that? Like, I wonder. Like, I pay like $14.95 a month for Spotify now, and I
think YouTube Music is way better. Is my
really? Probably the same. I use YouTube Music too, and now they have YouTube TV where it can replace
YouTube TV is expensive though. It's expensive.
Yeah, it really is.
But YouTube Premium, I think for an individual, I don't know. I don't have it.
I got grandfathered in when it was Google Music. It was like they lock you in at the $6 or $7.99 for life. Yeah. So I don't know how much it is now. It can't be more than Spotify.
The last time I had an individual membership for it, I think it was $8.99 for $8.99 a month, and
wow.
it was completely worth it for the fact that it gets rid of all your ads on YouTube videos, and you have no ads except for the ones that people.
What is it like YouTube Red? Is that what it is?
It's YouTube Premium now. Now they took the Red branding. They removed that a long time ago, but yeah. But yeah, I used to just use Google. Of course, they used to have Google Play Music. It used to be a separate thing that was just part of the thing. It was more of like a music focused thing. They folded that into YouTube Music, which is fine actually because like there's tons of
Ooh,
music.
yikes. It went up to 14 a month.
Wow.
For individual membership. That's not
Yeah.
the family membership used to cost that much. But like that, damn,
Well, I don't know. I don't have family.
that sucks.
Well, I use the Brave browser. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but Brave, it's based off of Google Chrome, the way it operates. But
Yeah.
the way that it works is that it literally blocks any advertising, or it works to. So I would say using it like at least 90% of every ad is blocked. I don't see any advertising whatsoever. I don't really know the technical details on how it works, but I'll tell you it works. It works great. I don't have to skip any ads or nothing.
Opera does a lot of that stuff too. I mean, Opera even has built-in VPN and AI options now. Opera's gotten pretty cool actually. If you haven't checked out Opera in a while, I would.
Yeah, you got that option with Brave too. I use the VPN. It's set up through my router anyway, so I don't have to mess with it on any machine that I'm on. But I use SurfShark for the VPN. But yeah, man, and I've used the Opera browser too. But the way Brave operates, it's way different than how. Like it literally, like even the in-video ads, the only ones it doesn't block are like when somebody, like if we were doing this stream and then Jeff busted out into like a raised shadow lens, it won't block that.
It's part of the video. Yeah, you can't block that.
But it'll block any ad that I have to skip. Like that never comes up, and it doesn't pause the videos or anything. It does make the chat load a little funny sometimes, but otherwise it's pretty flawless.
Cool. What do you use for video capture for your gaming stuff? Or you're just playing it straight off your computer, so I guess it doesn't matter. Just like you're just sharing the screen with Steam or whatever.
I'm actually using the PS5, PlayStation 5 remote app, and I'm sharing the screen on StreamYard when I'm capturing the video.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I can see you doing that. I used to use that all the time when I was working from home for Amazon. Like when I was working like graveyard shifts sometimes, and like I would be like, I'd be like, so I'd have like I didn't want to move my PlayStation or Xbox or whatever I was using at the time all the way, so I just used the remote thing, and I would just like had on like another monitor,
Yeah, the remote app is really cool. Like there's a 20-year-old tablet. Well, it's not quite 20-year-olds, but there's a really old tablet I have that I can, if I bring it out in the woods with me, if I'm sitting out there shrooming or something, I can load up the remote app and start playing my PlayStation 5 out in the middle of the forest.
That's pretty cool, man. Yeah. Hell yeah.
But
I mean, it couldn't be 20 years old. I don't think I'm that old.
Yeah, it's like from 2012-ish, I think. But it still works okay. Yeah. But it's like the remote app, all it does is stream the video, so it's not like it's processing the graphics or anything, but it still displays and it's playable. I wouldn't say it's great, but it's playable.
Yeah, I have like an old Amazon tablet though. I would say it wasn't even from that long ago, from right for the pandemic. So they gave out to all the employees and stuff like that. And that thing is just it's so outdated now it can't even stream video properly. It's not even good for YouTube or anything. Like there's so many pieces of technology that even if they still work properly, they can't keep up with
part of that. They very well could, but they won't. It's the powers that be and their ultimate planned obsolescence. Yes,
planned obsolescence. Yeah, and it's absolutely. I mean, like, and it's not that. I mean, which I used to think that was a conspiracy, but then I actually saw internal documents working at Amazon where they talked about it and stuff.
Well, I guess it's not a conspiracy if they admit it, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, they totally do admit it. Like it's 100% like in part of their thing that like yes, we do downgrade or because they believe it's in the best. They couch it in all this like fancy language. They say like because we believe it's in our customers' best interest to be using like the latest in hardware and technology. So in the interest of the customer, like they basically make your stuff work worse so that you'll get newer stuff. And like they try to
what all these like Microsoft does that when they roll out
I know
different version of Windows.
I know you can't even buy Office anymore. You can only subscribe to it.
Everything is going that way. I'm so sick of the subscription shit. I miss the days when I could just pirate a piece of software if I wanted to.
Yeah, you got to be real careful with that though. I pirated a version of Starfield and it compromised my Twitter and my Instagram account.
You don't. Why don't you just use Xbox? Just get the Xbox
Game Pass.
PC Game Pass. Yeah.
I thought about it. I've always been a PlayStation player though. I've been looking at getting
But you can get PC Game Pass. Your PC Game Pass is cheap too. I think it's like $8 a month or something like that. It's pretty cheap.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never been one to rent things. I've
I-
always wanted to own everything I have. So the subscription services have never particularly appealed to me. But the more and more I hear about Game Pass, the more and more better it sounds.
It does let you try things. At least you just get to try it out. I mean, I don't have any subscription services. I had the only thing I have right now is I like 2 years ago I got a really great deal on 3 years of GameFly. When I still had money, and so I am. It's about to run out here in a month or two, but I've been steadily just just running things with GameFly here this last one since it was already prepaid for, but I don't. But when runs out, that's the end of that. I'm not going to pay for that anymore. But
I didn't know GameFly was still around. I thought they went belly up.
No, GameFly is still around, and the GameFly is really cool for if you actually do want to own discs, you can pretty much, if you wait a month after the game comes out, GameFly will have that shit on for cheaper than GameStop or anything. You just you can just buy it from them, and it's a lot cheaper than GameStop or anything else. Their used prices are because once people stop running the discs, they have no use for them anymore. So they're just trying to get rid of them,
Yeah. Well, it's all
they
part of
seem
the
to be
effort,
tasting
I think, because they're never going to let that stuff happen with GameStop ever again, as far as that stock fluctuation. And GameStop, unfortunately, is going to be on its way out eventually because they're not going to be making game media anymore. It's all going to be downloadable.
Yep, that's what they're talking about doing right now. Yeah. They've been talking. I mean, of course, Microsoft tried that years back too. I just watched that movie Dumb Money about the GameStop thing. It was actually pretty all right. It wasn't the best movie.
It's depressing. Robin Hood will never be held accountable for what they did, though. It pisses me off.
No,
they stopped the trading on it when people were trying to buy it because they knew what was going to happen.
Yep. Yeah. No. They in the financial sector they do shit like that all the time. That's the 2008 crisis, man. One person was arrested for all that shit. Crashed the entire U.S. economy just about, and one person got in trouble. That's it. Everybody else got
talking about Bernie Madoff, or who was the one person that was held accountable?
No, it was just for some random dude that worked for Lehman Brothers.
Talking about the 2008 thing.
Yeah, 2008 thing. Yeah. There's only one guy that actually went to jail for any of that. I think he got 3 years or something like that. Yep. Anyway, I'm kind of hungry, guys. I think I'm gonna jump off and go get something to eat or something. I might see you guys on if there's some other panels on later. Or something
yeah,
like
let me
that,
see who's streaming later tonight, if anybody.
Well, I got off work, so I ain't got no plans, and I drank one beer already. So,
well,
restreaming.
If we get really bored,
still going.
If we get really bored, we might come back and just do another impromptu stream or something. I don't know, but right, I'm just hungry right now. So.
Okay. Well, anyway. We'll be here tomorrow, same time. I mean, actually, not same time, regular time.
Regular time, at 2
Central.
Right on, man.
Well, been good talking to you, Jeff.
Yeah, you guys have a good night. It's always good talking to you. And I may catch tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know how my day goes, so we'll find out.
And check YouTube later. Somebody may end up streaming tonight.
Yeah, I'm a third shifter, so I'll probably be up all night. And I'll check out Talcott or whoever. But
we have a Discord too. Sometimes we hang out there and do stuff.
Yeah, are you on the Discord?
I am not on. I am on Discord, but I am not in your Discord. If you guys,
I'm going to drop an invite in the backstage.
Yeah,
Roger that.
Yeah, jump on there. We'll watch movies or whatever and TV shows. So
hell yeah! When I was, I used to mod for. I don't know if you guys know Cassidy Campbell. He's a bigger YouTuber.
No.
he does like prank videos and silly stuff.
It's so crazy for me, like the number of like big YouTubers that have like millions of subscribers I've never heard of before. It always freaks me out because I'm always like, how? I mean, I've been a pretty like avid YouTuber for like a while now. I mean, in terms of like as someone watches YouTube, and there's still so many channels that I got come across a channel that's got like like 5 million subscribers and all these views, and I'm just like,
right.
I've never heard of it once.
You know
before.
what? That's one of the reasons I wanted to start streaming, because there's a huge pie out there, and I want a little piece if that's possible. But at the same time, like I'm not gonna lose sight of the fact that my primary goal is to have fun while I'm doing this.
Yeah, definitely, man. Our main goal is to build community and just try to trying to create a space for the pie ain't that big. I guess it's not, but
Yeah, I hear you, man. But I think I just joined the Discord.
Cool. Well, I will see you guys on the Discord if I don't see you on a stream. So, I mean, I always have Discord logged in, so you can always message me on there. You can find me. I'm SatirCon class in there too. So,
fucking hey, you guys have a good night, man.
Yeah,
You
night,
too.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you around. See you in the streets. All right.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, when did we watch True Detective last? Is that time?
When was what?
Was that 2 or 3 days ago? I can't even remember now. I get so lost with like streaming every day. It screws up my day.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said, how long ago was it when we watched True Detective? It might be another episode of that out. I don't even know.
Oh, that was like a few days ago. I'm already ready for the next episode.
Yeah, me too. So I'll check and see if there's anything worth watching. So I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Take care. Bye. See you tomorrow. Usual time, 2 p.m. Central.